And it's a very good morning from me, Johnny Bryan, and I welcome you to the Allianz Park here in North London on a gorgeous sunny Saturday morning for the Natwest Schools Cup semi-finals for 2015. Twickenham awaits the winners of the two Vars semi-finals and the two Cup semi-finals here at the Allianz Park this afternoon. It should be a fantastic day, a festival, a feast of rugby, you could say, and what should be an entertaining day here at the Allianz Park in North London. Delighted to say Dave Rogers is alongside me. David, a very good morning to you. An exciting day of rugby ahead, isn't it?
Absolutely. Good to be here, Johnny. I mean, we return to Allianz Park ahead of, what you described as an absolute festival of rugby. 4 games today, 4 games tomorrow. Teams who've been successful in the competition before, teams who are finding themselves at this stage for the very first time. And at around about 7 o'clock today, we're going to know who will be in the Twickenham finals later this month.
Yes, Twickenham finals to come in 2.5 weeks' time, and as David mentioned, there's more rugby to come tomorrow on Sunday when the 15s Cups and 15s Vars take place. But that's tomorrow, this is today, and this is the first Vars semi-final between Stockport Grammar School and Civic College of Essex. An intriguing tie, this one. Let's have a look at both teams and how they line up first of all. This is our Stockport Grammar line-up with Robinson, Travis, Clark, Clapperton, Power, 2 Travis twins at 6 and 7, James Gilboy at 8, Mark Ray at 9, Lewis Jones 10, Will Hanson 11, Will Jones 12, George Chatterton 13, Michael Sidebottom 14, Tom O'Mahony at 15, and they're coached by Mr. Pete Irwin. And there were a couple of late changes in that Stockport side, wasn't there, Dave?
Yeah, a couple of late changes. 14, Michael Sidebottom came in last minute as Mark Mellor was replaced by Will Jones at 12. In the pack, Tom Power moved up to 5 and James Gilboy at 8, and there are a few changes on the bench too. Last minute changes, but there's still a settled team, and they're going to face this Civic College side.
Indeed they are, the Civic College side from Essex Way. Will Weston 1, Finley McIntyre 2, Naji Muncher at 3, James Collins at 4, Curtis Biddle at 5, Joe Hedges 6, Charlie Cannon 7, Chris Shields 8, Ricky Gould 9, Harrison Frieswell at 10, Lewis Johnston 11, Manashi Muzuzu at 12, Jordan Lowe 13, Amos Filson 14, Edward Howlett 15. They're coached by Danny Clare, but no changes in that side.
Absolutely, that's a settled team. They've had a fantastic record so far. Confidence in the pre-match interviews that I've read in the media from the coach Danny Clare. They've got a great defensive record in this competition. We've seen them warming up. They're a big, physical and imposing team, and they are going to be a real threat for Stockport Grammar today.
They should do indeed. Kickoff is due to start in around about 6-7 minutes time. These are the replacements, and as Dave mentioned, Stockport Grammar have made quite a few replacements. Dave, just to talk us through a couple of them.
Well, we've got Harry Mellor at 16, Alex Proven at 17. Harry Mellor was a last-minute change. Number 18 is Max Lederberg, originally not in the matchday squad, but he was brought in today. 19, Ned Barlow. 20, Adam North. 21, Jamal Brown. 22, Alex Jones. Civic, that is the bench that they put out earlier in the week when the squads were announced. So 16, Matthew Bevan. 17, Mitch Webb. 18, Luke Taylor. 19, Andre Barrett. 20, John Sagomba. 21, Morgan Thorne, and 22, Billy Wright.
So both teams just one match away from Twickenham. This is how Stockport have got here today. Comprehensive victories over Sale Grammar School and St Ambrose College, and a nice little kind run in the 3rd and 4th round there. A couple of walkovers. Ilkley Grammar School, they put them to the sword by 25 points to 5, and Warbeck Defence Sixth Form College by 32 points to 15. A good run there. Comprehensive victories all the way through, Dave.
Yeah, lots of points scored, 163 for, just 59 against. As you say, a couple of nice walkovers in the 3rd and 4th round. But when you're this age, you want to keep playing rugby, you know. So the Stockport guys, they won't have particularly enjoyed those walkovers, even though ultimately it's kept them fresh for the latter stages. A brilliant win against Welbeck Defence College from the East Midlands in the 6th round that stands them in very good stead to take on Civic in this semi-final.
And this is how Civic got here to the Allianz Park on this beautiful Saturday morning. 26-0 over Brentwood College, 46-7 over West Hatch High School. Westcliff High School, 26 points to 3. 39 points to 3 over St Olave's Grammar School. Hurst to Pierpoint College, 32 points to 8. And then St George's College, 30 points to 19 those first 5 rounds there, keeping their opposition down to single figures. Round 6, obviously the skill sets ramped up a little, and St George's a little bit of a tougher test, but that's an impressive run to this semi-final.
Oh, it certainly is. In 6 games, just 40 points conceded and 199 for. So they're used to winning, and they are used to winning big. We mentioned they're a big and physical side, very, very strong in the defence. They're going to have to be today on a big wide pitch here at Allianz Park. The thing they haven't had for CIVIC so far in this competition is a good test. So it'll be interesting to see how they cope against Stockport if the game is in the balance.
For all 8 teams here this afternoon, something different that they're not used to. It's a 3G pitch here at the Allianz Park. Because a lot of running rugby as well. You know, the conditions here are perfect today, aren't they?
Well, what it does mean is that we're going to have consistency. The thing that won't be consistent is the bounce of the ball, of course, because it's rugby, but the pitch is flat, it's wide, it's firm, so we shouldn't have any problems underfoot for the scrummaging, for the backs to kind of open their legs and go for it. Everything is set up today for a group of matches where the best teams win.
15 degrees is due to be here today. 15, 16 degrees in the middle of the afternoon. There's a cooling breeze across the ground that may affect the games just a little bit today, but tomorrow when the wind is due to get up for the 15s, that will be a different kettle of fish altogether. That's an example of how beautiful the pitch is here at the Allianz Park. It's such great to be here. We've been here many times over the last 12 to 18 months with the Champions Trophy and with the semi-finals here 12 months ago. Let's briefly chat, Dave, about the semi-finals to come. In the Vars later on, King Edward VI School of Aston in Birmingham against CHURCHE'S College in Hampshire. That should be an interesting tussle as well.
Well, what we've got here, which is very interesting indeed, is we've got teams playing against each other from completely different circuits. So you can do as much research as you like, but you haven't really got any comparable results. You haven't played against them, they haven't played against your opposition. So we've got 4 teams in the Vars competition who really have just got to go out there and play their game, not worrying about the opposition. Hopefully that'll mean that the shackles come off, the teams go out there, they don't leave anything there. So whether they book their place at Twickenham or not, they know that they've given it absolutely everything in the lead up to this competition.
Then we've got the Cup semi-finals to come from 3 p.m. this afternoon. UNDLE against BROMSGROVE. This tie intrigues me a lot because this looks like 2 teams who are not afraid to attack. And looking at the stats here, they're happy to let a few points go, but they'll happily put treble past you as well. And these are both teams that I'm looking at that should be an interesting semi-final.
No, lots and lots of talent, yeah, and teams that, you know, that. The beauty of this competition is that you get so many teams entering. I mean, between the under-18s and the under-15s, there have been over 1,000 teams in that cup competition, should I say. OUNDLE, BROMSGROVE, WILMSLOW, Dulich. They've scored tries, they've defended their line. We've got the real kind of cream of the talent there in schoolboy rugby. But absolutely anything's possible. On a day like today, I think everyone should get tuned in, stay tuned in, because there's going to be some fantastic stuff start to finish.
It would indeed. We're just moments away from the first Vars semi-final between Stockport Grammar School and CIVIC College. Both teams will be getting ready just in the tunnel. We're moments away from that. Let's chat about the last Cup semi-final later on. WILMSLOW against the Dulich dynasty.
Well, Dulich are an absolute powerhouse at this level. 3 consecutive victories, going for a 4th at Twickenham, but WILMSLOW, they will not lie down in this one. They fancy upsetting the balance, as I think the teams are just on the way on now. There's certainly lots of commotion.
So here we go then. This is the first semi-final between Stockport Grammar School and CIVIC College of Essex. This first Vars semi-final. So then, Twickenham awaits one of these 2 teams. Set the first name. We're down no doubt the 3rd match in Twickenham in 2.5 weeks' time, that the under-18s Vars final. It's been a great competition in the past few years. Of the last 3 years I've been covering this great event. 2 new teams for me. Stockport Grammar and CIVIC College. So we shall see how both teams tackle not only these not only the start of the semi-final, but both teams will try and figure each other out in the first 10 minutes, won't they, Dave?
Yeah, we've got Stockport Grammar are going to get us underway in their black and amber hoops. Civic College in the black shirts with the maroon sleeves. Stockport Grammar attacking from right to left as we look at it, and as the camera look at it. Just waiting on the referee's final checks before we get this first Vars semi-final underway.
And we're underway, we are indeed, with Lewis Jones getting this match underway. Collected by Robinson. Weston for Civic. Little drive going through from Biddle. Little punch forward, out on the full though by number 10. Hardison Fryswell, so back they come for the first line out, and the first little let over there from Civic.
Well, Stockport Grammar, it was a good chase originally from the back row led by James Gilboy from the kickoff. They couldn't quite recover it, but from the pressure we've seen there on Fryswell, Stockport Grammar really looking to lift the defensive line quickly early in this semi-final.
Line out taken by Travis. Referee spots a knock on there, and it will be the first scrum of the morning.
Yeah, not particularly clean from the throw in there. It was tipped forward eventually off Stockport Grammar. But lineups and set pieces so important at every level of the game now. If you're going to get anything going from the set piece, which of course is a great attacking platform, it's important that your hooker finds his arrows early on.
Indeed he does. Got to find the bullseye from the off. Civic put in. Gold with it. Driving scrum there from Civic. Gold collects. Send it to Fryswell. Nice little darting one there by Lowe. Gold looks left. A bit of a high pass, but still collects. Stockport stopping in their tracks. With a loose pass. Referee says it's gone backwards. So still in Civic hands. Good rugby there from Stockport, and they win the penalty.
Yeah, great defensive pressure from Stockport. As I mentioned early on, really pushing up that defensive line. Civic looking to keep the ball in hand, particularly after that mistake where the clearance kick went straight out, but Stockport relentless, and they win the penalty as a result.
Tom Mahoney kicks it into touch.
Interesting decision there. I mean, it's a difficult kick from there, but you wonder whether or not they'd like to get points on the board. But obviously this Stockport Grammar School can smell blood, and they want to strike early with just under 3 minutes gone.
James Travis at the line out. Not collected cleanly, but they still have it. Now here comes Stockport. A couple of men on the left-hand side, and important tackles being made here. Ray. Mark Ray goes right. James Gilboy. Referee spots the forward pass, and Civic got a chance to clear their lines.
Yeah, first time we've seen Stockport Grammar with the ball in hand. Lots of movement, lots of dummy running, but no one really particularly incisive. We saw a nice little dummy and go there from Tom Travis, the number 7, but he was in at first receiver. You wonder whether or not he was expecting that ball from the scrum half. But let's see another one of these scrums now. The first one was a real competition. Lots of effort, but neither side really giving an inch.
Second scrum. Civic on their own 22. Goal with the put in. The referee's not too happy with that. Little exchange. So we'll reset and go again.
Yeah, I did say early, didn't I, that the solid ground does mean that there won't be any kind of slipping in the scrum, and we've got a real physical contest here. Neither of these type 5s want to give an inch.
Just a reminder, of course, 35 minutes per half. This level of competition. Twickenham awaiting the winner. In the Vars final, good contested scrum from Stockport. Let's see the pick up, and now they're away. The referee spots the penalty, taken quickly. Gold finds his right. Chance for CEVIC here to launch the counter-attack. Box kick now from Ricky Gold. The referee spots an earlier infringement, and they'll come back to that penalty.
Yeah, nice work from the scrum half there. I was questioning his decision to go quickly, but it unsettled Stockport, and the referee has spotted them offside in the middle of the park, and now CEVIC will have the chance for some territory, and that's a decent clearance kick there from Friswell, the outside half.
Indeed it is. It puts them deep inside the Stockport half for the first time in this last semi-final.
The first chance we'll have to look at their line out too. Stockport have won 2 from 2, but they've both been a little bit shaky.
Finley McIntyre, how's his adders? Not too bad, collected by James Collins. Picked up Curtis Biddle. Gets over the gain line. Gold spots the little gap himself. Good tackle there by Robinson. Cannon acting scrum half. And a good drive forward as well from CEVIC. Into the Stockport 22 they come. But they'll stop, and it will be a chance for Stockport to clear from their own 22, but attacking intent there from CEVIC.
Absolutely, real signs of intent there. The huge pack really looking to get a roll on and move that Stockport unit around. We did say before the match, they're a big, big physical side. Pride themselves on their defence, but they can also use that bulk in attack. It wasn't clean from the line out, but as soon as they recovered, they really, really did make yards. A lot of pressure on Stockport now to clear.
Mark Wright. And it's good counter scrummage in there from CEVIC, and they win the penalty.
Absolutely, I think Stockport were getting the push on a little bit early. CEVIC will enjoy this. They absorbed a little bit of pressure early on, particularly from Stockport's defence. They're going for the posts.
And it will be Harrison Friswell who will be getting the tee and to open the scoring here on this Saturday morning at the Allianz Park in Northland.
Well, we're only 7 minutes in, and he's already had quite a lot to do as the red headed outside half. He was under pressure and put his first clearance kick out, and sometimes with outside halves that can really sort of unsettle them. But since then, in the few little bits of play that he's had, he's kept his composure, he's moved the ball around well, he found a good touch with that penalty, and now there's a chance for him to open the scoring.
High tee from Friswell, put right into the heart of the goal. CEVIC lead, 3-0.
Well, that'll please CEVIC, the players and the coaches. It's the first time they've had possession. They soaked up what Stockport had to offer in the first couple of minutes, and the first time they've marched up the field, they've come away with 3 points. Lovely kick there from the outside half.
3 points to the good. How do Stockport Grammar respond? Deep kick collected by Chris Shields. Now a little darting run for CEVIC again. Ricky Gold. Friswell. Ball is out and loose, and Stockport may have turned it over here. And they do have an advantage to be played as well. Bray. Back for that knock-on advantage.
Yeah, it was CEVIC this time up absolutely lightning quickly in the defensive line. Interesting change of tactic from Stockport, going deep with this kickoff when they tried to retrieve the opening kickoff themselves. In terms of the knock-on, it was a shame really from CEVIC's point of view, because it was good quick ball from Ricky Gold at the base of the ruck and a chance for those backs to really express themselves, but the miss pass went to ground. That's a few times now though CEVIC shown that they're not scared to run the ball from deep. All the chat in the build-up was that Stockport were the attacking team who had tries in them. Civic happy to handle the ball. Let's see how they handle this pressure now in defence. Good attacking position here for Stockport Grammar.
Mark again with the put-in. Scrum. Cleanest scrums in the world, and so much so that Civic will win the penalty.
Civic scrum absolutely dominating at the moment. A little bit of argy-bargy there. Stockport really coming under pressure. You can just see from the shots on your screen there, some of the Civic pack are absolute monsters, huge guys. Number 3, Mundice in your shot there. Huge chest, huge shoulders, and that front row really unsettling Stockport Grammar at the moment. And here comes Civic again, another excellent clearance kick back into the Stockport Grammar half.
Really on the front foot. Civic, and defensively so far they've been impressive in their first 10 minutes.
Oh, very impressive, and particularly in the set piece. They've unsettled the Stockport line out. They've won 2 penalties at the scrum, and we've only had just over 10 minutes played. Stockport need to regroup here, and their pack need to dig in after this shortened numbers line out.
McIntyre with the throw. How's his second, Adams? Pretty good, collected by Curtis Biddle. And now another drive coming from Civic. Stockport stopping in their tracks this time around though. Good tackle there on Jamie Collins. And so much so that Stockport will win the penalty.
Yeah, tackle was complete there. It was a good carry from the Civic second rower Collins. As Stockport go quickly here, but he was isolated. The tackle was completely carried on. That's a lovely dummy there though, and here comes Stockport.
Indeed they are, in comes Stockport with George Chatterton with that nice little dart-in run. Lewis Jones into midfield to Kyle Clapperton. Ray goes to his right. Little dink forward by Lewis Jones. And a good dink it is as well. Stockport now with a little bit of an opportunity here for the opening try of the game. And it is going to be the opening try of the game for James Gilboy.
Lovely vision there from the Stockport outside half. He dabbed the kick over the top. He saw that Stockport had numbers. They got the bounce of the ball, and then it was cool heads and good execution. I was bemoaning Civic for leaving their man isolated before so that he was tackled and had no support, but it was the exact opposite for Stockport there. The kick turned the winger. He couldn't gather it. It went into a Stockport hand, and then we had support lines here, there, and everywhere. He had options. The 2-on-1 was executed, and Stockport Grammar strike back 5-3. So
then, that's how you respond to losing a 3-point penalty, by getting a try a couple of minutes afterwards. 5-3. Is this 7-3? Not to be. So, 2-point game. 12 minutes down. Stockport Grammar with a try from James Gilboy, lead by 5 points to 3.
Good character there from Stockport Grammar. You know, they've been on the back foot. They've not had the best time in the line out. Their scrum is being taken to pieces at the moment, but having conceded the 3 points, that is the perfect way to respond. Great character, and they lead now by 2 points. Let's see what Civic can come back with.
Should be interesting, bearing in mind that Civic haven't conceded that many points in this competition. They've already conceded 5 in the first 12 minutes here at the Allianz Park. Oh, well, that's a little bit clumsy there from Mark Ray, but he seems to redeem himself and keeps possession. He just spotted an infringement. There was a knock-on, and it will be a Civic with the put-in, just short of the Stockport 22, and a chance to respond.
Well, you're always vulnerable just after you've scored, and this is the last thing that Stockport want here. Real opportunity, though, for their forwards to pretty much prove that they're still in this game. They've got to dig in here and get a good scrum against this enormous Civic pack. Just look at the size difference in the front rows there on your screen.
Yes, this really could be their trump card in this game for Civic, is the scrum. Let's see how they do this time. Goal with the put-in. Good scrub from Civic. Stockport hold firm though. Now a little darting run, this time from Chris Shields. Trying to fish this one out. Ricky Gold does that and goes to his left. Mundice into the 22. Gold collects. Loose pass. Picked up by Muzuzu. Ricky Gold. Joe Hedges.
It's good defence from Stockport there, but really, CEVIC are asking a lot of their big ball carriers there. First it was Mundicha, and then it was Joe Hedges. They're receiving 10-15 yard passes from the base of the ruck, not having any time or any support really. That's not smart play from CEVIC, particularly in those areas of the field.
Something no doubt the coaches will chat about at half-time. 35 minutes of half, to remind you.
It's quite telegraphed and predictable too. I mean, it's obvious they're going to do it because when the ball's in the ruck, you've got the outside half there, kind of with his hands on his hips, not even looking like he's going to receive it. That's 3 times now they've left a big ball carrier isolated, and now they've given away their field position. That's a much better lineup from Stockport.
Here they come indeed. Here come the amber and black of Stockport into midfield. Mark Ray. Ball went backwards, says the referee, and a little bit of an overlap being created here for Stockport. And a good little jack run by George Chatterton. The ball is intercepted by Ricky Gold. He's dumped into touch, but the referee spots the penalty, and it'll be Stockport just short of the 22 with a chance to go maybe 5 points clear.
I know he's just given away the penalty there, but I've been really impressed by Ricky Gould, the CEVIC scrum half early on. He is absolutely everywhere. He was chasing back there in defence. Stockport grammar once again fancy the corner, really trying to make the best of their territory here, but if they don't come away with anything, then that's a real opportunity missed.
Well, early part of the game, they did have a chance of a penalty on the opposite side of the field, just short of the 22 in the first couple of minutes, but they went for the gamble. Didn't pay off at that time. Let's see how it does it this time. James Travis playing hooker.
Better line at that time, and now Stockport trying the drive.
Still, CEVIC hold firm. So we've got to go to plan B. Little kick out wide, and it looks a pretty decent one as well. This is going to be the second try for Stockport.
Oh, glorious. Absolutely glorious. 2 kicks to that right-hand corner and 2 tries. Great vision from the outside half, beautifully executed. That's a joy to watch. Michael
Sidebottom, the scorer for Stockport. We saw something much the same last week in the Six Nations in the Ireland-England game. Something a little bit similar to that. And Stockport have read the playbook here today.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, they've noticed that CEVIC are defending narrow and looking to drift. All had left the foot, that he was on the back foot defence-wise, but that is a try for Michael Sidebottom, the late replacement, remember.
O'Mahony doesn't convert. 2 tries to the good for Stockport Grammar from Goalboy and Sidebottom. 10-3 the lead.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how CEVIC change defensively now, because they won't get caught out like that again. What that does mean is they'll be defending wider, so there might be some gaps through the middle. A real test for the defence of the Essex team now.
Freeswell with the restart. Mark Ray, off and running again. Stockport Grammar, they really are on the front foot. They're bulldozing through the CEVIC defence currently. Finding the gaps, David.
Yeah, absolute offloads. Oh, that's another great offload there. Real good front foot rugby from Stockport here. But it's a little bit too free flowing. The ball goes to ground and CEVIC have the chance to regroup. What they're doing better than Civic at the moment is when their ball carriers are taking the ball into contact, they're looking for options and they have them. With Civic, they've got that big physicality. They're not scared to let the big guys have a run. However, they're running in, it's telegraphed, it's isolated, and all of a sudden you've got to commit more numbers to the breakdown to recover any kind of quality ball. Stockport, on the other hand, they're taking the initial contact, they're looking for the offload. If the player who's carrying the ball does go to ground, then there are men clearing out. And as you can see, they've made 20, 30 metres there easily, and it was only an unforced error that handed the ball back to Civic.
Chris Shields collects from the scrum, gets into Stockport territory. Gould driving forward, Mundicha, and now here come Civic coming forward this time. Freeswell, a little bit of a high pass to Muzuzu, and the offload is not that good, but the referee spots a penalty right in front of the sticks this, Dave. It's a good chance here if Civic want to reduce the deficit to 4 points.
Well, you'd think that Friswell will go for the sticks from here. They're a converted score behind, but with plenty of time on the clock, it would be a real opportunity missed, and yet the referee signals there. Better play from Civic, just as I've said that they're leaving their runners isolated. All of a sudden, we've got some offloads and we've got some support lines, and they're going to need to continue that if they're going to get any change out of this Stockport Grammar defence.
So 10-3 the scoreline. Free as well to reduce the deficit to 4 points. It's a decent kick. And over it goes. 7 points becomes 4. 10-6 the score.
Yeah, Civic will be happy to get some more points on the board, having conceded those 2 tries, which, despite being fantastically executed tries from Stockport Grammar, are always disappointing ones to concede. Sometimes it's just quite difficult to accept that the opposition deserve to score with a little bit of individual excellence.
O'Mahony with the restart. Right into the deep. Picked up by Amos Filson. Decides to go for a little run himself. And he's pretty quick, isn't he, Dave?
He was a little bit flat-footed on the original take. He wasn't really aware, but as soon as he gets the ball in hands, he looks really dangerous, but he's held on there and he's conceded possession again. Another isolated runner needs support.
As we said, taken quickly, but the referee wants that one to come back straight away. So, another option now here for Stockport Grammar. They were going to go for the quick kick, but instead, I think it could be line out into the Civic 22.
Mahoney finds the corner. Amos Filson going sideways there, looks a real athlete, absolute power and pace, but
it's something that Stockport will have to be wary about. So that's he's a quick player with pace, and it can be dangerous. Stockport line out. Collected by Gilboy, the first try scorer. Bit of a loose pass there to Lewis Jones, but he still collects. Into the 22 comes Stockport. They go right. A couple of men on the right-hand side as well. They're going for the little darting kick again. It's worked a couple of times, but not this time as the ball lands into touch.
Yeah, nice kick. Lewis Johnston, the left winger, again got turned there. It was great vision for the kick. Stockport Grammar really looking to turn the screw here. Just you were mentioning Amos Filson there. Perhaps that's what the tactic has been, trying to get the big runners to run on the left-hand side to free up a bit of space on the right, because I'd imagine if Filson gets any kind of time or space, then he's going to be a deadly finisher. But Civic just haven't been able to get that far yet. Big defensive line out for them here.
12 minutes to go in this first half. Under-18s Vars semi-final, live from the Allianz Park here in North London, between Stockport Grammar School and Civic College of Essex. 10-6 Stockport lead. Good line out there from Civic, collected by Jamie Collins. Referee not too happy, and it will be a Stockport put-in.
Well, it was a good clean line out take at the back, but you got to try and relieve the pressure there. They were trying to get it settled so that Friswell had plenty of time for the clearance kick, but another mistake gives Stockport an attacking scrum here in a fantastic position. After that initial burst from SEEVIC, Stockport have recovered absolutely fantastically. Now this scrum is the final acid test to see if they really are back in this game.
Well, it's been their trump card. As the scrum. Strong again. The referee will ask that one to be reloaded. Just warning both the front rows here. You've been impressed with the Civic front row?
Oh yeah, they're absolutely fantastic. Real big physical beasts, but Stockport just trying to impose themselves before the put-in. They've got to be careful, but they have to do something to try and combat the power and technique. Here comes Civic. Look at that drive, and the ball's out.
And they won the penalty, yes. Excellent scrummaging there from Civic.
Perfectly executed.
It could be a real asset to them, especially if they get a scrum inside the Stockport 22.
Well, you just see there, it's so destructive. I mean, Stockport, the scrum was reset originally because Stockport got a shove on a little bit early. The referee gave them the benefit of the doubt. They were tentative in the second scrum, and Civic absolutely tore them to shreds. Brilliant scrummaging from the Essex team. They get the penalty, and now they've got the opportunity to relieve the pressure.
The ball waiting to be collected from the crowd. For Finlay McIntyre, to beg your pardon, to take. Civic still stuck in their own half at the moment, just short of their own 10-metre line. So important line up this one, and it's been lost. And it is a knock-on advantage to come for Stockport Grammar. Can they take even more from this advantage? O'Mahony. On one player and another. Uses Kyle Clapperton on the right-hand side. And Stockport win the penalty.
Again, they've got a penalty there. They're bound to dab this for the corner because that's been the technique so far. But when they get the opportunities like this, it's not been particularly clean. The ball hasn't got out well from scrum half to first receiver into the centres. Very often it's been the fullback, Tom O'Mahony, who's been picking it up deep and having to recover. He's gone through quite a lot of work, and none of it has been the forward work, attacking lines that the backs really like to have to kind of explode onto the gain line. So Civic are dealing with that well, but they're giving away the penalty, which is handing the initiative straight back to Stockport, back inside the 22.
Indeed, they're coming back inside their own, back inside the Civic 22, to beg your pardon. Mark Ray, Lewis Jones does well. Stockport pirouetted on the sixpence. Michael Sidebottom. Good tackle there from Finlay McIntyre. Ray taken down by Joe Hedges. The referee put his arm for a bit of an advantage there, and it will be a penalty to Stockport right in front of the 22 for a high tackle. 3 points all over here, right in front of the post if they fancy it.
Yeah, Civic need to keep their defensive discipline here because they're lifting the line well, and once again Stockport aren't able to get the clean passes away. They're putting their backs under a tremendous amount of pressure here. They're not able to get any forward momentum, but at the moment Civic, their own worst enemy, giving away penalty after penalty in good positions. This time Stockport simply can't say no to the 3 points. This is an absolute gift to take them a converted score ahead once again.
10-6. This to go 13-6 ahead. Will Hans the kicker this time around. And there it goes. So then, converted score ahead. Stockport go as we approach the half-hour mark. 13-6. Stockport lead.
Stockport once again coming away from an attacking position inside the 22 with points. Both teams have been quite clinical when they've been inside the opposition's 22.
Deep kick-off from Harrison Fleeswell.
Stockport Grammar School, number 11, Will Hanson. Stockport lead, 13 points to 6.
So Stockport. Following the own half, Civic trying to put them under pressure, but they have been the one that's been in the ascendancy in much of this first half. And now they're off and running away. This is George Clatterton. Tries the little inside pass, and now then, Amish Filson, we've seen him running before. Let's see how his legs this time. Tackled by Clark Clapperton, but they still win the penalty. The Civic, and a chance for them to try and pinch something towards the end of this first half, but some good running rugby there from Stockport.
Fantastic, yeah, George Chatterton, he's gone outside his man a couple of times. Really good attack up this near side touchline, couldn't quite get the offload away. Got a replay of it here. He's beaten one man there, passed another. Great pace and the dummy. It was actually Amos Filson who got sold. It was a good covering tackle from Harrison Freeswell, but Filson himself recovered with the interception and managed to earn the penalty with his attack too. Stockport a little bit too keen in trying to rip that ball away.
Freeswell finds touch on the halfway line. 7 points down as we approach the end of this first half of this first under-18s Vars semi-final.
Civic will be hoping here is that they can go through some phases and just keep the ball. They've not been able to keep hold of the ball for long periods of time. It's pretty obvious now they're not going to be able to bulldoze their way through Stockport.
Loose line-up, but still collected by Jamie Collins. Good offload from Curtis Biddle, but the referee spots a forward pass, and Stockport Grammar will have to put it.
It was a forward pass, but that was unlucky. That's the first time. The thing that I've been bemoaning with Civic has been the fact that they've not been supporting the runners. Now they've supported the runners there. They got the one offload away. They got the other offload away. Had it not been forward, all of a sudden they've got a 2-on-1 and it's try time. So they're clearly learning from the mistakes, admittedly, finding fresh ways to make new ones. But a scrum, even an opposition scrum, isn't the end of the world.
No, indeed not. We've seen how strong the Civic scrum can be in this first half. Good drive from them as well. And a good tackle there on Mark Ray. And so much so that Civic will have to put in excellent scrummaging there from Civic.
That's just destructive scrummaging. Absolutely destructive scrummaging. Mark Ray actually did well to get the ball out of the back of the scrum. I didn't see the knock on, but the referee's a lot closer than us. And now all of a sudden, Civic in a fantastic position. They've got those athletic backs stood flat off the 10. They've got a couple of minutes until half-time. Surely they're going to try and unleash those backs. We've not seen a lot of them yet, Johnny, but this is a really, really good opportunity for the team that trail.
7 points down. Can they collect something before the half-time whistle? Gold. Freeswell. Muzuzu. Handling error, but intercepted nearly by Amos Filson, but referee's already called it back for that knock-on, and it will be a Stockport put-in scrum.
Oh, wowee! I don't know what to say about that. First of all, it was great defence from Stockton. It was a great hit, Stockport, shall I say. It was a great hit on Muzuzu. He spilled the ball forward. All of a sudden, the counter-attack's on, as we just see a replay there. It was 12 on 12. There's so often big hits. I don't know why he's trying to throw that Hail Mary pass there. They had 4 on 2. It just had to go through the hands, and all of a sudden he's nearly gifted Amos Filson the interception and the try under the sticks. The referee bringing it back for the first knock on, which I'm sure he would have done had Filson come in with the interception. Not great rugby from either team there.
Yes, both teams gone a little bit to sleep, but an excellent kick by O'Mahony. And he's put Freeswell under a bit of pressure here. But a good little dart there from Freeswell. Nearly knocks the touch judge over and comes into touch with a minute to go.
Interesting that in defence they've got the fullback Edward Howland defending at first receiver, and Freeswell dropping back the outside half into the full-back position. They're obviously confident in the tackling of the full-back and the clearing kick ability of the outside half. He's done well there, a little counter-attack run. He didn't have much option, he made a few yards. Just before half-time, the initiative back with Stockport Grammar.
And it's been intercepted by Chris Shields over halfway. Ricky Gold spots a little bit of a gap and gains a few feet.
Happy about something. Gould there with
the touch judges actually spotted something as well. He put his flag up straight away. The clock has stopped on the referee's watch, so something has obviously spotted. The crowd were a little bit incensed on the far side, Dave. We couldn't tell from our commentary position on this side of the field. There's a little bit of afters as well.
Well, I'm just looking on the ground. I can't see any handbags. I don't think there's much to worry about over there.
Time in the red. We do go on the referee's whistle. Our clock's only an approximation.
The crowd was certainly incensed by something there. They weren't happy at all. Most of the noise has come from a CEVIC contingent so far. Bit of a consultation going on between the officials.
Yes, indeed. I'm not sure if the pitches are watered and the biscuit's going to be after this conference between the touch judge and the referee.
Clearly a decision to be made, though.
Not very happy. In fact, he's calling one of the CEVIC players over. Guilty party here. It's Chris Shields. Referee chanting Ricky Gold, and Chris Shields will see himself in the bin.
Well, I wonder if we'll be able to see a replay. The referee suggesting that there was a stamp there. That is not what CEVIC needed, particularly all the graft that Shields has gone through. He disrupted the last line out, got the ball, made some yards, but clearly his frustrations have got the better of him. And he will spend, well, certainly the first 9 minutes of the second half in the bin. Another good touch found by Stockport, and it would really rub salt in the wound if they could get something from this final attack of the half.
Absolutely, just took the word right out of my mouth. Salt in the wound, and would be indeed. And here they come as well. They've got the one-man advantage to the mind you as well. CEVIC have to remain strong. Travis. Penalty. And once again, referee not too happy. He's calling Ricky Gold over the CEVIC captain.
Probably just trying to keep a lid on things here. There's Chris Shields, the man in the bin. That was a close-up of him. Often when something like that happens, in environments like this, it can boil over. The referee really not happy. In terms of Stockport Grammar, once again it was Tom Travis in at first receiver. A little bit isolated, although Sevens do love to have the ball in their hand.
So Will Hanson will look to add on to the Stockport lead here to make it 10 points, just short of the half-time whistle.
Well, he's missed 2 conversions, but he has kicked his most recent penalty from just a little bit right of this. It's a good strike.
Into the heart, 16-6. And that will be the half-time whistle. 16-6 in half-time. Stockport Grammar with a 10-point lead, and they'll have a one-man advantage in the first 8 or so minutes of the second half. David, your thoughts?
It's been an interesting half. CEVIC College started the better of the 2 teams. They really imposed themselves physically. It was good defensive line work from Stockport Grammar. They opened the scoring, did CEVIC with a Friswell penalty, but after Gilboy's first try, Stockport really calmed the nerves. Another try later and 2 penalties. They looked the more controlled of the 2 teams. CEVIC just need to calm themselves down a little bit. They've been ill-disciplined in possession. Obviously the ill-discipline boiled over when Chris Shields was given the yellow card, but in terms of the set piece, if they can use their scrum advantage to try and give a little bit more control to the rest of the game, then they can get straight back into this, and we could be poised for a really interesting second half.
Indeed, they will be. Stockport Grammar School lead 16 points to 6 at half-time. So much so, CEVIC actually ran into the changing rooms expecting to have maybe some half-time oranges, but it's different in these semi-finals. They have to remain out of the field to both teams. So the second try was scored by Michael Sidebottom of Stockport Grammar. Let's have a look at that one.
Well,
this was clever play, wasn't it?
It was quite a clever play. Great vision there from the outside half. He'd already been successful with one kick. You see there, he puts a bit of loft on this one. He saw that the outside half Friswell for CEVIC, they saw that there was no one outside him. CEVIC was panicking as soon as the kick went up because he knew he was in trouble. He knew he had to turn. Side bottom the winger, great vision, got the ball facing forward. All he had to do was catch it and finish it, which is a lot easier said than done. Did fantastically well, and that was the second try. There was a lot of space out there on the Stockport right, on the CEVIC left. They took advantage of it twice. They only really had those 2 try-scoring opportunities, and in semi-finals like this, big occasions, it's the teams that can be clinical who usually go through. That was clinical play from Stockport Grammar, well executed by everyone, and got the 5 points they deserved.
16-6 Stockport lead. What does CEVIC need to do in the second half?
As I said earlier, it's all down to discipline, really. They're a very big, very physical team. We've seen that from some of the tackling. We've certainly seen it from the scrummaging. They've got some real athletes. They've got Mazuzu. They've got Filson in the back line. They're big, physical guys. They're strong guys. They're fast guys. What they need is space, and they need the ball. CEVIC haven't really been able to provide a platform from anywhere other than the scrum. Now, when you provide the platform from the scrum, Stockport have defended well. It's been a good defensive line, so CEVIC have got to try and find another way. What they've been doing is when they have had the ball in attacking positions, we've had Ricky Gould, the scrum half, working really hard to try and get the ball. He's had a few darting runs himself, but he's been isolated. But when he has fed the big ball carriers, we've seen Woodicha take some ball on, we've seen Chris Shields take some ball on. Of course, he's in the sin bin now, so that defence is really going to be tested. They've spent a lot of time isolated. They've been running one up, one up, one up, which, although they might win the first collision and make a few yards against the Stockport tackler, then all of a sudden, you know, it's all slow because there are no offload options. The support is laboured all of the time, so they've not been able to get any quick ball, and Stockport's try line for 35 minutes there hasn't really come under pressure once.
No, I was about to say, actually, I'm just trying to picture how many times CEVIC has been in the Stockport 22, and if we had the stats on it, it would only be a number of minutes. I think it would be. It's been basically, if we took the territories, a third of the game's been played inside the CEVIC 22.
It certainly has. I mean, credit to CEVIC. Every time they have been into the Stockport 22, they've come away with 3 points. So whenever they've had the opportunity to kick for goal, they have kicked for goal and they've scored those points. But that's not going to be enough. Stockport have shown that they can score tries from what are essentially inopportune moments. I mean, the first try in particular, the kick came over the top from midfield. They'll show that they'll strike from anywhere. They've had a couple of opportunities where they've attacked from inside their own 22. George Chatterton in particular, the outside centre in the grey scrum cap, he's gone round the outside of his man. I think they've spotted Amos Filson as a defensive weakness. They can turn him. They've turned Lewis Johnston a couple of times, the winger on the other side, and they're always probing for opportunities. Stockport themselves, however, their go forward hasn't been particularly good. It has done in broken play, but when they've had the opportunity for good possession from the base of the ruck, it's often been going backwards. They haven't been getting the best service. So it's the team that can turn all of the kind of negatives into positives, who can provide the best structure in the second half, and will come away with the win here.
Well, it's a 10-point game. Both teams remaining out on the field, which is how it works in these finals days. Be roughly the same with Twickenham in 2.5 weeks' time. 25th of March, I do believe, is the magic day at Twickenham on finals day, on a Wednesday this year.
I'm going to give you a cliche here.
Oh, please do.
The first score in this second half
will win
really
the game.
maybe not win the game, but it'll certainly be important. There's a huge difference between a 5-point game and a 15-point game.
Massive 8 minutes this for Civic. If they can keep the score as is, they'll still have a chance.
Absolutely, particularly with the big back row to come back on with 10 minutes more rest. Just off your screen there, we had the Stockport 10. Louis Jones was just telling everyone to calm down. You know that gesture with both hands out to his one side, just saying, right boys, cool heads. That is what they need.
So 35 minutes away from Twickenham for one of these two sides. Alison Freeswell will look to restart this tie. Very, very important first 8 minutes of the second half. Civic are down to 14 and are chasing the game. So we're underway in this second half. Good take there from Tom Travis. Picked up by James Gilboy. Civic win the penalty right in front of the sticks. It's got to be 3 points.
Well, that's a great start for them. First time inside the 22 and the opportunity to get 3 points. We've just had a confirmation of a substitution. Ned Barlow, number 19, will replace Kyle Clapperton in the second row.
So Ned Barlow on the field. But Harrison Freeswell here with a little bit of a bonus at the start of this second half. Usually they say when you're down to, you lose a man in the same bin, the average points you lose on average is about 7, but this will nullify it.
He's 2 from 2 so far in the matches, Freeswell.
Alison Freeswell, this to reduce the deficit to 7. Into the heart. The ball goes over the stand. Somebody will have to go and collect that one, but alas, 7 points is the difference. Good start for Civic, exactly what they would have wanted.
Exactly what they wanted, and the mistake came from exactly what Civic were doing in the first half. It was James Gilboy, the number 8, with a big carry, but he was isolated. It's so important that you support the ball carrier.
Not the best collection, but Civic still retain possession. Ricky Gould. Mundicha. Takes a couple of lads to bring him down. Gould under pressure. Freeswell. Kick downfield. Collected by O'Mahony. Tries to beat one man and another, but hits the train. That is Mundicha.
It's a big unit.
Stockport continue to drive forward, getting over the gain line and have an advantage. The referee calls it back for that earlier infringement, and Stockport win the penalty. And no doubt we're looking to try and find some 22 territory here.
Ricky Gould was absolutely lightning on that charge down there. He came flying through, but it ended up back with the Stockport player, and the advantage was already there. Now, this is a huge chance for Stockport. What they've looked to do is kind of bring the ball in, open up space and go over the top, but let's not forget that they have numbers in the forward pack now, so the drive is the option too. It's a reduced numbers line out. Real big chance here for Stockport.
James Travis. Collected though by Jamie Collins of Civic.
Big steal, huge steal.
Ricky Gould with the box kick, high into the air. A couple of players under it. But Tom O'Mahony is the one who collects, and now he's the one. Bit of a loose pass there, though, it's still collected by Stockport. Remember, they have a one-man advantage. Oh, a little bit of a juggling act there from number 13, George Chatterton.
Well, that's the first time it's really opened up in the second half. It was a great steal at the line-out from Civic. Once again, it's the forward pack that are digging them out here. But the kick was under pressure. O'Mahony does well, but beats the first man, but then kind of throws the pass. There wasn't really any kind of vision, any kind of end game to that. He just wanted to release the hands. See the replay there, is it?
Yeah, this is just Chatterton. He just gets caught in two minds, doesn't he?
Just got a little bit excited. Is it a dummy? Is it a pass? In the end, it was neither. All the while for Civic as well, the clock is ticking down until they're back to their full contingent.
Ricky Gould with the put in, but it will be a Stockport free kick. Mark Ray goes quickly. Lewis Jones. Tom Mahoney. James Gilboy, the first try scorer. Ray looks to his left, instead goes right. Lewis Jones. Here they come again, across field, but this time that one will go over the whitewash, and they're back they come.
Yeah, you can see from the flight of that kick that he didn't quite catch it right. He did a bit more loft and a bit more control. There was space out there again though, but he's doing well with these kicks. The Stockport outside half is he's turning the defenders. His attackers are running forward, the defenders are going over their shoulder and running backwards. Even if they do recover the ball then, it's really, really difficult to try and get yourself out of trouble. Interestingly, it was Tom Power, the second rower, who was hanging around there, looking for the glory.
And why not indeed?
Perhaps that's why Jones thought, nah, not this time. I'll take a little bit off him. What are you doing out there?
Ricky Gould with the scrum, better scrum this time from Civic. Freeswell hits it downfield, good kick downfield as well.
He's done well too, that was a good pick up off his toes. And look at the pace here on the 14.
Filson with a good run, but that is a superb kick and puts it right deep into Stockport territory.
Well, he's put 65 metres on that one. Absolutely tremendous kick. And had the pitch been 5 metres longer there, Amos Filson was absolutely tearing up the far side.
He was motoring.
That's what Civic needs. Civic, should I say. They need to release that kind of pace and power, because if you've got pace, you're a problem.
Collected by Joe Hedges. Civic remind you down to 14 as well. Ricky Gould. This is the big man, Mundicha.
Great offload as well from Mundicha. Great scramble defence too from Stockport. That's the first time we've seen Mundicha really release his hands. Got up high, used his power. Great offload with the right hand. But Civic not quite able to ground the ball in the corner.
And the 10 minutes are now up. Chris Shields is back on the field. So it's 13-6 when he was sin bin, 16-9, no points lost, no ground lost.
Big moment for him here. Great place for him to rejoin play too. Civic really not only getting on top in the scrum, but getting on top in the line-out too. They've disrupted and stolen the last 2 Stockport line-outs.
This is something we mentioned in the first half. You know, if they have a chance at this, scrum just short of the Stockport 22, this is a big thing in their arsenal here.
Well, if you believe in narrative, then it's going to be Chris Shields who dobs the ball down for a try here.
Written in the stars, as they say. Ricky Gould with the put in. Both teams back up to their full quota. It is Shields. Gould out wide. Filson, is he down?
Well,
He's going to check with the touch judge. He's checking with the touch judge. We can't tell from our position up here. Try given.
Well. Civic have absolutely exploded into life in this second half. It was a great scrum. Stockport tried to disrupt it, but Civic managed to get the ball out quickly, worked that short side well, created numbers. Let's have a look at the replay. Stockport actually had the Civic scrum going backwards, but it was Shields, the number 8. Lovely little backdoor offload. The scrum half taking 2 players out there. And then it was that man, Amos Filson. Great take. You can see the celebration there. He knows how much that means. So much momentum, so much pace. And dobs the ball down in the corner. Game on here.
2-point game. Both teams back up to their full quota of 15 as well. So, a little bit of a turnaround here happening at the Allianz Park. First of 4 semi-finals here on this Saturday in North London. Freeswell, this to level the scores. He's not going to reach. So it's only going to be a 2-point game. But exactly the start CEVIC would have wanted the second half.
Well, they've been clinical, fantastically clinical. That's what we talked about at half-time. They've been inside the opposition's 22 twice. They've come away with a penalty and a try. Beautifully poised semi-final here as Stockport Grammar get us back underway.
So then we restart. And Stockport are the ones who are under pressure here, making a little bit of errors. And Muzuzu is the one who's pickpocketed the Stockport mistake.
Yeah, Rock wasn't formed, so he's not offside.
And he could be in here. Mundice, the big man. Good offload to Curtis Biddle into the 22. All CEVIC in this second half. Gold, Freeswell, Filson, dumped onto the floor. Mundice, 5 metres short. Nobody there, there's no scrum half there. So Stockport will be the ones who will have a chance to clear their lines, but it's been all CEVIC.
Great work there from Stockport, but look at the difference it's making for CEVIC as their big forwards are going running.
It's a loose kick, and it could be a chance here. Number 13, Jordan Lowe. Stockport at 6s and 7s currently.
Slow ball that'll really help Stockport.
Ricky Gold.
He's isolated.
Hedges. Ricky Gold is going to go to his left. Freeswell, inside pass to Shields.
His numbers
Gold,
left.
Freeswell, inside, number 7, Charlie Cannon. What a turnaround in the first 10 minutes of this bar semi-final. It was all Stockport. CEVIC have come to the party.
Oh, absolutely, CEVIC absolutely flying. Stockport Grammar at 1s and 2s. They recovered the ball from the kickoff, but then it was just absolute carnage. Backdoor offloads when there was no need. There was great work from Manash Muzuzu. He turned the ball over, and from there, CEVIC just had Stockport Grammar on the back foot the whole time. All of a sudden, we've got Mundice. He's got support runners. He's got people coming off him. Lovely inside ball there from the 10. I said in the first half that Freeswell, he looks really composed when he's on the ball. It was interesting, he had 3 men outside him. Instead, he chose the inside ball, first of all finding Joe Hedges. Second time, ignoring the 3 men inside him. Outside him, it was Charlie Cannon.
The conviction had been missed.
Charlie Cannon on the inside line just strolled in, really. Stockport Grammar at 1s and 2s. They were the composed team in the first half. It is CEVIC. They've come out a completely different team. All of a sudden, they can maintain the ball. They are supporting the big runners, and they've got Harrison Friswell. He's missed the last 2 kicks, but what he's doing in open play, it's like things slow down around him. He can spot the pass, and he is absolutely making things happen. What a turnaround here. CEVIC have scored 2 tries in the second half, and now they lead 19-16.
Indeed they did. And I just noticed, by the way, as David was just going through that little chat, I was just seeing at the corner of my eye that Stockport Grammar were getting the riot act read to them by the coaching staff in the corner. That's why this kickoff was delayed by about a minute or so. They're really on the back foot here. O'Mahony. Ray. O'Mahony. How do Stockport respond? James Goboy. Mark Ray.
Seen Will Travis for Stockport has gone off injured. I'll keep my eye out for the substitution there.
But here come Stockport, and a good tackle that was as well by Ricky Gold. He's been everywhere the lap.
Oh yeah, really energetic scrum half. That's what you need, and I suppose that's what you have to be a good scrum half. Very often physically a lot smaller than other players on the pitch, but certainly not heart and guts wise. He has been absolutely everywhere as the CEVIC 9.
Yes, Will Travis is getting some treatments on the sidelines we've just spotted. Hopefully he's going to be okay. But a delicious first semi-final we have here at the Allianz Park on this Saturday afternoon. Finley McIntyre now for Civic with the line-out. Goes long. Picked up by Chris Shields. Goes to the little darting run himself. And how's the Stockport defence? Tom Power looking to try and seal it for Stockport. Lewis Johnston up to halfway. Gold. Freeswell sells the dummy. Goes deep. Muzuzu beats one man, beats a second, gets past the referee. Doesn't get past Mark Ray. Ricky Gold, Freeswell, good inside pass to Chris Shields. More yards gained. Stockport with the man down. Freeswell finds the gap into the 22. He's away. He's over the post. What a turnaround this is!
Oh, magic stuff from the Civic outside half, and it is all the team from Essex at the moment. Harrison Freeswell has absolutely got this game on a piece of string. First of all, it was finding the man for the first try on the outside. Then it was the inside ball for the second try. Then he spots a huge gap and he goes himself. There's no fullback at home, and Harrison Freeswell takes the game even further away from Stockport Grammar. Glorious play from the Ginger outside half.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. You mentioned no fullback because he was getting treatment on the floor, I believe. He was the player down injured. I think it was Tom O'Mahony. He was the player down getting treatment at the time. So they were one man short during that attack. So the gap was there, the gap was open, taking advantage of it, and this, all of a sudden, from being 10 points down 20 minutes ago, this to go 10 points ahead.
When there's a player down, you've got to communicate, particularly when you're defending. When you're at ones and twos defensively, really, as Freeswell kicks the conversion. He's having an absolutely glorious second half.
Well, 16 points to Stockport Grammar. Civic 26 points to 16 ahead. What's been the turnaround here, David? It's surprised you.
It certainly has. We saw that they had it in them from the very beginning. They just needed a little bit of organisation. What Harrison Freeswell has done is injected that organisation. He's really orchestrating things from outside half. As well as that, Mundicha has all of a sudden got the support that he needs. He looks more like a back rower than a prop. Great stuff from Civic College.
10 points to the good. They are. That's the lead. Mundicha, the big man. Takes a couple of men to take him down. He's the one creating the space and creating the gaps at the moment. He's found a new lease of life in this second half. Ricky Gold, Freeswell, loose pass, knock on, chance here for Stockport.
Well, he was looking to release Filson. He fizzed the pass just in front of him. Unfortunately, the right winger was just a little bit flat-footed and wasn't able to explode onto that one. But real confidence running through the Civic College ranks at the moment. Look at the difference in a player like Mundicha when, you know, he's able to play the game that suits him. Take the first contact. It's 2 or 3 guys that are handling him. He's so big and so powerful. He's able to free the hands and get the ball away. An absolute nightmare to defend against.
A penalty has been given here for Stockport. I think that was by communication from the touch judge. Got a player down as well.
What they need is a bit of territory and a little bit of composure, because it's 20 unanswered points now for Civic, and that is that's a long way back.
Just going to play it down, receiving a little bit of treatment here on the sidelines. Because it's a chance to catch breath, David, doesn't it? It's been relentless. It's basically, pardon the pun, but it has been the only way as Essex for the last 20 minutes, hasn't it?
I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming. Credit to CEVIC though. When you're in a semi-final like this, a big game at a top ground, you know, you think about the professionals and the top players who played on this ground. It comes with a lot of pressure, particularly for teams that aren't used to getting this far in top competitions. Interestingly, with CEVIC, it's kind of a real community club. They all work together as an academy. A lot of the coaching staff, they all play for the same club, Southend, in the national leagues. Everyone kind of knows each other. There's a lot of expectation on the players, on the coaches, and they've got a great group of athletes here. What often happens with a great group of athletes, you've got to teach them how to play as a team and how to be a unit. Now, they weren't necessarily doing that in the first half, but they are doing it in the second half, and it's paying dividends.
A couple of changes, it looks like it's being made, and I'm seeing Carl Clapperton running back onto the field. So there used to be a restart with a Stockport penalty. Sam Clark, the player receiving the treatment, and he's now gone off the field. Carl Clapperton coming back on. So, line out inside the CEVIC 22, deep inside it will be as well. They've got to get something from this Stockport, haven't they?
Well, they've been clinical inside the 22, and this is only the second time they've been there in the second half. They got a penalty last time.
James Travis with it.
Stolen again from CEVIC.
Jamie Collins, the man who stole it.
Their set piece has been absolutely flawless in this second half. They've stolen the line-out, they've won the penalty.
And Stockport don't know what's hitting right now. They've been hit by a CEVIC train.
Absolutely, and all CEVIC have done with the last couple of line-outs in that defensive position for them, they've just thrown a man up high at the front of the line-out. Surely Stockport should be able to read a tactic like that. But CEVIC, everything's coming off for them at the moment. They're winning the line-outs, they're winning the scrums, they're finding yards. Their hard work is really paying off.
McIntyre. Collected by Shields. Goal with the box kick. Down the throats of O'Mahony. Here comes the Stockport counter-attack. Beats one man and another. It's a loose pass. Ball went backwards, says the referee. The Stockport still have it. But it's a bit loose and free at the minute. Clapperton. Ray. Jones. Stockport into the Civic half. Ray. George Chatterton. Ray again. Ned Barlow up to the 22. This is better from Stockport. Ray. Jones. Jones again. Ray. Clapperton. Tackle by Muzuzi. Ray surveys his options and uses James Travis. Ray. Jones. O'Mahony. Back to Mark Ray. He spots a little bit of a gap. How's the offload? It's pretty decent to Carl Clapperton. Up to the 22. Patient rugby this from Stockport. Ray. O'Mahony. James Gilboy, the first try scorer. Mark Ray. Lewis Jones. Bit of a gap open on the left-hand side. A chance for a little bit of a high tackle. Surely a penalty. And that could be a yellow card.
Has to be some decision from the referee there.
That was a very, very high tackle there, and it would not surprise me The penalty's already been given, but it would not surprise me if there's some discipline here to come from
Let's
this.
have a bit of a look at the replay. It was good, patient rugby from Stockport. They'd sucked CEVIC in. In my opinion, the ball went wide a little bit quick there. Big ask for the left winger, but Amos Filson has got himself in all kinds of trouble there. There was no need for it either, because he was there in time. All he had to do was usher him into touch. He's gone in with a big swinging arm there.
Well, not, in all fairness, if from my watching wrestling as a child, I think they call it a clothesline, don't they?
Yeah, it's certainly not far off.
It would not surprise me if this is a yellow card. Yes, and absolutely did not surprise me whatsoever. Amos Filson spends 10 minutes in the bin, and they'll be down to 14. Justified?
Well, hero to villain, because of course he scored the try that started the comeback, but no real excuse for that.
Stockport on the attack. They're coming forward, just short of the posts. Ray. O'Mahony.
Stockport have to keep their heads here.
They got the try. They got the try, O'Mahony. He crawled over the line. And now a 10-point game goes to 5. And a relatively simple score to make a 3-point game with 10 minutes to go. Toss up a coin now.
Oh, absolutely. CEVIC have absolutely committed suicide there. They've had such a good second half so far. You know, everything has gone right for them, but that is a moment of madness from Amos Filson. I've got no idea what he was thinking. There was just no need.
Justified yellow card.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No more than that. I don't think it was worth a red card. But when everything's going CEVIC's way, it's the first time that Stockport have really showed any kind of discipline, any of the things that we spoke about at half-time as the conversion goes over there. All of a sudden, they're in a real ball game here when all they had to do was keep their heads and they were out of sight.
This is the try. Tom O'Mahony does well here. Just crawls over on the reach, gets over the line. Good try.
It was a good try. I mean, again, that's a bad mistake from CEVIC. They kind of released him from the tackle. All he had to do was reach out and dob the ball down. There were 3 CEVIC players appealing with the referee there for some sort of double movement. Definitely wasn't a double movement. He just reached out and plonked the ball down. But instead of appealing to the referee, make the tackle. You know, it's dead simple. After 20 or so brilliant minutes of rugby from CEVIC, that is 3 or 4 minutes of absolute, well, rubbish, really. Those are the sorts of mistakes that really...
harsh of a word, but if that's the word that you want to use to describe it, has it been?
Well, it was a poor high tackle, and then they switched off defensively. It's cost them a player in the sin bin and 7 points. So I don't know what other word to use to describe it, really. Let's see how they respond.
Well, David's taking no prisoners. 10 minutes to go. And all of a sudden, CEVIC are in here. There's going to be a chance here for Curtis Biddle. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, CEVIC are really on the ascendancy with 10 minutes to go. They're down a man, just to remind you as well. Stockport are the ones who have fallen asleep. And here comes the drive over. Held up. 5-metre scrum. But all of a sudden, out of nowhere, CEVIC are on the ascendancy.
This is brilliant cup rugby. This is exactly what we were hoping for today. Teams absolutely going at it hammer and tongs. CEVIC should try and use this now, use this as a way of getting over the line, not just in terms of the try line, but getting over the line and winning this match, because they know that they've played some fantastic rugby in this second half. A couple of moments where they've switched off and moments of madness have cost them a try and a yellow card, but this is a scrum in a brilliant position for them, particularly the way their scrum's been dominated.
3-point game, important scrum now, this for Stockport Grammar. We do have the one-man advantage. Ricky Gould with the put-in. Shields.
His number's right for CEVIC.
But it's slow ball though. Hedges sent back.
Still numbers.
Ricky Gould. Freeswell. Jordan Lowe is over. Where did that come from?
Oh, wow, he's just strolled through there. What a recovery from CEVIC, put under pressure, made mistakes inside their own 22, but that is glorious execution in the opponent's 22. As you rightly pointed out, they're a man down here. It's almost like getting someone carded really galvanizes them. That's a great ball from Freeswell. To be honest, I think Jordan Lowe didn't have to work particularly hard for that. He hit a decent line, but that's poor defense from Stockport. There were 2 tacklers there. He's burst through the pair of them, and that puts CEVIC firmly back in the driving seat.
Well, if this score conversion goes over from Harrison Freeswell, then they'll very much be in the driving seat. Eight-point gain. Still 10 points clear. Roughly 10 minutes to go. Just to remind you, we've had a couple of stoppages, and it's only an estimation on our clock in the corner, so there's still time here for Stockport Grammar. They do have that one-man advantage for another 6 minutes or so.
Interesting that CEVIC have scored 2 of their tries. It's a great strike.
Oh, superb.
That it's good. It's interesting that they've scored 2 of their tries when they've had a man in the sin bin. Absolutely defying convention of the team from Benfleet. But as it stands, they are marching on to Twickenham.
Does Stockport have anything left? 10 points to the deficit. They have a one-man advantage, but the time is now their second enemy as well as their opposition. Deep kick, deep into territory. And CEVIC are away. Nice little pass here. This is run in rugby. This could be the coup de grace. Jordan Lowe. And as David mentioned, I think they only need 14 men, this team. It seems to galvanise them to play better. Shields. Ricky Gould spots a little bit of a gap. Will Weston. Ricky Gould, Freeswell, Mundicha, Gould, tackled by O'Mahony. Matt Bevan, Biddle. Mundicha lost half his shirt, but he's doing well on this. There was a good chance there for Mitch Webb. There was 1 or 2 players over on the right-hand side. Decides to go himself. But CEVIC will like it here. Another score will put this game to bed. Freeswell out wide. This is the big man, Morgan Thorne, and that's, David, is CEVIC off to Twickenham.
Oh, it must be Morgan Thorne there, the substitute. Loads and loads of space on that right-hand side. It was the same before. Well, he's actually down injured there. He's not particularly happy after grounding that one. But 38-23, well, that really does tell a story. CEVIC have come alive in this second half.
What's with the difference?
Discipline, execution. Maybe they were a little bit intimidated by the occasion. You know, we said right at the beginning of this match, both of these teams, they're from different circuits. They don't know a lot about each other. I think Stockport Grammar had a game plan in the beginning, and that was kind of what was giving them the impetus and the edge. But then I think CEVIC realised that they had nothing to be afraid of, that they had the athletes, they had the power, they had the players, and they had the skill. And they've just turned the screw and taken this game away from Stockport Grammar. Let's have another replay there. That's just the grounding of the ball. Stockport, they've committed numbers far too close to the breakdown in defensive positions. I mean, CEVIC have shown that they're going to throw the ball around. It was actually a scrappy pass that's gone to ground. So often in rugby we see that the pass that goes to ground unsettles the defence. Simple finish for Morgan Thorne. He's still down getting treatment, but he scored the try that's ultimately won the match for CEVIC College, because it's a long, long, long way back for Stockport Grammar.
So Civic looking good here to get to Twickenham. 15 points, but they've just been different classes in the second half, haven't they? They've gone from first gear to fifth.
Yeah, and there have been a few factors in that. I mean, the huge ball carrying of Mundicha, he's been absolutely phenomenal in this second half. That's meant that Freeswell has had time and space to execute everything that he's needed to. The kick's good.
It's a great kick.
He's really come into his own with his kicking game as well, his running game. He scored that magnificent individual try where he spotted the gap in midfield. And it's going to be a debut at Twickenham for Civic College.
23 points to 40. And actually Muzuzu has come back on the field for Morgan Thorne, who's still getting treatment. So a couple more minutes to go. And now it's Stockport just playing for pride. And it's been discipline, Dave, in the second half. That's been the difference.
Well, it's what it needed to be, really, as Filson is on the far side there. He's taken his position. They've been very disciplined in terms of their attacking execution. What they haven't been disciplined in is their actual discipline. You know, 2 yellow cards in the second half. They've got away with it today, but whether or not that'll be the case at the final in Twickenham in a couple of weeks remains to be seen. Oh, here comes a counter-attack.
Jordan Lowe, this to put the cherry on the proverbial cake. Matt Bevan driving forward, just a couple of feet away. Ricky Gold, Freeswell, and the few mistakes he's made, but it's going to be a penalty. Tap and go taken quickly. Ricky Gold, Freeswell, Muzuzu, he's over.
Well, he's only just come back onto the field of play. Massive celebrations there from Freeswell once the try was scored. This has been immaculate from Civic. Every time they've been inside the opposition's 22, they have come away with at least a penalty, often a try. It has been an absolute masterclass in schools rugby. 45-23. Did you see that coming at half-time?
Well, I'm just looking at the score. It was 13-6 at half-time to Stockport. They've put 39 points in this second half. They've been clinical.
Yeah, real power there for the try too, but it was another mistake from Stockport that gave the ball away in the middle of the park. For all the things that Civic have done well in the second half, Stockport, all the things that they did well in the first half, they've just really crumbled in the second half. As soon as the athletes from Civic, the power and the pace, have put any kind of pressure on, it's not a particularly good kick from Freeswell there.
No, that's probably one of the only few errors he's made this afternoon. But he still kicked, what, 15 points from his boot. 3 conversions and 3 penalties and a try tag to his name. So it's not about too much of a bad day at the office for Harrison Freeswell, the Civic number 10. 23-45, well, this is something unexpected. We didn't see in half-time. Only a few more minutes to go. So David, Civic will be going to Twickenham in the under-18s Vars semi-final. Who's been their man of the match?
That's a difficult decision. In the second half, there've been some people who've really struck me with their performances. Ricky Gold for the full Ricky Gould, the scrum half, for the full 70 minutes has been absolutely everywhere. Of course, Harrison Freeswell has really orchestrated proceedings, but my man of the match is the big number 3, Mundicha. His ball carrying has been phenomenal. He's really disrupted the opposition's defence. His offloads have been great. He's been a huge force in that destructive Civic scrum. I tell you what, I wouldn't fancy stopping him. He has been phenomenal today. The man of the match, number 3, Naji Mundicha.
Adi Mundicha, man of the match from my co-commentator David Rogers. He's done an excellent game as the number 3. Getting over that gain line, getting over getting Civic into the territory, and has been a catalyst hasn't he, to Civic this afternoon.
One of the things that's impressed me the most is the way his game changed in the second half. He took on a lot of ballers. That's a great chase from the man who had the yellow card, Filson. But in the first half, he was very isolated. He didn't let that stop him. He was still hungry to take the ball on. He wanted the collision. He wanted the contact. He wanted to make things happen. There's a bit of frustration boils over there, and that's the full-time whistle.
It's all over. It is all over. Civic are the first team who will grace the hallowed turf of Twickenham in 2.5 weeks' time. They've defeated Stockport Grammar School comprehensively in the end by 45 points to 23. An impressive display, Dave.
Oh, absolute elation. I mean, look at it. It's hugs. It's smiles. It's even a backflip there from the number 11, Lewis Johnston. Just imagine what's going through those boys' heads now. They know they get to run out of Twickenham in a few weeks. By contrast, Stockport Grammar gave it everything but couldn't quite get over the line. As for Civic, what an impressive outfit. Great performance from them. They did not threaten the Stockport Grammar try line at all in the first half. It looked as though Stockport, particularly with the man advantage, could have just seen this game out, but Civic had absolutely none of it. Phenomenal ball carrying. Great organisation from Gould and Friswell, the half-back partnership. And a fully deserved win. Some great tries in there too, all sorts of tries. Tries from forward work, tries from maintaining possession and going through the motions, counter-attack tries, and in the end, over 40 points. Nearly 40 scored in the second half. They're going to take some stopping in the Vars final on the 25th.
Indeed, you know, and it's something that they took their time getting through the gears, didn't they? You know, they were stuck in neutral for the first 20 minutes, it must be said. And it wasn't until Chris Shields found the bin,
yeah,
all of a sudden they seemed to wake up.
Well, it was almost as though that was the catalyst that they needed. I mean, Shields, he just disrupted a line-out and got them some possession there as well, as we see a great show of sportsmanship there, clapping each other off the field. This is the first try.
This is the second,
try.
This is Michael Sidebottom. This was to put Stockport Grammar, I think it was 16-6 up at the time.
Well, this is why Stockport were favourites going into the second half, because they showed that they could score tries from anywhere. I mean, Summer Jones's kicking in attacking positions was absolutely fantastic. All of the players were on a wavelength with him, and it looked for all the world like they were going to disappear in the second half. This is the first try. That was Amos Filson there, powering over in the corner, following a great offload from, well, it was from the 9 in the end. 8 and 9, Shields and Gould linking up really well. It was Filson who scored the first try. We noticed in the first half that he was going to be a real threat. That's a lovely inside ball there for the second try. Friswell worked his forward pack around really well in the second half. It was in fact 2 inside passes, and when the ball does go over the try line, take a look at his celebration. You can see how much it means to the Civic College number 10. Real good graph on the back row. Interesting as well, it was a real sort of characteristic of the second half. Stockport were never really able to impose themselves at the breakdown. You saw there, as soon as the tackle was made on the 6, Hedges, there was just no one committed from Stockport Grammar to try and turn the ball over. That's the try there from Friswell. Really the crowning glory on what was a great individual performance from him. Just spotted the gap there, breezed inside the Stockport Grammar substitute, Adam North, and from then, with no full-back at home, it was a great finish.
You gave Nadia Mundici the man of the match, but if there was a runners-up medal, you would have given it to Friswell.
Yeah, I think the obvious choice is always the outside half, particularly when he has a game like that. He scored a great try, kicked lots of goals, but Mundici, for me, he was the difference, because he was just an absolute wrecking ball at times.
Tom O'Mahony got over the line there to make it a 3-point game, and then all of a sudden, Civic went down to 14 again.
Yep.
And they just went into another gear.
Well, O'Mahony deserved that try. He had a great personal performance. You know, he worked really hard for a fullback, and when the back line is going backwards, as Stockport often were in that match, it's often the fullback who's got to pick up the pieces. But from there, following Filson's yellow card, Civic just went up a gear again. It's a really strange sort of paradox. We're going down to 14 players, kicked them into overdrive, but once again, they moved the ball well from left to right. Stockport Grammar's defence kind of crumbled. Jordan Lowe there just kind of powered through. This was the final try. The substitute, Morgan Thorne, unfortunately, he was injured in finishing that, but he can kind of leave the field with his head held high, knowing that he contributed to what was a fantastic Civic College win. Again, space on the left-hand side of the Stockport defence. This is the final try. It was Muzuzu.
Muzuzu, yes.
He actually came on, he was substituted and then came back on following another injury. This time it was Civic powering over on the left-hand side, but more tries, more quality, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how they get on in the final.
Indeed, we shall. They're in Twickenham in 2.5 weeks' time. The final score on the first Vars semi-final was Stockport Grammar School 23, Civic College 45. So, the winners that Civic College will play will be the second semi-final between the King Edward VI ASTON School and CHURCHE'S College of Hampshire. They're getting their team photos and practicing on the pitch as we speak. Ed Tarleton's our pitchside reporter. He's just grabbing the microphone and just trying to grab a interview with the winning coach. So no doubt he will be absolutely thrilled. But a very impressive second half performance from Civic College here at the Allianz Park. And Ed Tarleton is with the Cevers College coach, and this is what they have to say. Let's see what he has to say.
Danny, you were down, but you were never out, and you're now on your way to Twickenham. How do you feel?
Yeah, delighted. The boys work so hard day in, day out. They make so much sacrifice in terms of the amount they train, to stay late after college. They give up holidays to train, and they're getting their just rewards, really. It's fully deserved, and you know, they're reaping the benefits of all the hard work.
Now, you got the first points on the board, you got the 3 points, but then Stockport came back to you with 2 quick tries. Did your strategy have to change at all after that happened?
It didn't change, we just didn't execute it as well as we should have early doors. We told them we wanted to feel our way into the game, getting big ball carriers in the game early, especially going into the wind. We thought it'd work to our advantage. We kept making silly errors, dropping the ball and putting ourselves under too much pressure. But second half, we composed ourselves and we were able to execute our original plan perfectly.
Now, obviously, you're on your way to Twickenham. You said in the build-up to this you had 2 great weeks of training. Will anything be changing, or will it be business as usual?
No, we don't change anything. We have our training days. We'll stick to them. The S&C coach is outstanding, so he'll keep doing what he's doing, and you know, we'll stick to our game plan. It's been working for us all year.
Well, a fantastic opening match. I'm sure you'll be sticking around to check out who your opposition will be on the 25th. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
So then, Civic College are the first team on their way to Twickenham in 2.5 weeks' time. They have defeated Stockport Grammar School by 23 points to 45. They'll play the winner of the second semi-final, King Edward VI ASTON School or CHURCHE'S College. That is coming up very shortly. King Edward VI Aston School in Birmingham against Church's College in Hampshire. The winner to go through to Twickenham to play CEVIC College of Essex in 2.5 weeks' time. We've seen a pulsating first semi-final. Dave Rogers alongside me. The second one, hopefully, just be pulsating. Just as pulsating.
Well, we've seen a turnaround, we've seen ups and downs, we've seen tries, we've seen yellow cards, and what these teams will have seen is their opposition in Twickenham in a couple of weeks' time. Whether that is a benefit or not remains to be seen, but they'll certainly know they're up against it. But first of all, they actually have to get over the final hurdle, which is to qualify for that final. We've got two teams here, again, from different circuits. They don't know an awful lot about each other. What we saw in the first match is that means we might see a little bit of trepidation to begin with, but in the end, they're going to open up. We've got a great pitch, great conditions, and hopefully another great rugby match to come.
Yes, absolutely. One of the warmest days of the year so far on here on March the 7th. About 15, 16 degrees here in North London. Nice cooling breeze from the south. And no doubt both these teams, King Edward VI Aston School and Church's College, will be savouring this moment, this semi-final, for the chance to get to Twickenham. This is the two 15s that will line up for this 1 o'clock kick-off here at the Allianz Park. King Edward VI Aston School, Joseph Morris, Matthew Grigg, Satvinder Sangar, Harakith Hare, Gobind Rai, George Minchin, Sheol Arkani, Alex Bennett, Zach Tyler, scrum half, Wally Chitness at fly half, Isaac Miller on the left wing, Thomas Williams, Miles Bean on the centres, Warren Davis on the right wing, Dwight Coulson, full-back, their coach by Mr. Terry Finn. And they've got a good crowd in them as well. Church's College of Hampshire, William Kay, number 1. Front row, that's hooker Stephen Younghusband, Harry Trousdale, 3. Second rowers of Harry Trawlings and James Hargreaves, Sam Bloomer, Joseph Faddle, 7. Number 8, Seb Herold. Scrum half is Jack Harper. Seb Head is the fly half at 10. Jordan Alexander, 11. Ben Norman, Zach Housden are the centres. Johnny Payne on the right wing. Charlie Thompson is the full-back, and their coach by Mr. Ben Seal. Good crowds have come down from Hampshire and from Birmingham for this semi-final. Just cheering as both other names are getting read out on the PA at the moment. The replacements: Baig, Marriott, Bancroft, Ahmed, Davidson, Flanagan and Lloyd for King Edward VI Aston School. And Church's College: Wood, Gray, Nichols, Vowdery, Hussle, Edmondson and Hanlon. Hanlon was a late change, in fact. So, David, your expectations for this semi-final? As we saw in the first semi-final, though, a little bit of nervousness, as it were, the first 10-15 minutes from both sides. We might expect to see the same here again, but we'll be hoping that one of the teams can try and get out the blocks and get through them gears early.
Well, that's Cup Rugby. Getting through the gears is an interesting thing there, because neither team really did in the first half of the first semi-final. But that is ancient history now. We've got two fresh teams. We've got a beautiful pitch here, great conditions. Eventually, the conditions did play in the last semi-final, because we saw some good running rugby. We saw lots of tries, and I think we could have the same here. Looking at the previous results and their routes to the semi-final, there have been big scores from both teams. We've got King Edward VI there. They had a walkover against Shire Oak in round 1, but then 58 points in round 2, 50 points in round 4, and they've also shown that in round 5 they can get over the line in a close encounter, because 12-10 against West Buckland, that was an absolute war, and they came out on the winning side.
Just looking at the amount of points that they've only conceded, 23 points over 4 matches. It's an impressive defence.
Oh, it certainly is. And again, on occasions like this, it's very often defence that trumps attack. So if you're confident in the man on your inside and the man on your outside, that they're going to make the tackles, that they're going to shout you over, and you know, in these 50-50 moments, if your defence can make the difference, then that can be what gets you over the line and into that final at Twickenham.
Church's College, this is their route to the Allianz Park here this afternoon. They played one more extra round compared to King Edward VI Aston School.
Again, they've not conceded an awful lot of points, and there are comparatives there. Big wins in the first couple of rounds, and then it gets a lot closer. That Cheadle-Hume match obviously sticks out, 25-21, similar to the 5th round where King Edward played West Buckland and they had a close win. So again, big wins, showing there that with a 47-0 win, with a 29-0 win, when they get ahead, they're not afraid to put the hammer down and really finish teams off. But I'm sure that's not going to be the case today in the semi-final.
No, a big prize awaits the winner, a place in the Vars final. Kicking off around about 2 o'clock on that Twickenham day in a couple of weeks' time. This kickoff is at the top of the hour, around 1 p.m. As I said, it should be an interesting tussle, this one as well. As you can see by Churcher's College there, Dave, they're not afraid to rack up the points either, especially in the first 2 matches with wins over Chesham School and Windsor Boys, 29-0, 47-0. They're averaging over 25 points a game, aren't they? And maybe into the low 30s if you add all them up in this cup competition. So we're not that team that we expect they might score a few tries.
Well, and you'd expect teams to score tries and score points on this pitch as well. It's a big pitch, it's a flat pitch, it's a fast pitch. So the backs and the ball carriers will be licking their lips today, because ultimately they'll want to score tries. I mean, if you're a young player and you score a try at Allianz Park, or you win a match at Allianz Park, that's a kind of memory that sticks with you for the rest of your life and the rest of your career. This is a huge occasion today in Schools Cup Rugby. We've already seen a team in SEEVIC College who've never been at this stage of the competition before getting to the final, which is at Twickenham, remember, and this is another opportunity for a team like that to really stamp their authority on a national stage.
So we're just moments away from the kick-off here at the Allianz Park. The second Vars semi-final of the under-18s, and then we've got 2 cup semi-finals to come at 3 o'clock and 5 o'clock, which should be 2 intriguing ties for the big prize of schools rugby. But this one is not too bad a prize either. The under-18s Vars, King Edward the 6th Aston School against Churcher's College, just moments away. The replacements already coming out onto the field.
And just below us as well, OUNDLE School are taking their place in the stands. They of course have their cup semi-final against BROMSGROVE later. That's an absolutely mouth-watering tie. But just looking at the lineups here, King Edward the 6th, that's a settled team. No changes between when the team was released earlier in the week and now. Churcher's College, they've made just the one change. Jordan Alexander didn't originally make the matchday squad, but he came in for Joseph Parks on the left wing. So that's one change, and of course those 2 changes that you mentioned before, Matt Edmondson and Ben Hanlon coming in on the bench at 21 and 22. So both pretty settled teams, just the one change in both starting 15s. If both teams are at 100%, then hopefully this will be an absolute cracker, just like the first semi.
Well, we can indeed cross our fingers and hope that we have a superb feast of rugby. The first course was pretty decent.
Certainly was.
Now we're moving on to the fish course. The starter was sublime. Let's see how the next course is.
In fairness, they do a great job here at Allianz Park as well. Real atmosphere building. Even though it's a sparsely populated stand, those little pockets of supporters do make a tremendous amount of noise in that main stand, and it'll make a big difference, and it'll really make an impression on the players as they make their way out. You've got to think this is very different to the kind of atmosphere they used to play in their matches in, particularly when the early rounds start in the winter. The pitches can be boggy, they can be wet, they can be cold. This is the complete antithesis. Conditions are firm and solid, and just as the players are going through their final preparations, everything is set for an absolute belter here.
You can see both teams in the distance there being held in the clubhouse here at the Allianz Park. Home of Saracens. And a couple of the schools, as Dave mentioned, OUNDLE School are already here. They're sitting in the stands watching, and there's a few of the Hardy supporters giving us a wave. They can see themselves on the big screen. Very good afternoon to you all. And there's a massive teddy bear who's taking up a seat. I hope he's paid for the ticket. Right in the centre of the screen there.
He's taking up 2 seats. David.
Yes, he is.
Well, here comes both sides. No more fooling around now. Down to business. Churches College. We've brought a good crowd with them. From Hampshire. Yes, Churches have brought a couple of bus loads here for this second semi-final. So then, Civic College of Essex await the winner.
Both teams in the huddle, final preparations.
King Edward, the 6th Aston School, the ones in your picture, in the hoops. Churches College will be in the white shirts. So then, both teams getting in their final little huddle. And the crowd really getting behind both their teams as we await the kickoff. Captain of Churches College, Sebastian Head, is the man who'll get this second semi-final underway. A bit of a nervous start. The ball has already found touch, and there will be a line out to Churches.
Yeah,
heavy start.
Nice flat kick-off. The receiver just overran it a little bit through his hands. We'll give him that one with the first kick-off of the match, but that won't do his nerves any good with what's at stake here today.
Stefan Younghusband is the hooker for Churches College. In his first test, he's passed with flying colours. Seb Heddle. Churches starting on the front foot. Will Kay. Zach Housden. Set back, Seb Head, William Kay. Ball knocked forward by James Hargreaves. And it will be a King Edward VI put in at the scrum.
Well, the knock-on from Hargreaves there, but real attacking intent from the off from Churches, showing that they're not scared to throw the ball around. Zach Housden there, great step from him. I think he's going to be a real threat to the King Edward's defence. Seb Head as well, the outside half, showing that he's not scared to change the direction of play when it's not on. And also good handling from the forwards, so Churches really filling us full of confidence here.
So the referee will reset that scrum. Be a free kick.
2 bites of the cherry there at the scrum. The referee not happy either time. Gave him the benefit of the doubt the first time round. The second time, free kick awarded.
Put up high into the air. Who wants it? Patient rugby. It's a bit of a nervous start for both these teams. Collected. Now a little bit of a dart and run cheered on by the crowd. So Churches come running. Good tackle. Number 7, Farrell. Into the 22. Harper. Churches on the front foot.
God, it's a good hit.
It's a great hit, and they've got the advantage coming from it as well, and they'll win the penalty.
It's Matthew Crigg, the hooker, an absolute thunderous hit there in the middle of the park. The advantage was already there for Churches, but a real sign of intent there from King Edward VI. Let's take a look at the replay there. It was good front foot ball from Churches, but oh, a huge hit there in the middle of the park. But the first opportunity to score and get the scoreboard rolling for Churches.
It's going to be their number 8 is going to be on kicking duty. Seb Heddle opens the scoring for Churches College. 3-0 they lead.
Well, the all-action back row captain, he's already taken a lot of ball on. He's also kicking the goals from number 8. Straightforward opportunity for him there.
So, first blood drawn by Churches College in this semi-final. Dulich and this will restart. That one's gone out on the fall from the kick-off. Bit of nervousness from King Edward VI Aston School.
Yeah, and as for Churches, it's been the exact opposite for them. Apart from the first kick-off that went over the second row and into touch, they've looked quite clinical. Big, strong ball carriers. Straight away with King Edward, we can see that they've got some ball carriers and some real athletes in the back line, but unless you can get your hands on the ball, that's not going to be of great benefit to you. Now, the referee wasn't happy with either of the last scrums. Let's see if we can make a little bit more from this one.
Free kick.
That's 2 from 2 free kicks now.
Harper.
Referee giving Churches the benefit of the scrum at the moment.
Young Hosbert. Harper. Ball goes into touch.
Good hands from the hooker there in the back line, you know, in at second receiver. I'm not sure if it was the plan, but he recovered well. Good spinning pass off the left hand. It was Seb Herald then who went for the glorious offload. Didn't quite come off. You can see there the hooker in the scrum cap. It was a good pass to his number 8. He had the right winger Johnny Payne outside him, but couldn't really find him with the pass. And from the line out, that's not straight. That's another mistake. And the ball will be back with Churches.
Yes, King William Aston School just a little bit, King Edward Aston School, to beg your pardon, just a little bit nervous to start this semi-final. Understandable though, it's a big game.
It certainly is. Another scrum. We've had 2 free kicks to Churches so far.
Will it be third time a charm? Church has been the ones on the front foot from the off, and they could be really get their just desserts here and their just rewards. Charlie Thompson for the corner. He's gone it into touch. He landed in touch. That's a superb tackle by Warren Davis.
Wonderful cover tackle, Warren Davis. That's the first time we've seen the Churchers backline unleashed. It was great handling, good dummy runs. The King Edward Aston defence not entirely sure what to do. In the end, it was a flat-out foot race for the corner. He dabbed the ball down, but what a covering tackle. We are still tryless in this match, and now a big defensive moment for King Edward.
Matthew Grigg, the hooker. Clear downfield. Who wants it? A bit of a handling header there from Jordan Alexander. Charlie Thompson collects the pickup. Good offload to James Hargreaves. Dumped. Tackle. Referee thought it was a good one as well. Jack Harper tries to beat Gobing Rai. Doesn't do so. Offloads it to Stephen Younghusband. Another good offload to William Kay. Harry Rawlins. He's been dumped out, but there's a knock-on advantage. And it will be King Edward with the put-in.
Silky hands there from Churchers, some lovely backdoor offloads, but I'll tell you something, King Edward VI have put some absolutely thundering hits in so far. We've had big right shoulders, we've had dump tackles too. They're spending a lot of time defending at the moment, but they're doing a pretty good job of it, whether it's shoulder to shoulder in the middle of the park or that great covering tackle from Warren Davis, the winger. First time we'll see King Edward with an attacking scrum.
Good scrum from King Edward.
Oh, wasted.
Into midfield. Harper. Sebastian Head. A little bit of a low kick. Puts it under a little bit of pressure for Dwight Wilson. It turns into a football match instead of a rugby game.
Yeah, clever kick there. There wasn't really anything on for the outside half, so he's just gone for territory, grubbed it through. Put Dwight Wilson under a lot of pressure with the bounce of the ball. In the end, the ball scrambled into touch, and another great attacking position deep inside the 22 from Churchers.
Stephen Younghusband goes short. Head. We're in rugby, that's Charlie Thompson. Jordan Alexander. Tackle there by Warren Davis. Thompson. A little bit of a gap opening up for Seb Head. Try time.
Oh, wonderful feet from the outside half. Just drifted and drifted and drifted. Sold the dummy, got inside one. Then it is an absolute nightmare for the fullback with the covering tackle. Seb Head, first try of the match. Beautifully done. It was Zach Tyler who he beat in the end, but Tyler really had no chance. All the momentum with the Churchers outside half. He's had a great start to the match and he extends the lead.
So then, the captain playing a good innings in the first 10 minutes of this semi-final. 8-0 the score. This to add the extras. Nearly averaging a point a minute at the moment. But that one, a little bit of a gimme, but missed. So 8-0 to Churchers, 11 minutes down.
Well, that's a little bit of a let-off in the end, because that was a free 2 points after some lovely footwork from Seb Head. And Seb Herald, the number 8, misses the kick.
8-0. And again, another poor kick-off there from King Edward.
Well, they're pushing the self-destruct button at the moment. They're inviting pressure on themselves. They couldn't clear the lines, which is what led to the try, albeit that moment of individual brilliance from Seb Head. But that's 2 kickoffs straight out. You just can't gift the ball back to your opposition like that, especially when they've shown that they'll run the ball from pretty much anywhere and they're not scared to offload. King Edward VI making life very difficult for themselves at the moment.
Jack Harper with the put-in, with the scrum on the halfway line. Picked up by Seb Heddle. Harper. Picked up by Harry Rawlings. Pick it there from Sam Bloomer. Harper. A little bit of juggling act there for Seb Head, the captain. So much so, a little bit too much for our referee.
Yeah, obstruction in the midfield there. Bit of a loose pass. It was well gathered by Seb Head, but there was a dummy runner that he ran through. No choice really there for the referee.
And it will be King Edward VI School to have the put-in at the scrum.
More good collisions in midfield. This is going to be a real physical battle as we approach the 15-minute mark.
Up they come. Referee not too happy with the front row.
King Edward not really been able to impose themselves in this game yet. They have done a little bit in defence, but in terms of attack, they've just not been able to recycle the ball. They've not been able to get any real periods of territorial possession. They'll be hoping that this scrum will be a bit different, but that's a decent scrum from CHURCHER'S, well held in the end by King Edward.
A loose pass, and the ball was knocked forward, in fact, so King Edward VI after school. I think they're still stuck on the M40 at the minute.
Yeah, discipline costing them right now. No real composure. I think that's the key. Just a replay off the base of the scrum. The scrum held well. That's a bad pass straight through. Not sure who it was for, whether it was for Bean or Davis. Didn't find either.
Harper with the put-in. Harold collects. Seb Head. Offloads to Johnny Payne. Who goes to ground. Harper. Good tackle there from Alex Bennett. Younghusband tries to sell the dummy. Does well. Johnny Payne. Ball is out. And loose. It's still in CHURCHE'S College hands though. The referee spotted the knock on, and it will be another put-in.
Yeah, it's gone a little bit scrappy the last couple of minutes, which will suit King Edward really, because they needed the pace of the game to slow down. CHURCHE'S were putting them under a tremendous amount of pressure. What I've been impressed with so far with CHURCHE'S though is they're keen to spread the ball. They're keen to find the initial contact, keen to offload and kind of make it work from there really. As for King Edward, they've got another opportunity now from the scrum. Plenty of width on it too. They've got plenty of pace and power in the back line, but it's getting the ball there at the moment that's proving the problem.
16 minutes down. CHURCHE'S College lead by 8 points to 0. Long way to go as we see all in the first semi-final. What was indeed a tale of two halves. King Edward School out wide again. It's there a couple of handling errors from King Edward in this first quarter of the game. Doesn't cost them on this occasion. But good defence from CHURCHE'S, and they win the putting.
Yeah, great counter-ruck in there from CHURCHE'S. It was all a bit slow from King Edward. That's twice now. Miles Bean just doesn't seem to put himself in a position to catch the ball. That's twice it just seems to have missed his hands or gone through his hands as the substitutions being made for CHURCHE'S there.
Yeah, number 20 coming on, Emil Russell, I do beg your pardon. Harper will have the put-in at the scrum as number 14, Johnny Payne, goes off. Free kick. This time goes King Edward's way.
referee showing that he's not going to take any nonsense in the scrum. That's free kicks that have gone both ways now. The scrum's quite evenly matched, actually. No one really getting on top. And once again, they go for this peculiar up and under technique.
Harper, young husband. Zach Housden, good offload, it was indeed. To Emil Hussel. Young husband, Joseph Farrell. Stefan Younghusband goes himself. Good offload to Sam Bloomer.
Oh, great tackle.
5 metres out, Church has been on the front foot, but King Edward win the penalty.
Well, King Edward, they have done really well, but fancy putting yourself under pressure like that. You've got the opportunity to clear into the opponent's 22, get some territory, but instead they go with that big up and under. That's a couple of times that's happened. That's a confusing one for me. What it did do was mean that Churchers once, oh, they just get away with it there from the penalty. But what it does mean is that Churchers straight away have got a full pitch to run at, and they've shown there just how deadly they can be in terms of getting the offload, spreading the ball from left to right. But another huge collision from King Edward there. Great defensive tackle. They win the penalty and clear the lines. Let's see what they can do from this line out.
8-0, the score. King Edward really trying to get into the game at the moment. They've been really put on the back foot so far by Church's College. But let's see what Dwight Wilson can do here.
Sort of galloped into the collision there.
Kick is blocked, but who collects it? It's gone Church's way. Chance for someone to counter-attack. Harper. Seb Head. Little low kick. Puts it under pressure. And it's on foot race. They're off and running. But it will be a 22 dropout.
Yeah, a bit too much on it there. Not smart play from Ollie Chitness there. He's tried to force the kick, and again it's just handed the ball back to Churchers in an attacking position. King Edward trying to get away with a sneaky one there over on the far side, but Warren Davis unable to collect, so I think we'll have a slightly more conventional 22 dropout. King Edward, they need a bit of a spark here. They can't really have that spark without the ball.
Collected by Jordan Alexander. Alexander goes to Farrell. Farrell, Harper. This is Head, the try scorer and captain. But he may have been turned over. He has been. Carney. Sangar. Chance here for King Edward to test the Church's defence, using their forwards. Box kick forward from Zach Tyler, down the throat of Charlie Thompson, but the referee has called it back for an earlier penalty, and it will be King Edward 6 Aston School with a penalty on the halfway line.
Yeah, a bit better there from King Edward. They kind of went through the phases, making yards and yards at a time, taking the sting out of Churchers, which is again what they needed to do. They need a little bit of a period of possession. They've not scored yet. We've got over 20 minutes on the clock, and not only have they not scored, they've not really looked like scoring. Finally, they've gone for the sensible decision from that penalty, Johnny, and they found the touch. As for Churchers, they just need to keep doing what they're doing, really. I mean, the counter-attacking play is absolutely fantastic. I mean, we're looking at King Edward VI, who are in a great position attacking-wise here, but we know that if they cough up the ball, Churchers can go the length of the field, and that'll be playing on both teams' minds.
Line out is stolen by Sam Bloomer. Harper. Box kick forward, but the referee spotted a earlier knock-on, and it'll be a scrum on the Church at 22.
Yeah. Just a hand in there, just trying to steal the line out, which we saw in the previous match was a great defensive tactic. Why not put your defence under no pressure whatsoever by stealing the line out? Nice platform here though for King Edward VI. Let's see if they can release some of those dangerous backs.
Yeah, good.
The back's lying very, very deep here.
Tyler with the putting at the scrum. Good scrum it was from Churchers. puts King Edward's under pressure. How do they go on here? Long loose pass. Wilson. Davis. Bean, I beg your pardon. Morris. Tyler. Chitness.
King Edward very narrow on that attack.
Tyler goes to his right this time. Uses Morris. Hey. Tyler. Chitness. Good offload to Isaac Miller.
No organisation in the back line here for King Edward's at all.
Tyler. Rye. Bit of a loose pass, but still in Hare's hands.
Have a look, there's no one to the left of the ruck here for King Edward's school.
Yeah, very narrow at the moment. Chitness. Miles Bean goes on one player and another. One man to beat. Goes to the corner. What a try!
What absolutely majestic skill from Miles Bean. We saw in the very first minute that his footwork was absolutely incredible. He's dropped a couple of balls in the midfield, but he has shown there why he is an absolutely lethal finisher, the King Edward VI outside centre. There was no room outside the man there. He sold the one man, then similar to the first try, it was a one-on-one. The defender may as well have sat down. He had absolutely no chance there. What a finish from Miles Bean. Let's take another look at this. He receives the ball just outside the 22, stands at the defender, gets past one, dummies the offload. It's the left winger for Churchers there, Jordan Alexander, the man who came in as a final replacement just before kick-off. Miles Bean there beats three men and scores a superb try in the right corner, and his team are right back in this now, 5-8.
Indeed it was a superb try there from Miles Bean. And Ollie Chitness will look to add the extras.
Rob, yeah, nice to meet you. Front row. When is your guys around? We'll do very simple. We're going to get our photo about that.
Not his best attempt. Still a 3-point game. 10 minutes to go in this first half.
Well, that's the first time we've seen King Edward VI really attacking there. The Miles Bean, absolutely mesmerising footwork from the outside centre. All of a sudden that changes things for Churchers College, because that's the first time they've really been shaken. And they'll know now for the rest of this match, they cannot give Miles Bean an inch. Oh, that's a mistake.
That is a mistake there from number 5, Goldwyn Rye.
There have been a couple of times with King Edward VI that they've just not got themselves in a position to catch the ball. Actually, Bean, who we've just been praising, has been a real sort of perpetrator. He's been really guilty of that twice. He's just got his hands and his body in the wrong shape. Now, we've just seen Goldwyn Rye do exactly the same. That was a straightforward catch that you'd expect your second row to gobble up. But he's put his hands above his head and it's kind of bounced off him.
And he's given away a scrum inside their own 22. Picked up by Sam Bloomer.
Straight in and out again from there.
Harper. Farrell. Ball knocked forward by Harry Rawlings. Butterfingers, you could say.
Unlucky from Farrell. He did the right thing there. He made the defence back off and back off. There was a man outside him, but he went for the inside pass, which can often be the most lethal because the defence aren't expecting it. Good hands from the 7. Perhaps the backdoor offload was a little bit low. It's a big ask to ask those tall second rowers to pick him up off their toes. Chance for King Edward VI to release the pressure.
Earlier not gone actually. This scrum has been given for, so Harper collects from his own scrum. Good tackle there by Chitness. A bit of a darting forward as well. Up looks to his left, goes left. Norman. 7 metres out. Church's School, and they continue to gain a few yards and they win the penalty.
Yeah, good pressure there from Churchers. It was a good defensive line from King Edward VI. I was looking for gaps. Again, they were defending quite narrow, similarly to the way they've been attacking. It's all been quite narrow. Obviously, they're relying on the pace of the wingers should the ball be spread wide. But Churchers, by contrast, have kept their discipline. They've won the penalty. And they keep this territory. They're in a great position here.
7 minutes to go in this first half. It's the U18's Vars semi-final. The referee not too happy, and it's penalty to King Edward's, who will have the chance to clear.
Opportunity gone begging there for Churchers. You could see what they were trying to do. They were trying to execute the catch and drive, but the referee not happy with the way they did it. So the decision goes King Edward VI's way.
Chitness fails to find touch.
That's really let them down so far.
Harper. Thompson. Ben Norman into a little bit of space. Ball may have been turned over though, and in fact it was knocked forward, and King Edwards will have to put in 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, King Edward VI, particularly from the boot of Chitness, he should be relieving the pressure, but what he's actually doing is putting them under pressure. It's not necessarily about making as many metres up the field as you can from these penalties. You've just got to find touch. There have been a couple of opportunities gone absolutely begging for him. I mean, that was a bad miss there. He's just not striking the ball well at all. We saw that conversion attempt that wasn't a particularly clean hit. In these situations, it's really, really important that you've got a reliable kicker, and at the moment, King Edward don't have that.
Pass. Tyler. Joe Morris. Tyler trying to fish it out, and does so. Chitness. Good kick.
Yeah, see, now that's a half-decent kick over the top, finding touch off his left foot, but he's kicked the penalty off his right and missed touch. I'm a little bit confused. I'm going to have to keep my eye on that one.
Around 5 minutes to go. Just to remind you, our clock in the corner is just an approximation. We go on the referee's whistle. Stefan Younghusband with the line out. Picked up by Alex Bennett. Tyler. Morris. Thrown into touch.
Yeah, a little bit too clever there from King Edward VI. Going back to Ollie Chitness though, following the missed touch with the penalty, that is a good recovery from him. It's really important that, particularly with outside halves, when they do make a mistake, they see so much ball, it's just important that they can kind of put that to one side and get on with the game. So credit to Ollie Chitness there. As for the handling, just a little bit too much too soon for King Edwards. The ball's gone forward and it's back in the hands of Jack Harper.
Harper with the put in at the scrum. On his own 10-metre line. Harper. Best pass in the world. Little chip forward. Puts the King Edward backs under pressure. Here's their counter-attack. Dwight Wilson. Tyler. Best pass in the world, and it's again King Edward's under pressure. Isaac Miller down to the ground, and it will be a penalty to Churchers. Good stuff from them.
Yeah, nice little chip through from Seb Head there. Dwight Wilson, he recovered well, but then he kind of runs the ball into trouble because he's got to find the contact, but he's got no support. No support whatsoever. Then it's from there on, it's slow ball for King Edward. Churchers, they've got time to apply the pressure, so King Edwards, you know, they're getting the ball, they're going backwards. Churchers push, 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 force the penalty, and once again they find themselves inside the King Edwards 22.
2.5 minutes to go. Younghusband. collected by Sam Bloomer. Young Husband also collects as well. Good pass to Seb Herald, the try scorer for Churches. Harper. Stefan Young Husband, he's there again. He's everywhere, the lad. Harper. Seb Herald. Advantage to be played. Harper. Five metres out at Churches. Harper looking for options, but they'll come back for an earlier penalty. Tap and go taken quickly. Harper. The referee's called it back straight away. Not from the original position, and the coach at the sideline is signalling to the captain, go for points.
Yeah, I think that's the sensible option there, but they've gone quick again.
They're going quick again though. Harper. Young Husband. He's going himself. He's a metre. He's inches short. Under the post. Being called to go left. They're shouting going left. They're going to go for the drive themselves. About 6 inches short. But the drive there under the post.
Well, they're vindicated with that decision in the end.
Max Wood, the scorer.
I think had they not scored that try, then the coach would have gone absolutely crazy at half-time. It was a brilliant opportunity to just keep the scoreboard ticking over just before the half-time whistle goes. But as many good scrum halves do, Jack Harper was just desperate to go quickly just to get the ball moving. They surged towards the post. King Edward VI, they are on the back foot. You can see them huddling under the sticks there. A terrible time to concede a try, but it has been coming. Churches have had some great territory throughout the match. This time, Herald does convert from underneath the sticks.
And that will be half-time. 15 points to 5. 15 points to 5, Dave, is the last try talking street.
Well, it was great work. What they had there was forwards attacking the line at pace. First it was Seb Herald, then it was Stefan Younghusband. As you rightfully pointed out, he was absolutely everywhere in that first half. One of those hookers that plays more like a flanker, just happy to make tackles, carry the ball. At this point, Churches had to be patient. It was crude work by the forwards. 6 and 7 there, Bloomer and Farrell working together. And they've got to be patient because the try line is so close, but it's so far away too. Just one mistake, one error, one collision, one, error in handling, the ball gets dropped and all that hard work goes to nothing. So credit to Churches, they kept their discipline there. King Edward need to tighten things up. They need to show more discipline. The only time they've really been inside the opposition's 22, they've managed to score. They've got great talent in the back line, but at the moment it is the discipline and industry of the Churches pack that's making the difference.
Half-time score here at the Allianz Park in this second under-18s VAR semi-final. It's King Edward VI Aston School 5, Churches College 15. So it's been an interesting first half. Much like the same semi-final that we had earlier in the first semi-final. That was a bit from a cagey, scrappy affair, wasn't it? That first semi-final. This one's been, well, it's mirror imaged it.
Yeah, absolutely. What King Edward VI will be hoping is that it mirror images it in so much that the team that's full of athletes, full of talent, not really able to execute their full potential at the moment, can click into gear in the second half, because that's what certainly happened in the first match, where Civic College all of a sudden exploded into life and eventually won the game.
Let's have a look at this first half. It's the tale of the first half so far. Churches are the ones who started on the front foot.
Yeah, Churches here. This is the first try. It was great footwork from Seb Head. The outside half got the ball at first receiver. It was actually Charlie Thompson filling in at scrum half. It was a lovely ball. Not much pressure on Head. You can see he almost slowed down to survey his options, wound up as if he was going to throw a big pass out off his left hand, but then spotted the gap, as all top quality 10s have the capability of doing. Saw that he was up against a forward there. It was the number 7 for King Edward, Kiani, not really covering his man, and he strolled in under the post. Now we see the moment of the match so far. It was Miles Bean scoring for King Edward. Got the ball just outside the 22, pretty straightforward. Stands up the first man there. It's that capability that top backs have. have, where they can just stop and start again. He gets round the fullback, Charlie Thompson, and then it was Jordan Alexander, a hapless attempt at a final cover tackle, and Miles Bean there. Incredible work from him to get his team back into it. This is the final try again. It was that real tough industry from the Churchers College pack. They've done a lot of work in the middle of the park, and they've been the difference between the two teams so far. I just want to have a look at the grounding on this one here to see who finally gets it.
I think it was Max Wood, actually. Max Wood was the one who got over in the end.
Yeah, it was Joseph Farrell there being helped on by Samuel Bloomer, but Max Wood showing great support, the substitute. After all that hard work, fitting that it was a forward that got the final hands on the ball. And then it was converted by the number 8 Herald for the half-time score. Great time to score from Churchers College just before half-time. Of course, as you pointed out, the coach was on the sidelines imploring for them to go for the sticks, but that that decision not to was vindicated in the end.
It was indeed. They lead King Edward the 6th Aston School. They trail, I should say, by 15 points to 5. Your thoughts on what the coaches will be saying at half-time? You know, King Edward the 6th Aston School, they've rarely got into the 22, much like Civic did in the previous game. When they dig into the 22, they were rattling up points like no bother.
Well, as we've seen, they've got backs. King Edward VI have got backs that can trouble any team. Real athletes, fast, strong, all of the qualities you want. However, unless they've got a forward pack that can maintain the ball, that can get some sort of momentum, then you know you could have all the greats. You could have Jonah Lomu and Ian Evans outside them. they wouldn't be able to do anything because they just simply haven't had the quality ball. What King Edward VI need to do, again, this is a word I'll use so many times today, is discipline. Go through the phases. They've not gone through the phases once. To be fair, Churchers haven't done it particularly well, but what they have done is offered support for the runners. Very rarely has a Churchers forward, or back for that matter, gone into the contact zone isolated. And we've seen plenty of carrying. Young Husband and Herald in particular. The second rowers, Rawlings and Hargreaves, they've been industrious too. King Edward have shown that they are a physical team. I mean, some of their tackling, some of their collisions have been absolutely monstrous. You know, they've put Churchers players down from all angles. They've picked them up, they've slammed them down. But it's not just those isolated incidents they need. It's the constant, ongoing structure. It's committing people to the breakdown. It's securing fast ball so that Zach Tyler can bring Chitness and the two centres into the game.
Interestingly enough, at this point in the first semi-final, you said first team to score will win.
Yeah.
You were vindicated with that decision. Do you agree with this one?
Well, I don't know whether they'll win, but I do feel that if Churchers get the first score following the half-time interval, then it'll be very, very difficult for King Edward, not just physically but psychologically, to overcome a 15-point scoreline.
We restart. One of these two teams are 35 minutes away from Twickenham to play Civic College in the Vars final. Another handling error, and it will be a knock-on to start this second half.
Well, Grigg there. First it was Gobin Ray in the first half. Then it's Matthew Grigg there. These are free catches. These are balls down the throat that you've got to be able to gather. That's a big mistake there from Grigg. They've really struggled from the restarts, actually. If you think about the ones that they've taken themselves, that they've put straight out, when they've had a restart kick to them, then they've dropped it. That's something they're going to have to tidy up in this second half.
The second half. It is one of these two teams. Twickenham awaits the winner. Thompson. A bit of a juggling act in midfield for Andy Trousdale, but he collects. Farrell. Good tackle there from Alex Bennett. And they win the penalty as well.
Good recovery there. Good pressure in the defence. You know, it's easy to let your head drop after a mistake. Sorry, excuse me there. It's easy to let your head drop after a mistake. That's a much better kick there.
There's a little bit of a breeze that's helping King Edward 6th Aston School in this second half. Just a tiny little breeze that's I think it's gone up a little, Dave, in the last hour or so. I'm just looking at the billboards behind one of the stands to our right, and they're flapping away. So they couldn't help King Edward 6th Aston School in this second half, but they've lost this line out. Father. Harper goes to his left-hand side. Back inside to Farrell. Loose pass. Was the knock-on. And a little bit of afters here. Between Harper.
I'll forgive him that, you know, it's a semi-final with Twickenham at stake. Just boiling over there. It's been a really physical battle, actually.
Harper and Head it was at the time, just having a little bit of afters.
Player down receiving a little bit of attention. Well, now, if that breeze has picked up, it'll be interesting to see if Ollie Chitnis can use it to his team's advantage, because one of the things they were really starved of in the first half is any kind of territory whatsoever. You know, Churchers have the lead, but you think about how much time they spent in that King Edward 22. Not always being as clinical as they'd have liked to, you know. They coughed up possession quite a few times when they had the ball in an attacking position, whether it be from a line out or a handling error.
Keep Audrey coming on the field for Churchers College. So it will be Zach Tyler with the put-in at the scrum. Referee not too happy with both the front rows. So he's going to give them their orders again. Tyler with the put-in. Miles Bean, sent back to whence he came.
Oh, they turned it over. That's great work from Churchers.
It is great work indeed, Sam Bloomer. Harper. Ball is lost though, and there's a little bit of a foot race going on here, and it could be an opportunity of being a rising here for number 10, Ollie Chitnis. One man to beat, and he's there as well. Let's come from nothing, but King Edward, the 6th Aston School, are back in the game.
Well, we spoke about Ollie Chitnis and whether he'd be able to use his boot to get his team back into it, but he's used his feet there. Isn't it amazing how quickly a game of rugby can turn around? 1 minute, we're talking about a huge hit and a turnover on Miles Bean, and then out of nowhere, there's a mistake from Churchers. Ollie Chitnis is the first to pounce, and that's a fantastic finish from the King Edward number 10. They had to get that score, and they did. That really, really changes things early in this second half. 10-15 with the conversion to come. Let's have another look at the finish there. It was a great step inside. Still had a lot of work to do, you know. The cover defence was good from Churchers, but he stayed strong, stayed focused, pinned his ears back for the line, and dobs it down. 10-15.
5-point game. And Chitnis will have the opportunity here to make it a 3-point game. Better effort this time around, but alas, flags don't go for the touch judges. It's still a 5-point game.
Well, could that be the catalyst? Let's have another look at that. It was a great gathering. Got outside the substitute. It was a bit of a weak tackle there from Charlie Thompson. Kind of swung an arm, and then 3 Churchers College defenders getting themselves in all kinds of trouble there as Chitnis strolls in.
Charlie Thompson with the restart for Churchers College. Now, does that try and put a bit of confidence into King Edward like it did to Civic College
of Essex in the first semi-final. Good take there from Ben Norman. He's finding his legs and gains the yards. How do Churches respond? They have an advantage to come, and they win the penalty. Tackle not rolling away.
Great work there from Norman. He was filling in at full-back, took the high ball well. Straight, direct running, making yards, made 15 yards at the blink of an eye there and won the penalty.
But is it going to get land in touch? It doesn't. So back it comes. It's loose in the air. Nobody under it, but it's still in Church's hands. Stephen Younghusband, tackled by Ollie Chitnis. Harper. And the gap opens up. And good defence there from King Edward School, and they will have the putting at the scrum.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. It was a big mistake there from the penalty. It was King Edward VI that were making those mistakes in the first half. Churches, they're criminally missing touch. Having just conceded the try, they've then conceded territory and now possession. The King Edward scrum just kind of getting the edge in this as well. They're a lot more equally matched than they were in the first semi-final.
Tyler with the punt into the scrum, picked up by Alex Bennett. Tyler, high pass to Joseph Morris. Ball's gone out loose again, and it's going to be a knock-on advantage here for Churches. And here they come. Trousdale. Max Wood, the second try scorer. Churches. Harper. Good blind pass. Churches over the game line, and they have an advantage. They will get the penalty.
Yeah, really good play again from Churches. What they're doing is they're getting quick ball. That's what anyone needs, whether you're releasing the backs or bringing the forwards into play. They're getting quick ball, and they're getting forwards timing their runs well and hitting the gain line. I mean, you've got lads here, even though this is under 18s, you've got kind of 100-kilo forwards here. You know, laws of physics, if they're carrying the ball at pace, they're going to be difficult to stop. They're turning the screw here, and they're forcing King Edward into making mistakes. And now an opportunity to keep the scoreboard ticking over and to take them over a score ahead.
This to go 8 points clear. Difficult penalty into the wind as well. The referee just pointing out it's a player that must do that and not one of the coaching staff. So this for an 8-point game. It's held up in the wind. It's held up in the wind, but it's over.
Well, a real indication of how the wind has picked up here, because that looked to be sailing through the uprights before almost hitting a wall. Very rare that you see someone coming out and holding the ball up with the finger these days as well.
18-10. Still a long way to go in this game.
Harold making up for that sitter that he missed in the first half there.
Chitnis at the restart. It's a low restart. Picked up by Ahmed. Box kick. Downfield. Who wants it? Warren Davis does. But he's lost it. And now a chance here for Emil Hossel. Churches getting through the gears. But calls the knock on. And King Edward will have a chance to clear their lines. But intense there from Churches College, and the dangers they can be on the counter-attack.
Yeah, King Edward's really got out of jail there. First of all, it was Warren Davis who dropped the ball, and then there's no real communication. Whose ball is it? You said who wants it in the commentary. The answer was no one. No one's really stamping their authority on it. Now, it was a box kick from Jack Harper. He will sense a weakness there. Do not be surprised if when they're on that side, then he just keeps pumping box kicks down Warren Davis's throat.
Zach Tyler with the put-in. Chitness finds a little gap, opening up. How's your leg, son? He's only got one man to beat. He's got a man with him as well. Oh, a forward pass as well. It was a forward pass by an absolute country mile.
Oh no, that's a huge mistake from Chitness. I mean, he's shown that he's got glorious feet. Sells the dummy. He had Miles Bean as a support runner. Bean didn't really give him an option. I mean, we'll see on the replay here. He sold the dummy. He's just got the fullback to beat. Bean needs to come inside here to give him an opportunity for the 2-on-1. If Bean steps off his right foot there and just makes his way inside the play, then all of a sudden they've got to try and they're right back into this game.
Could have Chitness got himself?
Well, it's a difficult one. I mean, yes, possibly. With hindsight, I bet he wishes he had.
Still an 8-point game. The referee not too happy with the front rows again, so he's going to give them more instructions.
God, that's a real chance.
It wasn't a great chance for them, and that would have really put the cat amongst the pigeons, as it were. 25 minutes to go.
Credit to Chitness, though. He is really growing in confidence in this match.
Kick downfield. Collected this time by Dwight Wilson. Two goes on one play and another. Hopping around on a sixpence. Is the King Edward fullback. Miles Bean. Penalty. King Edward. Taken quickly by Tyler. Chitness. Does he find the gap this time? Morris, big man, gained in the ground. Trying to open up. It's a loose pass though from Tyler. He'll be disappointed with that. And you could say, Dave, that the wind was a little bit of a factor with that one as well. You can see that one just drifting in the wind.
Yeah, that's not smart play there, because when the wind picks up, then you don't throw big passes like that. If we can see a replay of it at all, it's absolutely huge movement as we've got a bit of cup final cramp going now. It only seems to happen in the big matches, doesn't it? The semis and the finals, we've got a little bit of cramp there. But yeah, the ball thrown from right to left, not smart play, as I said, from King Edward. They put their players under a great deal of pressure, and they have the initiative back to Churcher's College. But this is a really, really evenly poised semi-final now. Yeah, here's the replay. Chitness again, bringing the big man into play. That's Joseph Morris. Huge figure there in the King Edward front row. Again, the ball's a little bit slower than the scrum half would like. But yeah, from there, he got the pass wrong. As you rightly pointed out, you could just see the movement. And a great attacking opportunity goes begging for King Edward. And remember, they're more than a converted score behind, so at some stage they're going to need to chip away at this Churcher's lead.
Need to into that deficit, yes. 8 points the difference. Still plenty of time though. 22 minutes or so as the crowd continues to stream in for the Cup semi-finals that are due to follow between UNDLE and BROMSGROVE. Looks like they've brought a couple of bus loads as they begin to take their seats in the stand.
Well, it's a glorious day to watch rugby. So that's a confirmation there that Max Wood, the try scorer, who actually came on as a substitute, is being replaced by William Kay wearing number 1.
Well, he's done a good job so far, Max Wood. Scoring that try to give Churchers this 8-point lead. So just had that stoppage in play. Time has been restarted by the referee, I believe. Just goes to make sure the Churchers number 7, Joseph Fowler's okay, so we can resume.
King Edward back 3. standing noticeably higher up the field than they would have in the first half, obviously expecting that wind to become a factor on the clearance kick. In fact, Warren Davis is almost stood in line with the outside half and the two centres.
Jack Harper with the put in and collects. Box kick. Just rightly mentioned, David is held up in the wind, and Dwight Wilson was the man right under it. Beats one man and another, gets caught with a couple more. The offload wasn't the best, but it's still in King Edward hands. Tyler Wilson, Morrison to beg your pardon. Zach Tyler, decent offload to Alex Bennett inside the 22. Tyler, Morris, on the left hand side, it's going to look like a chip forward to the corner.
Well, Joseph Morris really going through some work for King Edward VI now. They're huge number one. A nightmare to stop. That's not great play in that position though. Let's take another look at that kick.
Yeah, well, Alex Bennett did very well here, getting into the 22, and Zach Tyler I think just ran out of options there. He did have players to his left hand side and could have run a few more phases, but
the thing is he's looked up and nobody's making the run. They've stolen that line out though.
Stolen the line out though. Williams at wide beam. It's gone loose again for Isaac Miller. Still in King Edward VI school hands. Bean dances round, he's like Fred Astaire out there at the minute. He's pirouetted on a sixpence. Tyler. Morris. It takes a couple of them to get him down. You've got to commit men to tackling the big man, Morris.
6 that time.
Just short of the Church's 22. Thomas Williams. 3 points will do now. They'll look for 7 though. Good strength from Ollie Chitness. Tyler goes left this time. Rye. Patient rugby, and they get a penalty as their reward.
This is the first time we've seen King Edward VI do this, and we've wanted them to do it the whole time. They're going through the phases.
Options. Take the 3.
Yes. I think they'd be silly not to.
What are you saying?
Sorry, I was just saying that Zach Houston was down there, the 13 for Churches, but that's the first time we've really seen King Edward VI go through the motions, like proper phase play, not try the kind of Hail Mary, get it wide, get it in the hands of Miles Bean. Unless he's got space, you know, when you commit into play like that, it's an absolute waste. You want to find Miles Bean in space because he can finish. What they've done there is they've used their forwards. I mean, we hardly saw Joseph Morris in the first half. He's been on the field of play the entire time. Now he's going through work. He's committing defenders. As I said, 6 defenders last time. He burst a tackle of 2, and in the end it took 4 to get him down. But that's a chance got begging again. Ollie Chitness misses with the penalty, and the score stays the same.
Score remains the same. And another chance goes back in for Chitness, who will look back on this and think of an opportunity missed here. He could have tied this game up with the kicks he's missed.
Well, he's missed 8 points worth of kicks, which would have levelled things. 2 penalties and a conversion he's missed.
Ball bounces, nobody collects it. Instead, Sangar does. Morris again. He's been a bit of a beast in this second half. Ball lands in touch, but it was knocked forward before that, and it will be a Church's putt.
Yeah, Chris Bancroft, number 18, has just come on for King Edward VI. I understand the whole trying to tap it back for your team thing from the restart, but he could have claimed the catch there. He was under no pressure. I think both sets of coaches will look at the kick-off receive as something that they can really work on should they make it to the final. quick score here is really, really important. There's that cliche again.
Just mark that one off your bingo card. A little bit of a juggling act. It still remains, but a good tackle there from Ollie Chitnis. Stopping Churches in their track. Box kick, downfield, collected by Isaac Miller. And he's got a few moves as well, but dumped into touch.
First time we've really seen him. Interesting that Davis and Miller have swapped wings in the second half. We've got Davis now still wearing 14 but stood on the left wing, and Isaac Miller wearing 11 but stood on the right. Nifty footwork there from the King Edward man. Got outside a couple of defenders. There's another substitution here for Churches.
A little bit of confusion for us in the commentary box because he's wearing number 24. We're not, our numbers only go up to 22, so he's the.
Well, the stadium announcer has just said that 24 is Emil Hustle. There's a good scramble there from James Hargreaves. Ball goes into touch and it's back with Churches.
15 minutes or so to go in the second semi-final. Under 18's Vars. Penalty to Churches.
They've done well to win that because the King Edward scrum has just been getting on top in this second half. It's very even in the first half, but Churches there have dug deep and won the penalty. Seb Harold having to really drive the ball into touch there. I mean, in our commentary position, Johnny, we can't really feel the wind at all, but it's certainly a factor out there on the pitch.
Allianz Park, home of Saracens, home of these Cups semi-finals today and tomorrow. Great venue it is here in North London. Churches looking to drive forward into the King Edward 22. They come. Good opportunity, but an opportunity missed. But back it comes again. Knock-on advantage being played here for King Edward. Dwight Wilson. And they'll come back for that knock-on. It'll be a scrum on King Edward's own 22, but they will have the putt in.
Well, we could have had a try at either end there. Ben Norman again for Churches, pumping those legs and bursting through. He looked for the offload and nearly put it straight into the breadbasket of Warren Davis, who'd have been away untouched for the try that would have brought King Edward VI right back into it, but the ball went to ground. Then there was a series of errors. It got a little bit too scrappy, and the referee brings it for the original knock-on, which was off Churches.
Free kick given to King Edward. And they're off and running. Bennett.
Oh, good collision.
Bean. Lovely dancing moves he has. He does well. Tyler. Chitnis. Up to the halfway line they come. Bit of a high tackle there. Referee thought it was fair. Wilson up to halfway. Tyler. Chitnis. The big man. Morris. Like a tank driving through. Tyler. Chitnis. Looks to find a little bit of a gap himself.
He gave Alexander a little bit of afters on the floor then as well, did Chitnis.
Tyler. Wilson up to the 22, looking for the player. He finds Gobing right into 22. They come. Good counter-rucking from Churches, and it looks like they may have turned this over.
Good defence from Churches, great turnover. And once again, Davis is not comfortable under that high ball whatsoever.
But some in the crowd thought it was a knock-on. Alas, it wasn't. That one's going to go bounce out of play. And he'll go back to where it originally played. 10 minutes to go. Churches still lead by 8.
If I can bring it back a few phases there, Joseph Morris is going through so much work at the moment, the big number one. If I was Davis or Bean or any of those outside backs, I would just be hanging off him, looking for the offload. I mean, he's got one away to Dwight Wilson there, but it wasn't really at any pace. When he is smashing through that line, bursting the first tackle, all it needs is someone with wheels to just be on his shoulder either way, and they could cause absolute havoc here. Someone from King Edward VI just needs to have a word with these guys and just try and introduce a little bit of rugby thinking, you know. That is the difference between them being behind and in front at the moment, just trying to take advantage of these opportunities.
Churches win the scrum. Good tackle there from Warren Davis.
And he's turned it over.
And he's turned it over as well, yes, indeed. Tyler. Time the enemy now for King Edward. They need to find 2 scores from somewhere. Morris getting over the gain line once again. Tyler. Drop ball from Chitness, though. That's a mistake.
Well, he's been an absolute roller coaster as Ollie Chitness today. Moments of absolute magic for the try, for the line breaks, for the tackling. But on too many occasions, the fundamentals of the game have let him down. His kicking has been up and down, and just when they've got the opportunity in the final 10 minutes to build again, the ball goes to ground.
A couple of replacements coming back on the field. Joseph Farrell and Johnny Payne. Looking for some fresh legs. So then, a few minutes to go. Churches with the put in at the scrum. And they collect. Tap downfield. Warren Davis. A little bit of a juggling act, and it's not the best kick in the world. And a goal! Oh, my word, what a great tackle that is from Dwight Wilson. But Churches could put this game to bed here inside the King Edward 22. They have a penalty advantage. But this game could be over right now. Matthew Baldry may have sent Churches to Twickenham.
Well, they've targeted Warren Davis of Churches. Every time he's had the ball in his hands, he's been in trouble. He was deep inside the 22 there. He initially looked as though he'd recovered. He's forced himself a little, he's got himself a little bit of space. Then he's just skewed his clearance right up in the air. They didn't have numbers back, and Churches have kept their composure, and they forced their way over the line. No more than this disciplined second half performance deserves. And barring a real late comeback from King Edward, they are on their way to Twickenham. Once again, it's good work from Stefan Younghusband. He's been fantastic in the loose as the Churchers hooker. The substitute there, Matthew Vaudry, has pounced on it. King Edward VI have not got themselves back in position fast enough, and it is try time. 23-10.
23-10 to Churches. This will put the game to bed. 2 tries can be done in 5 minutes, but not 3 scores. 15 points will be a bridge too far for King Edward, you feel. So this will definitely send Churches to Twickenham if it goes over. Right of the upright. 5 minutes to go. 13 points the difference.
Yeah, difficult kick from there into the wind.
Needs something special. We have seen it happen though. It has happened before in the past.
Well, bags of tries have been scored late on, but what they need to do now is secure possession as quickly as possible.
And they made it.
That's the start that they need. A mistake from CHURCHE'S, and King Edward have the line out. Now, it's amazing how tries and how little things can really change the momentum. If King Edward VI do manage to score a try in the next minute or so, then it is going to be a very, very nervous last few minutes for CHURCHE'S.
But the referee was not happy with that line out, and it will be a CHURCHE'S scrum. Not the thing you wanted to see at that time.
Again, the mistake from King Edward. It's happened time and time again, and ultimately it's been the difference. They've got themselves in good positions, but not been able to take advantage of them.
4 minutes to go. King Edward need to pull a rabbit out of a hat from somewhere here.
They need to really, really pressurise this scrum for starters.
They haven't done too bad. Picked up by Seb Hellold. Loose pass. A good tackle there from Joseph Morris. So I think he's had an excellent game for King Edward.
Yeah, particularly in the second half, in attack and defence. It's been gargantuan. You can see there as he gets up, he's starting to feel the pace a little bit too. The penalty there to CHURCHE'S. They've got to find a good touch here. More pats on the back for Stefan Younghusband. He has been through so much work today.
3 minutes to go. CHURCHE'S looking to run the clock down now. I think they know that they're more or less there or thereabouts as that one goes up towards the halfway line. So 2.5 minutes to go, David. We can more or less say CHURCHE'S College are looking, whether they're 1 foot and maybe 4 toes into the final at Twickenham. Please give me your man of the match.
A few candidates for this one. Joseph Morris for King Edward, as you rightfully mentioned, he's been absolutely superb, particularly in the second half. It's been a great team performance from CHURCHE'S, but the man who's really stood out for me, not necessarily for his glamour work, but just for his sheer industry, and he's been here, there and everywhere. It's the hooker for CHURCHE'S, number 2, Stefan Younghusband. He's my man of the match. Great performance from the front rower.
The man in your picture right now, who will be taking this line out, is the man of the match from us up on the gantry. Stefan Younghusband with the line out. Intercepted.
You give him the man of the match.
Give him the man of the match, and then he
throws a loose one.
So Stefan Younghusband now a man of the match. But let's see if King Edward can finish with a flourish. Maybe not. Forward pass. And a tiny little bit of afters there as well.
I think that's frustration from Miles Bean. He didn't quite time his run well enough there. And I'm sure he'll be frustrated with the way the match has gone. I mean, obviously a hugely talented player, and that try he scored was absolutely magical. The stuff that, you know, that would stand out. If that had been in the Six Nations, a try like that, then we'd have been watching replays of it for weeks and weeks and months because it was wonderful. But other than that, you know, he's been stifled, and I think that little bit of afters there was probably just his frustration boiling over.
Minute to go. And this could be the icing on the cake. A little bit of a high tackle there from number 12, Thomas Williams. The referee was happy with the play to continue.
Yeah, good break from the replacement scrum half there, but lost forward. CHURCHE'S getting a little bit excited, as you say, looking to put the icing on the cake, looking for the final try. But unless we get something pretty miraculous in the remaining seconds, they are heading to Twickenham alongside CEVIC College. What a match that's going to be.
That'll be an intriguing tie. That'll be in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, just a replay here. It was a lovely break from the scrum half. He was shut down by Thomas Williams. Bit of a swinging arm there. I think King Edward will just want every remaining tackle to really hurt the opposition. I think they'll be disappointed today, King Edward. They'll look at this as an opportunity missed, a few mistakes in key areas, and you know, if those balls had gone to hand or if those kicks had gone over, then it could have been a completely different game. But
who have you been impressed with more, CEVIC or CHURCHE'S?
It's always hard to tell, isn't it? I mean, I was impressed with, well, firstly, Seevic's character, because they didn't have a very good first half whatsoever, but they really dug in. And as soon as they got their noses in front, they were clinical, and they absolutely put the hammer down. In terms of organisation, I think CHURCHER'S are going to be very difficult to beat at Twickenham. But
they've been very workmanlike, haven't they?
Absolutely, but Twickenham's a completely different kettle of fish, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think with
penalty to King Edward School.
With occasions like that, it's whoever can, you know, control their emotions best on the day.
Just to remind you as well, we go on the referee's whistle. Our clock is only a rough indication of where we are in the game. So obviously this must be one of the last plays as they're going for the tap and go and not for territory. Let's see if King Edward can pick up a little bit of a consolation here. Miles Bean going up the wing, dumped it to touch. Referee looks at his watch. Will there be one more play? I think there may be one more play. Miles Bean has hurt himself. He's on the sidelines there.
Yeah, Bean stayed down. It was a good cover tackle from Charlie Thompson. His position as mixed up as the game's gone on. I mean, he started at full back. He's played plenty of time at first receiver as well. He was defending on the wing there. He's another player for CHURCHER'S who's had a great game. As you said, Johnny, they really do work together as a unit.
Stefan Younghusband picks up. Good line out from him. CHURCHER'S going for a little late drive.
This is something that CEVIC didn't seem to have in the locker. The organised drive as the pack go forward. This is great work here from Vaudry, the try scorer.
Yes, indeed, Vaudry scored the third try. CHURCHER'S looking to put the cherry on the proverbial sundae. Referee calls it back, but that'll be it. CHURCHER'S are off to Twickenham. £23 points to 10 they've won. I wouldn't say it's a comprehensive victory, but a good workman-like performance. And CEVIC will keep an eye on that and thinking this team could be difficult to break down.
Oh, absolutely. Really, really controlled and impressive performance from CHURCHER'S. I mean, it was summed up right at the end there, where you've got Charlie Thompson making a tackle on the danger man Miles Bean, followed by a beautifully well-worked drive. I say it's a beautifully well-worked drive. It's certainly not pretty rugby, but in terms of the purists, in terms of how you win a game, in terms of being a team that can go all the way in the championship, those are the sorts of things that you need to have. So yes, CHURCHER'S are going to be extremely difficult to beat. However, CEVIC have got the sort of power and pace and talent that can really test teams like that. It's going to be it's absolutely anyone's final. It could go either way. CHURCHER'S could be able to shut down CEVIC and not allow them to flourish, or CEVIC could do what they did to Stockport and just steamroller the team and really pull away. Twickenham on the 25th, you don't want to be anywhere else, because that Vars final is not to be missed.
CHURCHER'S will play CEVIC in that Vars final. 23 points to 10 is the full-time score. Let's have a look at this match. Tails of the tape. It was CHURCHER'S the ones who won off on the front foot.
Yeah, after a decent start from King Edward, it was CHURCHER'S who got over the try line first. It was great work there from Seb Head. Just spotted the gap, slows down there, surveys his options, sees that the best one is right in front of him, ends up stepping the scrum half, Zach Tyler, and Dobbs down. From there on, CHURCHER'S never really looked like letting that lead slip. Just another angle there. It was a lovely step off his right foot. Now, there was this one moment of sheer brilliance here from Miles Bean. It was the only time that the CHURCHER'S try line was really threatened, and it was threatened out of nowhere. He got the ball in an innocuous position, and just with that moment of magic where he stops and starts again there, he stands one defender up, then everyone else, wow, they get nowhere near him. It was power, it was pace, and that's why I think he'll be disappointed with the way that this match and his personal performance panned out, because aside from that moment of magic, there wasn't really a great deal that he was able to contribute. This is another great example of the good forward pack work from CHURCHE'S. They really work together as an 8. There's the man of the match there, Stefan Younghusband, making more ground, which is what he did throughout. He drove people back in defence, and he always made yards in attack, putting his body on the line. So that was it. Half-time, CHURCHE'S led. They'd scored 2 tries. They'd controlled the King Edward attack, and well, they had a 10-point advantage. From then, we saw Chitness. Oh, he was so up and down in the match. I mean, this just shows what a talented player he is, leaving a melee of bodies behind him on the counter-attack. Just a replay there, the bounce of the ball went his way, but he still had lots to do. I mean, that was a 40-metre finish. 1, 2, 3, 4 defenders were taken out of play just by his clinical finish. Unfortunately for him, he just wasn't able to put it together with the passing and the kicking game, which could have been the difference. He wasn't really able to control the back line as well as his opposite number, Seb Head. This is the 3rd try. It was Vaudry. He just picked it up at the breakdown. King Edward defence at 1s and 2s. We'll just see it here. Once again, it's Stefan Younghusband who's making all the yards, but there was an advantage being played, but just look at the gaps here. There is no one from King Edward covering the right-hand side of the ruck there. That's the CHURCHE'S left, the King Edward right. And the substitute, the number 19, Matthew Vaudry, just strolls in. I mean, it's good awareness from him, but really King Edward will be disappointed with that. And 23-10's the final score.
CHURCHE'S College are through to Twickenham. Here's the thoughts of their coach.
Nerves of some, but it has to be said, a fantastic and composed performance from your side. You're on your way to Twickenham. How do you feel?
Very happy. I didn't feel very composed on the touchline. It was nervy at time. We had a tough one. They're a very good side. Their back line are very dangerous. Put us under a lot of pressure. We definitely gave them a lot of respect, but fair play to the guys. They stuck at it. I mean, we've had a lot of problems. We had a winger go down in warm-up with a hamstring injury, so there's a lot of injuries. Everyone on the squad played, so really pleased with them. They've done well.
A word on Seb Herald, your captain. I know he was a little bit disappointed not to be listed as captain in the programme, but a phenomenal kicking game. 20 points in your quarter-final. He's got points on the board again today. A real leader in that side of yours.
No, he's big for us. He's big for us. He does very well for us. But they're all in it together, and he does a good job. But the other guys all back him up, so it's really important. But he's our captain, so he's important for us.
Well, as in any team, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. None more so than here. They were all played an important part. However, one thing that must be mentioned is the travelling support you had today. Yeah. Phenomenal noise they were making for you. Yeah,
we loved it, and this last round we got them as well, and they were absolutely brilliant. I think against Cheadle Hulme in the quarters, they made a real difference to us as well. It's been brilliant. They're so enthusiastic, really positive support as well. Nothing negative about it, just really enthusiastic. They've been great. Make a real difference to us.
Well, let's hope that they're bringing you home in the final as well. Yeah. Best of luck to you going forward, and congratulations today. A great performance.
Thanks very much. Thanks for your time. Cheers. Cheers.
So then, we now know who will contest the Vars final at Twickenham. It will be Civic College of Essex against CHURCHE'S College of Hampshire. CHURCHE'S defeating King Edward, the 6th Aston School, by 23 points to 10. The Cup semi-finals follow very shortly. And it's a very warm welcome back from me, Johnny Bryan, and walking back to a sun-drenched Allianz Park on one of the warmest days of 2015 so far. We've had the VAR semi-finals, and now it's time to up the ante. This is the Natwest Schools Cup under-18 semi-finals between UNDLE School of Northamptonshire and BROMSGROVE School of the West Midlands. David Rogers alongside me for this one. David, I'm looking at the stats for both of these teams here, and I see them rack up points like they're going out of fashion. This one should be running rugby bonanza.
Both of these teams are having fantastic seasons. They'll have been here for two absolutely brilliant, albeit different, Vars semi-finals this morning. But as you said, Johnny, they'll be looking to up the ante now and book their place at the Twickenham final in a couple of weeks' time.
2.5 weeks' time is the under-18s final. It'll be the final match on that day, and no doubt it is the biggest prize in schools rugby, and one of these two sides are only 70 minutes away from booking their place. UNDLE School, they're 15, line up like this: Miles Keane number 1, Alistair Taylor the hooker at 2, James Keaton picks up that front row at 3, Max Howard and Doug Russell at the second row, 4 and 5, Ben Curry and Tom Curry, both Sale Sharks players and highlighted as outstanding talents, at 6 and 7. Francis Cundell at 8, George Chatterton at 9, Freddie Johnsrud at 10, Angus McRae on the left wing at 11, Freddie McNaughton 12 with alongside Toby Warner as the centres, Oscar Marshall at 14, Tristan Tusa at 15, and they're coached by Mr. John Olber. Bromsgrove, their 15 line up like this: Addy Ferguson number 1, Henry Walker 2, Harrison Falk at 3, Joseph Morris at 4, Justin Clegg 5, Ben Shimerund at 6, Harry Lloyd-Jones 7, Tom Ford 8, Paolo Parisi at 9, Luke White 10, Cooper Bent at 11, Alexander Nesbitt 12, Chase Edwards 13, Jonty Thornton 14, James Taylor 15, and they are coached by Mr. Tony Window. Replacements look like this: David Gordon 16, Alistair Wright 17, James Tarbert 18, Charlie Bradby 19, George Barker 20, Angus White 21, Ollie Trotter 22. Ollie Trotter was a late change for Finn Carr, who doesn't make the squad. Bromsgrove School, Jack Weston 16, Nikita Karatin 17, William Hands 18, Benjamin Tebbett 19, Beck Cuttin 20, Walter George 21, and Will Lockhart at 22. As I mentioned, Dave, at the top of this programme, looking at these two sides and their routes to the final, we'll show them shortly, but they seem to rack up points like they're going out of fashion.
Oh, absolutely. And these are teams that are playing at the very, very top level of schools rugby. Just looking at Oundle School, they've had one of their best seasons for ages. They've had victories against Harrow, Bedford, Rugby School, Radley College, and that's not even talking about the results that they've had in this competition so far. Take a little look down there: 55 points, 48 points, 34-5 against Trent College. Now, quite an unfancy team, but let's not forget Trent College were the Vars finalists and winners last year at Twickenham, so they're more than a match for anyone. In those 6 games, they've scored 235 points. And they've conceded just 60, so they're averaging 10 a game conceding, and far more than that scoring.
Yeah,
very impressive.
I got it down to 39 points that they average in scoring.
Well, let's talk about the opposition then. Bromsgrove, similar numbers. You know, they've had another fantastic season. They've had victories against Millfield School, Stowe School, and again, looking at the results there, over 250 points scored and 75 conceded. And also, and I know that past results are nothing to go on, but they have already played this Oundle team.
Yes, they have.
And they won 26-20. Now, we'd take a 26-20 today, because that would be an absolute thriller. So much to look forward to. 2 brilliant teams, of course. Whoever gets through from the other semi-final is going to be a daunting task for whatever team. The crowds are starting to flood in now. The sun is still shining. If anything, it's getting warmer here. We've seen loads of tries already today, so I'm really looking forward to this one.
It is actually really warm out in the sunshine. We're in the cover of the gantry in the stands here. We've got our anoraks on up here on the gantry. It's a little bit cool up here, as it was a couple of hours ago when the
a nice cooling breeze is coming across the ground. But the Bromsgrove and the UNDLE fans are here in their droves, and they are really beginning to fill up the stand here at the Allianz Park. The VAR semi-finals earlier, but now this is where the cream of the crop in schools rugby. This is what they play for. A place in Twickenham in the cup final, and no doubt there'll be a great crowd here this afternoon, not just for this semi-final but the one that follows at 5 o'clock.
Well, there's some real hustle and bustle going on in the stands now. That middle section of the main stand is pretty much full, and there's still plenty of people streaming in from the main entrance. They do not want to miss this one. OUNDLE versus Bromsgrove. Well, and following this, of course, in Twickenham in a couple of weeks, is quite simply the biggest match in schools rugby. There's so much at stake here. Two really evenly matched teams who are having their best seasons in history. Well, certainly in recent history. Two proud schools too. Yeah, well, one thing I was about to mention, actually, neither of these teams have ever made a cup final. This is the furthest they've ever been in this competition, so they're going to go to uncharted territory, whichever one is the winner, but it's a massive reward for either school. Oh, certainly is, and emotions are going to be running so high. And in matches like this, it's often the team that have a few individuals that have that calming influence. I think it was Sir Clive Woodward who talked about teacup, thinking clearly under pressure, and that is going to be key today, not just for the positions where you normally expect it, your outside halves, your scrum halves, your fullbacks, etc. It's going to be the forwards, all thinking clearly together, working as a unit. This is a big, wide open space here today. Of course, the artificial pitch, there's kind of nothing you can blame pitch-wise. It's going to be a solid surface underfoot. There's going to be plenty of space to run into. It's big, it's dry, it's everything that any sort of real purist rugby player dreams of, and this is a great opportunity to go down in your school's history today and book your team a place in the final.
Twickenham awaits one of these two teams, Bromsgrove or UNDLE School. UNDLE have brought a good crowd with them, and Bromsgrove have brought just as big a crowd.
Yeah, it's about 50-50 in the cheering, that's for sure.
So who will be there to play in that final game at Twickenham on the 25th of May? Here come both the teams. So both teams coming out onto the field. Bromsgrove in their maroon and white. UNDLE in all white. And interesting to see, there's a few names that I want to pick up out here, Dave. For UNDLE, the two Cuddy twins, Ben Cuddy and Tom Cuddy, 6 and 7, both on the Sale Sharks books. Outstanding talents, I've been told. The captain, Francis Cundle, at 8, been known as a superb ball carrier, so something to keep an eye on for there for UNDLE, and for Bromsgrove as well. Luke White at 10, good tactical prowess from his captain, and 5, Justin Clegg, a good pressure operator. So you've got some talent in abundance on this field.
Well, let's talk about that OUNDLE back row first of all. Two flankers who are playing in the academy, and Cundle, an absolute warrior of a ball carrier. Now, back rows on occasions like today have a really huge part to play, whether it's carrying the ball, whether it's making tackles, whether it's breaking up play. All of those things are really going to be required in abundance for any team to really take a stranglehold of this game. So that OUNDLE back row are going to have their work cut out today against an equally talented Bromsgrove. 6, 7 and 8. We're about to get underway. Let's see who comes out on top.
UNDLE will get this cup semi-final underway. Freddie Dronsrud will start us off as we mean to go on. Collected by Joseph Morris of Bromsgrove. Both these teams can't play in the conditions. It's perfect out there for rugby. Nice little breeze across the pitch as well. Collected by Oscar Marshall over the halfway line. This is going to be a physical contest, no doubt. Chatterton, and then went away. Johnsrud
just puts a foot out on the far side. He thinks he's in.
He thought he was there, so did the crowd. But he put a foot into touch.
A real signal of intent there. It was a great collection from the kickoff, from the hoops. However, as soon as the ball was in the hand of OUNDLE, they shifted it to the right-hand side. Great footwork there on the outside, just tiptoed the try line. You could see the big grin on his face. He thought he was in.
First line out collected by Bromsgrove, but the ball may have been turned over. It has been for UNDLE. And the crowd right behind them. Ball kicked out and put into touch. Scrappy start from Bromsgrove.
Yeah, scrappy start, but it's interesting. Both teams really committed to that breakdown area. So many bodies going flying in just to try and get some sort of momentum, some sort of foothold or stranglehold on that breakdown. What could ultimately be the difference between winning and losing this match. It's going to be the forward pack that really gets control, that's going to allow the backs to flourish.
Alistair Taylor, the UNDLE hooker, at the line-out. A bit scrappy. Max Howard couldn't collect. The ball was knocked forward, in fact, so it is going to be a Bromsgrove advantage, and they have possession. Box kick forward, downfield. Who wants it? Put out on the full, though.
That's a mistake.
Right on the 22, so that was a mistake there from the Bromsgrove scrum half, Paolo Parisi.
Yeah, good chance to relieve pressure there. He got a good hang and a good distance on the box kick. But you can see there the linesman's flag going up. That win definitely in OUNDLE's favour in the first half.
Chatterton. McNaughton. Chatterton. Johnsrud. George Chatterton. Justin Touza. Tom Curry into the Bromsgrove 22. There's a chance here for Toby Warner. First try to UNDLE.
Came out of nowhere, really. I was just going to talk about George Chatterton and how he was slowing play down when I felt as though he should have been speeding it up, but really it was good vision to go down the short side. The kick came through, great vision there, picked up by the outside centre, Warner. OUNDLE School choosing to be patient going down the short side, and it pays dividends. Great early pressure from the team in white, and with under 4 minutes gone, they are underway, 5-0.
5-0 the score. Perfect start for UNDLE. Scoring a try in the first few minutes. Kick is missed. But it's UNDLE who draw first blood in this semi-final. The lead by 5 points to 0.
Well, that is just the start that they'd want. Really, the first 4 minutes that we've got on the clock here, remember our clock is just an approximation of the time, has all been spent in the Bromsgrove 22. They've not really had time to breathe yet, let alone settle into the game.
Restart. Oh, a little bit of a miscommunication problem with the UNDLE back four there. And look at the drive here from Bromsgrove. It seems that conceding that try has woken them up a little.
Yeah, breakdown in communication there in the OUNDLE pack.
And that hasn't gone far at all from George Chatterton. So, Bromsgrove.
How often do we see it when a team scores a try and all of a sudden they're vulnerable?
Henry Walker with the line-out. Collected by Justin Clegg. We're trying to send them back. But is this a response from Bromsgrove? Referee having a good look. See where the ball is. Parisi. Nisbet. Parisi once more. Good tackle there from Oscar Marshall. Parisi. Continuing the drive, Bromsgrove, only 10 metres out now. They may have been turned over. It looks like they have. Chatterton. Ball is cleared into touch.
Yeah, great defensive work there from Oundle. First of all, over the other side of the field, they countered the drive from the line out, straight away slowing down Bromsgrove's progress. Bromsgrove kept coming, working that short side, but Oundle managed to turn it over. In fact, the Bromsgrove backs were very, very quick to notice the turnover. It was Luke White who went flying back to cover the kick.
Walker finds his man once more. And now here comes a Bromsgrove drive. And they continue to drive forward as well. And they continue to come. It's at the back there with Henry Lloyd-Jones. The drive still going. And now he's come in between a rock and a hard place, but they win the penalty.
Yeah, good pressure there from Bromsgrove. Great noise from the crowd too. Bromsgrove obviously confident of that drive, despite Oundle's counter drive over on the far side. Passing up the opportunity of 3 points, albeit a difficult kick into the wind. Great attacking position 5 metres out.
Some brave souls in the crowd. Henry Walker. Another drive, they're going instead, and it's a response! It's a good response as well! We predicted tries, Dave, we've got 2 in 7 minutes.
Well, the perfect way to strike back. Rewind a couple of minutes, it was a deep kickoff that Oundle just did not deal with ever since then. Despite their best efforts, they've been on the back foot. That was well executed from Bromsgrove. Good clean line-out ball, uncontested from Oundle. There was no need to really set the drive, there was just gaps.
Level game. Luke White had the extras. Right in the heart.
Good kick and a great view from us up here too. We had the same view that you did. 7-5, absolute game on here.
Harry Ferguson was the man who scored the try. 5-7.
Well, we talked about packs being the difference. Oh, and that's a mistake. Such great work from Bromsgrove at the other end of the field, and then all of a sudden straight from the kickoff.
Tom Ford making the mistake there, but there was an earlier infringement that the referee spotted, and he's given the penalty here to Oundle.
Well, Oundle score. Bromsgrove come back through an Oundle mistake. Bromsgrove score, and then Oundle have got a chance to come straight back into it.
So Angus McRae to give Oundle the lead once again. This for 8-7. Right in the heart. 8-7 the score.
Well, not one for the faint-hearted, this, Johnny.
I tell you what, Dave. Should we go have a little prediction for 50 pence?
No.
How many points do you think between the two teams might be scored here? Pick a number.
Well, so far, both teams being very clinical. 2 visits to the opponent's 22 for Oundle. 2 scores. 1 visit to the opponent's 22 for Bromsgrove. 1 score.
Luke White restarts.
That was a good chase, but it's just gone forward.
Ball knocked on, and it will be an Oundle put-in. First chance to see both teams' packs in the scrum.
Yeah, the forward battle in broken play has been an interesting one, but the set piece could ultimately be the key.
Chatterton.
It's been stolen.
Put it in. It's been stolen by Bromsgrove, though. Chatterton running the tackle on the number 8, Francis Cundell. Luke White. Parisi. White.
Great line speed from Oundle.
Alexander Nisbet goes to ground. Parisi trying to fish it out. Crossfield kick. Not entirely sure what the thinking was behind that one. And it's a chance for London now to launch a bit of a counter-attack. Maybe just trying to look for touch, but didn't happen there for
Well, there was
White.
no one there for that kick. It was just a chip over the top, not really looking for anything in particular.
And it will be an Undle put in at the scrum.
Yeah, I don't know whether it got held up in the wind or what. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt with that one. So having lost the first scrum against the head, really interested to see how Oundle respond here. Chatterton.
We'll have the put in once more. Wins it this time.
Much better scrum from Oundle.
Chatterton. Bit of a loose pass to Johnsrud. And Bromsgrove will have a knock-on advantage to come. Parisi. Morris. Back to come for that knock-on.
Yeah, just trying to hit the line at speed there, and when you take the ball so close to the contact zone, it's sometimes difficult to keep your eye on the ball. There are two options there. He was sort of halfway through the gap before he'd even received the ball there. A couple of little handling errors from both sides. It's kind of just settling down a little bit now after a really frantic opening 10 minutes. Tell you what's not settling down are the Oundle supporters.
No, they're in full voice. So mind you, of course, 35 minutes a half in these cup semi-finals. Parisi. White.
It's a great line.
Parisi again. Finds a little bit of a gap himself. Tackled by Freddie McNaughton. Bromsgrove using that drive. But that's as far as they go, as Oundle have the put in. Your opening thoughts in these 15 minutes?
Well, it's, as I said, it was a frantic opening 10 minutes, certainly. We've had that try apiece, but since then it's kind of settled down, and it had to, because it was mistakes from the restart that were putting the respected teams under pressure. It's quite an even battle in the middle of the park, that's for sure. But both teams have shown that they're going to have option runners off the outside half. It's just whether or not they can keep the ball in hand. We've had a couple of handling errors. The substitute just on his way on for Oundle. It's number 18, James Tarbert. He's on your screen there.
He's coming up with Toby Warner, who's got a blood injury, so
he'll fill in at fullback.
Kundell picks up, stolen illegally, and it will be an Oundle penalty.
Yeah, chance for Oundle to relieve the pressure here, because Bromsgrove just started to get on top. Not hugely so, but just starting to win those forward battles. The scrum's pretty even. As the big cheer in the crowd goes up for the attempted catch and the knock-on, as it were.
Oh,
but
I think he might be lambasted for that one later on.
Yeah, indeed. Oundle need to go through the phases here, or one team does anyway. It's become a little bit of a midfield battle, as I was going to go on to say, following that opening 10 minutes. But I think that's just because we've got two really evenly matched teams here.
Alistair Taylor at the line out, intercepted by Joseph Morris.
That Bromsgrove set piece, it's been immaculate so far.
As is this weapon in their arsenal. They're enjoying the drive, and they continue to go forward, and they gain the yards from it. Parisi wants it, but they're continuing to gain the yards. He may have been turned over. It has done. Chatterton. A little bit of a loose pass there for Freddie McNaughton to pick up. But
lovely pick up of his toes, though.
But he got away with it. George Chatterton. Ball pops out. Tom Curry.
There's an advantage here.
Chatterton spots a gap, but they'll come back for an earlier penalty. A chance for Oundle to gain some yards.
Interesting balance in the last few minutes. The Bromsgrove pack look very, very organised when they're driving that ball forward, but Oundle a couple of times have managed to soak up that pressure, albeit conceding quite a few metres, but then able to force the turnover once the ball goes to ground.
Freddie McNaughton on kicking duty this time. Gets the ball into the Bromsgrove half.
Bit of a crowd favourite, Freddie McNaughton. Certainly been singing his name for the last couple of minutes.
Another substitution to be made. Number 13 coming back on the field, Toby Warner. Picked up by Ben Curry. McNaughton. Chatterton, do beg your pardon. Chatterton goes left. John Drew sells the dummy. Chatterton to his right. Curry. Max Howard. Stopped in his tracks by Tom Ford. Chatterton. Tom Curry. Oundle into the 22. Ball still on the pitch. Chatterton. Loose pass to John Drew to collect well. Two men are going to take him down. In Justin Clegg and Ben Shearmond. And Bromsgrove will relieve the pressure. They win the penalty. Holding on a little bit too long.
Yeah, Johns Rood got himself in trouble there. He's got that nice burst of pace off the mark, but he ran into a bit of a back row brick wall there. Nowhere to go. He had no support and just held on and conceded the penalty. Nice bit of territory there from Oundle. They managed to secure the line-up this time. They went short and safe after Bromsgrove disrupted it the previous occasion, just as a player's been treated for injury there. But again, it's been a real sort of theme today in the Vars, and it's looking as though it's carrying on in the Cup too. When players go, they can't go on their own. If you go on your own, you'll get turned over. And in a game that started as tight as this, you've really got to take advantage of your territory and possession.
Luke White looking to send this one downfield. He gains about 25 metres without kick.
Yeah, hard work kicking into that wind, you know. Once again, you can see the touch judge's flag just really quite blustery. The wind favouring Oundle.
Here at the Allianz Park, great stadium, home of the Saracens. Good crowd here this afternoon. One of the hottest days of the year so far in 2015, and the rugby's not too hot as well. Cooper Bent. Been stopped in his tracks by UNDLE. And the referee says that can't go any further. So it will be an UNDLE scrum on the BROMSGROVE 10-metre line. After starting off in 5th gear, the game's just slowed down a little now, isn't it? It's become a bit more of a scrap fest.
Well, it's a bit of a war of attrition, to be honest. Both of the teams cancelling each other out in the middle of the park. Also physical in defence, of course. Not just physical, but organised as well. We've seen physicality in the matches beforehand. But yeah, both teams kind of just cancelling each other out. However, credit to the UNDLE scrum. They have recovered really well since losing that first one against the Head.
So we'll replay that scrum. And UNDLE win the free kick, taken quickly by Chatterton. Tom Curry. Chatterton goes to his left. Alistair Taylor picks up. Now to his right. Ben Curry. Up to the BROMSGROVE 22. Chatterton uses Tristan Touza. He needs a little bit of help and gets it. Chatterton now, to the 22 they come. Curry, good offload. But BROMSGROVE win the penalty. Holding on a little bit too long.
Yeah, just take a look there at the BROMSGROVE defensive line. Absolutely just a maroon wall, no way through, despite the great handling from 6 and 7. Lovely hands there, just trying to release the open side flanker through the gap. But again, BROMSGROVE hot on him. And he held on a little bit too long. That's a few times now that BROMSGROVE, when they've started to be under pressure inside their own 22, have really, really stood tall defensively and not allowed UNDLE an inch.
Henry Walker at the line-out. Better one for BROMSGROVE. And they've got an advantage as well. Still they continue to drive. They've gained about 20 metres from this drive, and they go forward towards the 22. Still with a penalty advantage to come, if they need it. And that's as far as they go, and put the penalty in front of the 22. Options, Dave.
Yeah, absolutely. That's really great work again. That's something they must work hard at in training, because it's absolutely paying dividends. They've probably made 50 or 60 metres on that drive already in this match. A couple of times UNDLE have been able to disrupt it and find the turnover when it's gone to ground, but it didn't go to ground that time, and they've just eaten up the yards from just inside the half all the way up to the 22. A bit of a slice on the penalty there.
Yes,
I mean, he's only made a few metres, but again, this is a great position to set that drive up once more, and this is a very, very similar position to that which the first try came from.
Henry Walker looking to get his arrows right once more. Lost it this time, but still collected by BROMSGROVE right at the back. That's what he's there for. And now here's the drive again, Dave.
Yeah, well handled this time though by UNDLE, but here come BROMSGROVE, even when they don't have time to set.
Henry Walker's the one with the ball at the back of this drive, and he continues to go forward. They continue to drive forward. Walker still there, still there. Is he down? Gotta be. Try.
Magic.
Excellently worked try.
Magic work from Bromsgrove. That is an absolute coach's delight, because that's something when you've got a group of players who can work together as a pack, and that's exactly what we said before the match. The packs have to work together, even when they have to resort to plan B, because the line out didn't go according to plan. It didn't go to the middle jumper, it was recovered at the back, but the players, they know their role, they know what they've got to do. Even despite the fact that Oundle did come with a bit of a counter drive there, they get in tight together. Let's take a look at this. That's where the ball went to the back of the line out. There we've got 4, 6, 8. It's being well marshalled by the scrum half there. Oundle was starting to drive them back, but all just working together beautifully towards the try line. In the end, nothing the opponents can do, and it's dabbed down. And here we go. All of a sudden, Bromsgrove have the lead.
12-8. Becomes 14-8. Let's have a look at it. Talk us through it again, Dave.
So it had to be reset following the line out going to the back. We've got, look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players there. Even the scrum half coming in to help with the drive. It's over the line. Difficult to see who had the ball in his hand there going over the line.
It was Henry Walker, the hooker. 8-14. Remember what happened last time, though, and a good collection there from Joseph Morris. They don't make the mistake that they did last time, Bromsgrove, and give away points right after scoring.
Well,
box kick downfield by Parisi. Collected by Tusa. Go on, Dave.
I was just saying, once again, they get the pack to gather around each other following the kickoff, just to take a little bit of pressure off the scrum half so he can get his box kick forward. It's a really well-organised forward effort from the team in maroon at the moment.
Tom Curry to Ben Curry. Chatterton. Toby Warner finding a bit of room. Chatterton goes right. Uses Johnsrud. Curry. Warner into the 22. Penalty advantage to come for Oundle. McNaughton. They're going back for that earlier penalty. Options here, Dave. What do you think? 6-point game, still plenty of time. Corner?
The temptation, well, they are going to go for the corner, and that's always the temptation given where they are on the field of play, but it's one of those things, it's vindicated if they score a try, but in a semi-final like this, I'm more, I don't know, maybe I'm too cautious. I'd have gone for the sticks.
Alistair Taylor. As another ball comes onto the field, the referee might stop the play. No, he doesn't. He lets it continue. I think that might have been the case. No, the knock on is given, so Oundle will have the scrum instead, as a ball came down from the stands at the same time as that line-out was being thrown.
Well, they've got out of jail there, really, Oundle, because Bromsgrove has managed to Bromsgrove have managed to disrupt another line-out. Their set piece has been absolutely fantastic so far, Bromsgrove. But now Oundle have lots of width to work with here.
Chatterton. Johnsrud. Inside. McNaughton. Beautiful stuff. Cundell. McNaughton. Chatterton. This is Ben Curry. Advantage to be played as well for Oundle. It's there for them. Chatterton for the corner. Curry. Back they come for an early penalty though. Tap and go. Why not? Chatterton. Try. Been given. Ben Curry the scorer.
Lot of pressure, and it had to tell in the end. Bromsgrove absolutely defending for their lives, but Oundle just kept coming, committing the right number of players at the right time, just really, really pinning Bromsgrove back. Once again, it's the 9 making the quick decision to tap and go It's only really scrum halves that seem to have that capability of just knowing what to go, when to go, and how to do it. It's that man you were talking about before the match, Ben Curry, on hand to take the pass from the scrum half and finish with ease and close the gap to just 1 point.
Angus McRae for the lead. What a great kick that is. What a superb kick. And now it's Oundle who have the lead.
And listen to that crowd as well. This is just the semi-final we were hoping for. Two evenly matched teams, but evenly matched in different ways. The Bromsgrove pack working together as a unit. Oundle, some really talented and physical individuals. Freddie Johnsrud moving them round really nicely when he gets the opportunity to. Anyone's game after half an hour.
We restart for the next bit of drama.
That's a good take from Tom Curry this time.
Chatterton, box kick, up in the air, puts the Bromsgrove backs under a little bit of pressure. Good take by Tom Curry. Chatterton tried a little inside pass, ball's been knocked forward. Bromsgrove will have the put in.
Yeah, Johnsrud just trying to be smart there. I like what he's trying to do. He's trying to not just use the ball to throw defenders off, he's trying to use body movements too, whether he's throwing arms out or just turning his shoulders. But he just wasn't quite on the same wavelength as the receiver there, and the ball goes to ground.
Parisi with the put-in on the halfway line. And collects. Now Bromsgrove with a little bit of running rugby. Found a little bit in midfield. Parisi looks to his left. Parisi.
It's a good tackle.
Thumping tackle there on Harry Lloyd-Jones. So now they go right instead. Tries a little bit of a darting move, does Luke White. And gains a few yards from it. Parisi. Edwards. Patient rugby this from Bromsgrove. Good offload to Henry Walker, the second try scorer. Under pressure though from Tom Curry. Bromsgrove being sent backwards at the moment. Joseph Morris over the halfway line. And it may have been turned over. Indeed it has been. Chatterton with the box kick. Picked up by Jonty Thornton. James Taylor, do beg your pardon. With a thumping tackle, and so much so that we're going to need some medical assistance for young James Taylor.
Yeah, he's taken a bump to the head there. The physicality of this game has absolutely gone up a notch in the last couple of minutes, particularly from the Oundle back row. First we had Cundell with a huge hit in midfield. Tom and Ben Curry also putting them in. I think on that particular occasion it was just a case of a little bit of misplaced footing, and he's ducked into the tackle. I don't think there was any great malice into it. But as the clock ticks towards half-time, this is beautifully poised. We've got a kind of juxtaposition of teams as well. Both of Oundle's tries have come from inventive initiative in the backs. First of all, it was a lovely grubber kick through and well executed. The second was a quick tap penalty with a good support line. As for Bromsgrove, it's been lovely structured play from the forwards that's led to both tries. But at 15-14, not a lot between these two sides.
No, you're absolutely right there, Dave. But a minute or so to half time.
Bit of medical attention there for Harry Lloyd-Jones over on the far side. Not sure if this will change when the scrum is set, but nobody on the blind side for Oundle at the moment. All of the forwards, bar the right winger, are to the left of the scrum on the open side, and then the right winger is stood directly behind the scrum. That's Oscar Marshall.
So 40 seconds or so left in this first half. And we'll reset that scrum and start again. Well, it's been a bit of a breathless 34 minutes of this Cup semi-final. Been excellent rugby from both teams. 1 point game with 30 seconds left to play in this first half. Chatterton with the put in once more. It's been lost and the ball's been knocked forward by Oundle, so it will be a Bromsgrove put in. Seconds left to go in this first half.
Yeah, another one against the head though from Bromsgrove. They'll be really, really happy with that. In terms of the physicality of the 2-8s, it's been pretty much all square in the first half.
And so much so, the referees decided to call it time. No more action in this first half, but it's been a breathless first 35 minutes. Been excellent stuff, excellent rugby from both teams. Only a 1 point is the difference. Great stuff it's been so far, David, hasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly has. Well, we thought it would be. We pointed out the previous between these two teams. Of course, they've had similar records, both scoring well over 200 points in the build-up to this, in all the rounds leading up to it, and both conceding under 80, both having bigger victories against bigger teams than they're used to in the season, both looking to appear in the final for the very first time, and it's locked at 2 tries apiece, 15-14. Let's take a look at some of the first half highlights then, Johnny.
Yes, indeed. This is the tale of this first 35 minutes, a breathless 35 minutes, and it was a great start it was for Oundle School.
Well, it was
it nearly was a great start.
Well, it was a lovely little dab through. A lovely little dab through from Ben Curry, actually, the back rower. Great skills from him, and it was pounced on by Toby Warner. That was, of course, after the disallowed try that was in the opening couple of minutes. But yeah, that grubber kick, you don't expect that from a back row. A really, really impressive skill set from the number 6. Bromsgrove hit straight back, and this was a real characteristic of their first half. From the set piece, lovely line-out work. And it was Fregerson who got over the line in the end. Just look at that take. Oundle not really getting on top of that defensively at all. And all of a sudden, Bromsgrove was straight back into it. From then on, very similar work again. Even when the line-out didn't go according to plan, they just set that drive up beautifully. So many numbers in there. Look, they're 18 metres out now, but they just march forward, forward, forward. They keep going, working as a unit, as a pack. It's impossible to defend when that's executed well. And in the end, it was Walker, the hooker, who got over for his first try of the day. Bromsgrove's second. Here we go. Look how well set it is. Oundle, initially, they get a good counter drive on the go, but all of a sudden, Bromsgrove get their bearings. They keep going and going and going. Absolutely helpless numbers in the Oundle ranks.
As I said, it's been a breathless first 35 minutes, and I know would be.
Here's the second.
I can predict a winner here, Dave, so far.
Well, here's the second Oundle try. It was George Chatterton tapping and going like any good 9 does. There you go, he steals the yards, gets the referee's mark, he's tapped it, it's live, and then he's just looking around, aware of what his options are. It's Ben Curry. He had the assist for the first try with the kick through. He was on hand to finish that one. Absolutely impossible again to defend when you've got a big back rower powering towards the line. Then with a couple of kicks either side of that, we've got OUNDLE 15, Bromsgrove 14. And as you say, Johnny, so difficult to pick a winner when you've got two talented, disciplined sides.
Well, I'm not going to put you on the spot, Dave. I think it'd be cruel of me to do so. But one thing I will say, though, is where do you think this game is actually going to be won and lost?
Well, that's the question. As I said before, both teams have scored very different tries, but their tries have been similar. So Bromsgrove's has come through great work in the forwards. OUNDLE has come through initiative and well-executed work by individuals. So will it be the team performance that can kind of bring it all together and guide the victory, guide the team home for victory, or will it be one individual moment of brilliance that can make all the difference? At this moment in time, Johnny, I couldn't tell you.
One thing that's impressed me has been the Bromsgrove pack that's been like a runaway train at times. When it wants to be, it's been impressive, hasn't it? And could that be arguably one of the major catalysts that Bromsgrove could get over the line here?
Oh, I don't doubt that whatsoever. 1-8, they are an absolute powerhouse, and it's not just the power, it's the organisation. We've seen from the 2 tries that they've scored, when they get it right, it is absolutely impossible to defend against. They've done it twice in an attacking position, and they've scored 2 tries. We're back underway now, so I suppose we'll just have to wait and see.
Indeed, we were. Both teams were really very keen to get this match restarted, so it was only 1 or 2 cups of water that was sipped by both the 15s, so we're back underway, getting right down to it. Chatterton sends it downfield. Who's under it? It's Tom Ford. Parisi. Parisi, Henry Walker, second try scorer. Kick across field into a little bit of territory, and it's a good kick as well, Dave.
Yeah, good kick indeed. And Bromsgrove, they fancied spoiling the OUNDLE set piece a couple of times. If they can nick this line out, they might not be able to set up another drive, but they'll certainly be able to put OUNDLE under a great amount of pressure. To be fair, we've not really seen the Bromsgrove backs cut loose a great deal. And we have been giving the Bromsgrove pack a great deal of credit, but let's not forget that OUNDLE have forced a number of turnovers in the first half.
Alistair Taylor at the line-out. Penalty to OUNDLE.
Yeah, a bit of interference with the ball carrier there. It's frustrating for a team when you work hard when there's been a good kick out and not a convincing clearance to touch again. But when you work hard, when you've got a bit of territory, then it's just a silly individual mistake that undoes that. For Bromsgrove, though, they might have got out of jail a little bit here because that's not a great touch finder. But they will have the throw-in, of course.
OUNDLE. Line out again from Alistair Taylor. And they have an advantage to come as well. Another penalty to OUNDLE. And now chance to gain some territory here, Dave.
Yeah, OUNDLE playing Bromsgrove at their own game there. It was Tom Curry at the back of the maul, just marshalling it forward. And eventually Bromsgrove bringing it down, which gave away the penalty. OUNDLE playing sensible rugby here. Let's not forget they were under pressure 10 metres from their own line just a minute ago.
Good crowd here this afternoon. Travelling down the M1 and down the M40. Quick line out taken. But the calls were misguided there. And it will be Bromsgrove this time with the line out.
Yeah, OUNDLE thought that might have gone forward off a Bromsgrove hand.
Henry Walker. Parisi. White. thumping tackle. Bromsgrove still with it. Parisi, this time it's Justin Clegg. With an advantage to come. Luke White back to come for that penalty. Sackler not rolling away, so gained some yards with this, with a decent kick for the Bromsgrove fly half, Luke White. Not too bad. Gets him just shy of the 22. As the ball gets chucked back onto the field. Not a bad pass it was too.
Oh, just approaching the first 5 minutes of the second half. Bromsgrove really having the best of the territory. Oundle have defended well.
They've got the win behind them in the second half as well. Morris collects. And now looks to drive forward with it. Parisi. Luke White, pirouettes on a sixpence. Paolo Parisi. Parisi. James Taylor. Tackled by Francis Cundle. Parisi goes to his right. Tries to use Luke White as they go shy of the 22. Plenty of options here. Walker. Parisi dances around, decides to go to his right. Patient play this from Bromsgrove. Just inching their way bit by bit. Parisi's got to get there, he's under pressure here from Tom Curry. And this may have been turned over, it's a bit of a scrap fest for the ball now, who wants it? Oundle have it, nice little passage of play and a good tackle there on Toby Warner.
He had to give that then.
He may have given it. Angus McRae dumped into touch.
That was great back row play from Tom Curry. Just what you want from your 7. The sniff of it breaking down at the ruck. They're just straight through the middle there. It wasn't pretty, but he's got a foot on it and he's forced the turnover. Again, it's that individual brilliance from the Oundle players that's making the difference at the moment. Let's just take a look at the replay there. It was a bit of a melee, bit of a scrap, and Oundle managed to turn it around. There was a pass through the legs there. I just feel as though if he'd have got that pass away a little bit sooner, then they had a 3-on-2, but still they're in a much better position in the field now. But it's back with Bromsgrove.
Back to Bromsgrove it is indeed, as they use this drive, the biggest weapon in their arsenal, and the gains them the yards that they need, and they continue they go forward, and continue they drive. It's like their secret weapon. Parisi. White goes for the crossfield kick. Ball would have been knocked forward there by number 13, Chase Edwards. And on this occasion, the chase was over.
Another 20 metres on that drive, though. They execute that so well, Bromsgrove. I think the outside half just delayed the kick a little bit longer than his backline would have liked there. Perhaps wasn't the space out there that he initially thought. Still, they're playing the territory game well at the moment. They're back inside the Oundle 22.
Free kick to Bromsgrove. And they've opted for the scrum. Turning down the free kick and deciding to go for the scrum instead.
Well, they're obviously confident in that scrum, and why not? With all 8 players committed in the scrum, that really opens the field up for the backs inside the 22. Bags of room for them to run into. As I said before, we've not really seen this Bromsgrove backline really explode. They've not got anyone on the blind side. So expect something to happen here.
Parisi. Out wide, Cooper bent. This is Jonty Thornton going for the corner. Good tackle there from Freddie McNaughton.
Yeah, good cover play there. They ran 2 backs moves there, like a double wedge, if you like.
But a forward pass was in the earlier part of the play, and it will be a scrum down to Oundle.
They tried to put dummy runners in to throw the Oundle defenders off. They did get around the outside. I didn't see which pass was the forward one, but it was good cover defence from Oundle. Difficult to tell from that angle. And Oundle, despite spending a lot of time in their own 22, can breathe again. They still have that 1-point lead.
Chatterton with the put in, but it's been stolen by Bromsgrove. Drop goal at 10 for Luke White. Wide.
Oh, just wide. That's the 3rd scrum against the head that Bromsgrove have managed to steal. Henry Walker, as well as scoring the opening try, is absolutely doing a job in the middle of that front row. Ah, yes, there's the forward pass there. Wasn't executed as sharply as Jonty Thornton would have liked.
Restart taken by Freddie McNaughton. Ball dropped, I should say. There's a knock-on advantage to be played here, but Oundle's decided to go for a little darting run themselves. Freddie Johnsrud coming across the pitch to get over halfway.
Oh, good strength
from Doug Russell. Chatterton. Ben Curry. Chatterton. Tusa. Taylor. Francis Cundall. And they win the penalty.
Just rewind a couple of minutes there. The knock-on over on the far side. Toby Warner's got to be careful because he came through and he flattened the player after he'd knocked the ball on. And there was also a little bit of afters there. The last thing either of these teams need is a bit of ill discipline costing them. That's not the cleanest hit on the penalty, and he's missed touch.
Big touch, so Bromsgrove with a chance to clear their lines, send the ball downfield.
Big let off there.
Indeed it was. Chatterton.
Oh, and a mistake.
That is a unforced error from Oscar Marshall. So Bromsgrove with a chance to counter. They do have a knock-on advantage, and what a tackle that was. My word. They could hear that one in Enfield. Both players are up fine now. Parisi.
Yeah, obstruction there.
Crossing, obstruction. Back you come. Oundle have the penalty.
Yeah, bet cutting. Got in Justin Clegg's way. We'll have a replay of that now. Is this the replay of the hit? Yeah, Cundall. Wow. You hear the groans because they can see that on the big screen.
Yes, indeed.
Francis Cundall has absolutely turned the heat up in the second half. I mean, we know him as a big ball carrier, but he has been a monster in defence here for Oundle, the number 8. That's another terrible mistake from the kick, though.
Jonty Thornton. Good tackle there from Doug Russell on Paolo Parisi. He might have. They turned him. No, they haven't. Bromsgrove still have it. Parisi. Luke White. Jump over the top. And Chatterton was quite fortunate there because he had 2 players on him. Ball pops out. Tusa. Curry. Chatterton. Sending it downfield, collected by Jonty Thornton. Who goes a little counter-attack of his own. Oh, wow! That's a... Parisi. Luke White. Thornton looks a bit dazed, but he's up. Good kick. Chatterton, he's there again. Is the scrum half. He's been everywhere.
Yeah, he's a busy boy, is old Chatterton. Luke White trying to force the issue a bit for Bromsgrove. But the kicking game letting both teams down a little bit at the moment.
Chatterton. Kick downfield this time from Tuset is down the throat of his opposite number, James Taylor. Good tackle there from Freddie Johnsrud. But ball is out loose. Chase Edwards. The chase is on. The chase could be on. Good tackle again by his opposite number, Toby Warner. But it could be there for the corner. It is for Alexander Nesbitt. It's a try for Bromsgrove.
Oh, counter-attack in rugby. Absolutely superb stuff. Support lines and offloading out of nothing. You said the chase was on. 13 gets the offload away. He's got support runners alongside him. Nothing Oundle can do about that. That is brilliant instinctual rugby from Bromsgrove. That's the first try, the first points of the second half. They're back in the lead, and that could be just what this game needs.
Chase Edwards made the run. Good offload it was to Cooper Bent, and Bent finding Alexander Nesbitt. He gets over absolutely fine. 19-15 the score. Difficult conversion to come for Luke White. It's over on the. It's a difficult kick. This over on the far side. 20 minutes to go. Plenty of time for both of these teams. This for a 6-point lead. It's over.
Great
it's over.
strike.
Wow, the right boot of Luke White is white hot at the moment.
Well,
6 points the difference.
That is
15-21.
That's the hardest kick for the right footer over on that far touchline. Just next time you see that try, look at the body language and the celebration on Nisbet. He knows how much that means. We said, could it be a moment of magic that changes the game? That certainly was there from Chase Edwards.
I still feel there is yet more chapters of this story to come.
I don't doubt that. That's a huge kick downfield.
It is a huge kick indeed. And that kick isn't a bad one either, but it's a chance for Bromsgrove to have a little counter-attack if they fancy it from their own half. Little chase forward there for Tom Ford. Parisi. Walker. Tackled by James Keating. White. Nisbet. Nisbet round one player and a second. Toby Warner with an important tackle inside the 22. Bromsgrove with the sail, wind in their sails, and it could be another chance here. It's an awkward bounce, but it goes.
Whoa, that was close.
It goes out, and it's breathless stuff again all of a sudden.
With those kicks over the top, the key is always get the defender turning, and that exact. I can't get my words out, it's so exciting.
It's exciting stuff, that's what it is.
That is exactly what he did there. He's chipped it over the top, he's got the winger turn, chasing back, all of a sudden it gets a funny bounce. And it's just mano a mano there, it ends up bouncing out, but Bromsgrove
have a penalty anyway for an earlier infringement, so it was a shot to nothing as it were. So this now to extend the lead to 9 and have a little bit of daylight between them and their opposition. Over it goes. 9 points from the boot of Luke White this afternoon. 24 points to 15. Bromsgrove lead.
Well, Bromsgrove really turning the screw here. They didn't take advantage of a lot of the territory that they had early in the half, but you wonder if that sort of laid the foundations of what's happened in the last 5 minutes. Whether that crude work has really ground Oundle down. Following that counter-attack try, they've just kind of exploded Bromsgrove. Important that Oundle now, if they're to get anything from this game, really get some territory of their own here. Try and build from there.
Absolutely. It's been very much all Bromsgrove in this second half. And very important, the next score has got to be for the team in white, otherwise this cup semi-final could run away from them. Toby Warner, how's his legs? They're pretty good. He's got 1-1 to beat here, and he gets round him as well. Good tackle that was, though. Ball is still there, though, for Oundle. But Norton. Game has burst into life once again, and a penalty advantage to come. They win the penalty. Ooh, now, Dave, do you take the 3 points here? 9 points down, 15 minutes to go.
I don't think they're going to, but I think they should. Great work from Toby Warner there, because if he hadn't have beaten that man on the outside, he was isolated. He was in trouble.
And we have a man in the bin. We have a man in the bin as well. So all of a sudden, the points are going to be taken. Justin Clegg is in the bin for 10 minutes. And I did say a few minutes ago there'll be a few more chapters to this tale.
Absolutely. Yeah, great work there from Warner. McNaughton as well on the support line. Gets the offload away. Big kick this.
Big kick for Angus McRae. This to reduce the arrears to 6 points, and they will have a one-man advantage for the next 9 minutes. Slotted over.
So 9.5 minutes with 14 players. Let's have a little look at that. He takes the step there, just gets around the outside of his man. It was really important that he did that big, tall, rangy centre. It was a good cover tackle. Nice one-handed pickup as well from McNaughton, the inside centre. And 5 killing the play there. So 6 points following that McRae penalty. Important now for Oundle to really put some pressure on Bromsgrove here. They've got to play this time with an extra man in the Bromsgrove red zone.
We saw it in one of the Vars semi-finals earlier of the Essex College CHURCHER'S. When they went down to 14 men, it seemed to burst them into life, actually.
Absolutely, yeah. They got 2 yellow cards in the semi-final, managed to score 4 tries in the time that they had
down to 14 men.
Players off the park. Which, as you rightly pointed out, certainly isn't how it should work, but it was how it did work. Right then, Bromsgrove here in the area of the field where they want to be.
Justin Clegg in the bin.
Of course, not only a player down, but one of their line-out targets down too.
And looking to try and slow the game down as much as they can. Wind the clock down. 13 minutes to go. Clegg in the bin for probably another 8 minutes or so. I think to pick up anything from this, it would be a bonus. Parisi, White, good run there from Nisbet. The referee just stopping play, and it will be a Bromsgrove put-in.
Yeah, good collision in midfield there. Bromsgrove players running hard lines. Oundle players standing firm in defence. Once again, Bromsgrove opting to have no one on the blind side. Just as Jonty Thornton makes his way over there now.
Parisi with the put-in. Collects. White finds a little bit of a gap, a little bit of space. The offload wasn't there. Ball is out though, who wants it? Bromsgrove do. Parisi, this is Walker. Good tackle. And Oundle win the penalty.
Well, a little bit of just desserts there for Oundle. The original scrum was given because the referee actually got in the way, and that handed Bromsgrove a great attacking opportunity. It was lovely footwork from White, managed to sell the dummy and go inside. Couldn't quite go all the way, but Oundle have dug deep as they've done so often throughout this match in the opening 60 minutes. And now they have the opportunity to get some possession of their own.
11 minutes to go in this first Natwest Schools Under-18 Cup. Live from the Allianz Park. Oundle School of Northamptonshire 18, Bromsgrove School 24. Place at Twickenham for the winner. And now Oundle are taking a leaf out of Bromsgrove's book. Going for a drive. Up to halfway, McNaughton. McNaughton how's his legs. It takes a good tackle there from Cooper Bent to bring him down. But Oundle now up to the 22. Tom Curry. Chatterton. A little bit loose. Francis Cundell goes to ground. Chatterton. Ben Curry.
Yeah, that went forward, that's the advantage.
Ball has been knocked forward, so Bromsgrove will have a chance to clear. 10 minutes to go. But they'll come back for that earlier knock on.
In the build-up to that, though, what brilliant inside centre play from Freddie McNaughton. Classic 12 work. Finds the gap, low centre of gravity. They're able to explode with pace. Good handoffs. Makes plenty of yards. When he gets down, he's got great support from the two Currys at 6 and 7. Bromsgrove recover well, managed to just disrupt, and Oundle just weren't able to kind of maintain their composure, which is so key. Let's have another look at that now. Yeah, it was a great line there, almost from a standing start, hands off. 1, 2, 3, and that's backs and forwards he's getting past. In the end, he got dragged down there by Cooper Bent, a really important tackle from the Bromsgrove number 11. From there, again, it was Curry who nearly went through. The two of them link up really well. And then it all got a little bit scrappy for Oundle, but that's promising for them. Both teams starting to find gaps in tired defences, and it's no surprise, it's been really intense. Fantastic first semi-final with another one to come, of course. With under 10 minutes to go, Johnny, still in the balance.
Roughly 4 minutes until Justin Clegg comes back on the field. He's just warming up down on the touchline below us. An important passage of play now for Bromsgrove. If they can get out of this clean over the next 4 minutes and get back to a full quota, you put them marginal favourites to go through. Parisi under pressure. Ball has to be launched downfield. It's a good kick it was as well. And ball does not have enough time for a quick one, so Bromsgrove do well to clear there, and they've got up to halfway.
Great touch finder there. Going back to Justin Clegg, I think this will have been the longest 6 or 7 minutes of his entire life. There he is on the screen there. He'll just be itching to get back on. So much still to play for, and here he comes.
Well, there's a few minutes earlier than our clock, but the referee said it was 10 minutes, so he's back on the field. We're back to a full quota. Oundle. Chatterton now. To McNaughton. Over the 10-metre line. Chatterton. Good tackle. Chatterton, little box kick. Could be a little bit too much on this, or is it? Maybe not. Put James Taylor under pressure. It's a high kick from Taylor, and it's going to be a line out in between the 10 metre and the 22.
Well, it was good vision to spot the gap. There was no one home. And it was actually an excellent clearing kick under pressure too. But real chance for OUNDLE now. 30 or so metres from the try line. First thing they need though is a good solid line out.
Alistair Taylor goes short and is picked up by Curry. 5 metres out. Ball is out loose, and now there's off again, a little bit of a race. It's been picked up by the backs though. Number 4, Max Howard. Chatterton now. A little bit loose and free. I think there might have been a knock on there. Referee doesn't agree. But it's Bromsgrove who have the ball. Time the enemy now for UNDLE.
Well, the defence, the work rate of Bromsgrove, absolutely fantastic. OUNDLE, though, just will not take their foot off the gas. So evenly poised going into these last few minutes. Of course, Bromsgrove have the clock and the scoreboard on their side, but OUNDLE's still full of energy, full of running, full of power. And they have the put in here in a great position.
5.5 minutes to go. Referee wants that one to be reset.
Clock still ticking though. This will suit Bromsgrove.
Five or so minutes. Chatterton with the put in at the scrum. And he will collect. And now we're racing. UNDLE just short of the 22. Chatterton fishes it out. Tom Curry. Good offload to Francis Cundell. Cundell now up to the 22. Tackle there by Justin Clegg. Chatterton uses McNaughton. Wants to get round one or two people. Chatterton again. To Johnsrud.
Yeah, looking for a similar grubber kick to the one that led to the first try.
But UNDLE will win the line out. Time their enemy as well now. 4 or so minutes left in this semi-final. Could he go down to the last play? He possibly could. Alistair Taylor sends it forward. Referee gives a free kick to Bromsgrove though.
What a relief for Bromsgrove to come away with a free kick there. UNDLE not necessarily going anywhere, but they weren't going anywhere in the right area of the pitch.
They're looking to take it quickly, and they have taken it quickly.
Oh, they're under pressure though. Oh, that's a terrible mistake.
Toussaint and Marshall with their wires crossed. And now Bromsgrove exactly where they want to be with 3.5 minutes left.
Oh, that could not have gone any better for Bromsgrove. It was a good touch finder from the free kick. OUNDLE have looked to take it quickly, but it was a great chase from Bromsgrove, putting OUNDLE under tremendous amounts of pressure. And now they just need to play sensible rugby for the remaining few minutes.
Henry Walker. Here comes the Bromsgrove drive. One more score, even if it's 3 points, should be enough for them, you would feel. UNDLE staying strong though. The drive continues to come from Bromsgrove. About 10 metres out. Nobody on the blind side if they go quickly. John T. Thornton was waiting there, but they got a penalty of Bromsgrove, and you feel here, Dave, 3 points, that'll do.
They have to go for the sticks here. They have to go for the sticks. Beautiful execution from Bromsgrove. The way the team is set up and the way they controlled their forward play in the first half, when a match is so evenly poised like this, it's just absolutely made for a team like that. You just saw how comfortable they were just in possession there. Even when OUNDLE were trying to disrupt them, they take it to ground and start again.
So Luke White, this arguably to send Bromsgrove to Twickenham. Over it goes, Bromsgrove are nearly at the promised land.
Cool head there from White. He's had a wonderful second half. Marshalled the troops around really well. He's kicked fantastically. He's broken the line.
Quick restart. London really needed to collect. The ball's been knocked forward. Roughly a minute to go. David, your man of the match.
Again, difficult decision for OUNDLE. I've been really impressed with the back row. I think they've been absolutely fantastic, as have the two centres. Chatterton too, he's been particularly busy. Real good individual performances. As for Bromsgrove, the whole team, particularly 1 to 8, they've been absolutely superb. They've done everything they needed to do to guide two evenly matched teams here. They've done everything they can to guide their team home. But my man of the match for his cool head in the second half. Ultimately, he's kicked his team to victory. It's the outside half, White.
Luke White is our man of the match from up here on the gantry. The referee just having a good look as some changes are being made for OUNDLE. A few players coming on the field to have a go in these last few moments.
Yeah, OUNDLE just emptying the bench. They know they've given it everything. We've had some fantastic tries and some wonderful individual moments of brilliance, but it's not going to be quite enough on the day.
Just moments away now. We've got time up on our watch, but there's our man of the match, Luke White, the captain of Bromsgrove, who's had an excellent game. Bromsgrove are ready to celebrate on the sidelines. They know they're there. Parisi, kick in from Luke White, and there is the celebrations from Bromsgrove, who are in the Natwest Under-18 Cup Final. They defeated OUNDLE School of Northamptonshire by 27 points to 18. They're one match away from glory.
Well, two teams who gave it absolutely everything there today. We said at half-time, would it be the team who were organised, who could get their way over the try line, over the final line into the final, or would it be the team with the individual moment of brilliance? In the end, it was Bromsgrove who had both. They had a sensational pack that kept them in control. They had a wonderful fly half, Luke White, who kicked them to victory, and then they had the back line that linked together for that majestic try over in the far corner that ultimately was the difference between the two sides. Bromsgrove march on. OUNDLE can certainly leave this field with their heads held high. A gargantuan effort and some wonderfully talented players in that team. Unfortunately, they're going to have to wait a little bit longer to make their Twickenham debut, because it's Bromsgrove's day and they totally deserve it.
They are through by 27 points to 18. Let's have a look at the tries of the game. David, talk us through some of your favourites here. Like both teams came out like express trains, didn't they?
Oh, absolutely. Once again, we see the grubber kick there from Ben Curry. gathered in by Warner. It was a kick worthy of an outside back, to be honest, from the back row. A great way to start the match, and that set the tone for OUNDLE. This set the tone for Bromsgrove. It was the first try from the line out. Their set piece was absolutely immaculate. There we go, ball taken by the middle jumper. They get in position. That time they didn't have to work particularly hard for it. This is the second try, even when the line out didn't go too well, makes its way to the back. But once again, Bromsgrove, they can reset. They've got the pack, they've got the forwards who know exactly what they need to do and when they need to do it. And as soon as they got that roll on, as soon as they got those legs pumping as a unit, there was nothing that OUNDLE could do to defend it. That was the second Bromsgrove try there. Finished off by Walker, the hooker, who had a fantastic game himself. This is the second OUNDLE try just before half-time. Quick thinking by the scrum half after a sustained period of pressure. Ben Curry, the blindside flanker, making his way over the try line following that delightful grubber kick for the first. Fair play to George Chatterton, as all great nines do. Quick thinking, quick tap penalty, and you can't stop the back rower from there. We had a couple more kicks, but this is where the magic really happened. Chase Edwards makes the break, offloads to Cooper Bent, who finds the inside centre, Alexander Nisbet. It was half the length of the field. It was the only time, really, we saw a Bromsgrove backline explode. Just look at the delight on his face as he dives over. His body language here. Look at the celebration. I think he realised that that was the moment where the match was won. There was a lovely little chip over the top there that turned the left winger for OUNDLE. They couldn't quite dab it down that time, but that really summed up the second half. Bromsgrove played the territory game a lot better. OUNDLE just couldn't capitalise on any of their territory or possession in the second half. So Bromsgrove, when they took advantage in the second half, managed to pull away and they progress.
Indeed they do. Bromsgrove through 27 points to 18. Their coach, Tony Window, is downstairs with Ed.
Well, Tony, this game was billed as the Battle of the Midlands, and the battle it certainly was. Very close right up until the end there. How are you feeling?
Yeah, pretty fraught at the minute. I think OUNDLE were outstanding today, and I think that, in all honesty, the game could have gone either way. And you know, I've just said to the boys there at the end, I think it's testament to them as a group. They've come through the school together, and they've really bought into what we're trying to do within the school ethos of rugby, and that showed there. I think we showed a lot of character to, I wouldn't say hold on at the end, but we defended our line, tremendously well in that second half.
Well, it was certainly a grind, wasn't it? So many good performances from your side. None other than Captain Luke Hunt, of course. His kicking game was so composed.
Yeah. Luke's done that for us all year. To be fair to him, he's a talented rugby player and he knows how to control a game of rugby. And the pleasing thing to me is he's been at the school, for 2 years, and he's continually developed. He's got a tremendous attitude. He's always out there practicing his kicking, and that's paid off today. I suppose people look at Johnny Wilkinson and what he's done and how he practices, and Luke's very much like that. He's all weathers. He's out there with the ball kicking in, and he's got his just rewards today because he's kicked exceptionally well.
Well, obviously there'll be some celebrations going on for you tonight, I'm sure. Twickenham in a couple of weeks' time. How will you prepare for that?
We'll look at that Monday. I think we'll enjoy the weekend. The boys give me a bit of stick because every time we play, I always pick at them and say there's something we can improve on, and we never really sort of celebrate. So I think we'll get tonight out the way first, and then we'll worry about next 2 weeks on Monday.
And a bit of a testy one. I won't get you to overcommit, but one internet poll makes you favourites for the competition. Would you care to respond to that?
I would disagree with that. You look at Dulich's record in this competition. How can they not be favourites when they haven't lost a game in the competition? So, we'll prepare. We'll do as best we possibly can, and we'll see where takes us.
Well, whoever you face in the final is set to be a great match. Congratulations, a fantastic performance today.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you.
So Bromsgrove are in the Natwest Under-18s Cup Final for 2014-15. They have beaten Oundle School of Northamptonshire by 27 points to 18. Who will they face? Will it be Wilmslow School or Dulich College, who are looking for a fourth title in 4 years? Should be fascinating at the top of the hour. Join us then. Bye for now.
And it's a very warm welcome back from me, Johnny Bryan, and welcome you to the Allianz Park here in North London for the final Natwest Schools Cup Under-18 semi-final between WILMSLOW High School and Dulich School. This should be an intriguing tie. WILMSLOW High School Cup semi-finalists 4 years prior, the Vars runners-up of 8 years ago, against the Dulich dynasty, the cup winners of the last 3 years of 2012, 2013, 2014. They've never lost in this competition since they entered it 3 years ago, and they're one step away from getting back to Twickenham and going for a 4th successive title. Dave Rogers alongside me. David, intriguing tie this one. Dulwich College, I'm looking in front of me here, 8 of the 22 that took part in last year's final play. And the guy who scored a hat-trick in that final is on the bench for Dulich.
Well, that's a nice little that's a nice little thing to have on the bench, isn't it? A man who scored a hat-trick at Twickenham. Whether he's rested today or whether he simply doesn't make the start in 15 remains to be seen. But Dulwich College dynasty is a brilliant word used to sum it up. They've got to be favourites, but WILMSLOW High School, lots of talent too. We're a few minutes away from kickoff, and I can't wait for this one to get underway.
This is how they line up. Simon Metcalf 1, Christine Taylor, the captain of Sale Sharks, at 2, Tom Gardner 3, Callum Atkinson 4, Jake Stewart 5, Sorrel Cohen 6, Andy Fife 7, Sam Haley also of Sale Sharks 8, Will Haslam 9, James Graham 10, Alice Fishwick at 11, centres Luke James and Reese Hubbard, Brohan Wilson on the right wing 14, Fergus Taylor is the fullback, and they are captained as they have been for the last 3 years by Mr. Sam Howard. Dulwich College, as I mentioned, 8 of the players of the 22 played in the final last year, but a new front row this time. George Wingelow, Richard Derome, Andrew Barron. 1, 2, 3. Luke Bliss played last year, he's at 4. Charlie D 5. Ed Norris is a late replacement for Tom Watling at 6. Then 7, 8, 9 and 10 all played 12 months ago. Sam Younger, Tom Marchant is now the captain. Pierre Thompson with an impressive kicking game and an attacking running game at scrum half. John Wall, man of the match in the quarter-final, that final minute drop goal at 10. Reese Pinnock 11, Ed Berry played last year 12, Hugh Roberts 13, Omar Malik at try in the quarter-final 14, Ralph Marchant at 15, and Roger Hancock is the manager. Placements: Ross Bullock, Janad Attar, Marcus Atkinson, Ross Waddell, Will Gregory, David Shard, Guy Pritchard, and for Dulwich College, Alex Holly, Alyssa Ekesi Clifford, Cameron Henderson, Chris Onuri, George Abbott, Anthony Nzigu, who scored the hat-trick in the final last year, and Ben Austin Token is the 22 that makes up both of these teams. So then, David, as the sun begins to set here in North London, we'll be under the floodlights for probably the second half of this match before darkness descends. Will darkness descend on the Dulich dynasty?
Nicely done. I like your work. The temperature's dropped as well, actually. We're sat up here in the shade of the commentary gantry, the big Dulich crowd there, still in the sunshine, enjoying this springtime warmth. As you said, this is a really, really interesting one for WILMSLOW. Lots of talent in there. You mentioned those Sale Sharks Academy players. They've stepped up a great deal. Let's have a look at their results here. Bearing in mind they made the Vase quarter-finals previously, but this is a huge step up to get to this level. 20-10, 29-26, 17-6, 10-7. Of course, in round 5 they had that big win against St. Peter's, but then the draw against St. Joseph's College through on tries scored. This is a proper cup rugby run from WILMSLOW. They get in, they're playing against equally matched teams, but they have found a way to win matches and get over the line. They are fully here on merit. That St. Joseph's College win, that is absolutely massive. And they know that if they get in a dogfight, and this is a close match, then they can get through to Twickenham.
Dulwich College on their route to this semi-final. On my calculations, they've only dropped 35 points en route.
Well, they've scored a lot too. Similarly, you look at their results. I mean, early on in the competition, they were just blowing teams out of the water. But in rounds 5 and 6, Trinity School in Croydon and Hampton School, I mean, 8-7. in the quarter-finals. That is a close match. I mean, fingers crossed from our neutral perspective, we'll have a similar thing today where we've got two proper cup teams going against each other. I mentioned before, Wilmslow have got the ability to get over the line, but Dulich, I mean, you were here last year on this very ground when they just absolutely pulled a rabbit out of the hat to get a victory.
Well, exactly. I've been covering this competition now since 2012, and I've seen each Dulich victory, as it were. You know, the Blue do blow teams away, but sometimes when they get to the final, they do tend to blow teams away. But it's this part, the semi-final, sometimes they tend to struggle. They struggled 2 years ago in Coventry, but go over the line. And last year against RGS High Wycombe here, they were down to 13 men for the last 10 minutes, 7-5 ahead, protecting I think it was could have been 9-5 ahead. They were protecting a very small lead, and RGS were trying to blow the house down. They were huffing and puffing. They couldn't blow it down. Dulich held strong, and then annihilated Warwick in the final couple of weeks later. This is a team that knows how to dig deep, to grind out victories. They're a grinding out team. It'll be interesting to see how Wilmslow come up against them today. They're looking for the dynasty. They are the dynasty team. 3 in a row, looking for a 4 in a row. I think the record is 7 titles. I think it's 5 in a row. So they're
well, they're still a little...
They're a team that a school that can do it.
They're a little way away from Colston's record, but that is certainly going to be well within their crosshairs. They've brought a group of students today. That's the blue and black group of supporters you can see in the kind of centre left to your screen with the blue and black checkered flag. There's probably a couple of hundred of them there, but the noise they made on the way in, Johnny, was absolutely incredible.
It's the first time you've seen them, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
And if they get to Twickenham, they'll bring 10 times more than that crowd.
On occasions like this, it's incredible the difference the crowd can make as well. If there's a big hit, suddenly the crowd go up. That spurs the players on. You talk about grinding out victories. Sometimes you need something special, something a bit different that lifts you on an occasion like this. This is a cup semi-final. A win here kind of puts you as a legend in schools rugby. These teams are playing for a place in the biggest match in English schools rugby. We've already got one team through. They can kick back and relax and enjoy this game and scope out the opposition, but we have got 70 minutes of two teams, some real hard graft, and both teams are going to have to be on top of their game if they're going to take a place in the final.
That's something that BROMSGROVE will be doing. They'll be in the stands, no doubt, watching their opponents, whoever they may be, in a couple of weeks' time. Both teams are in the tunnel. And as you can see, darkness descends now over the Allianz Park. It's gone a bit cold, a bit chilly. People are still keeping warm though, as the sun hits that stand opposite to where we are. Sun sets about 6 o'clock, I think, here local time. So you can see the floodlights are already starting to come on. And there's nothing more dramatic, is there? When you play a game in the sunset, it starts in the sunshine and ends in darkness. I think it's one of the most beautiful things in all the sport. Whether it be a rugby game, I was in Stade de France 7 days ago actually for the France-Wales game, and we started out in glorious sunshine and then it ended up under the lights, and absolutely beautiful atmosphere, and hopefully it's something very, very much more the same, as it were.
Just look at that now. It's absolutely picturesque. Allianz Park has been a wonderful venue for these matches today. The pitch obviously has been perfect. The standard's been great. We've got what are really the torchbearers for school rugby about to take their place on the field. Interesting, you talk about dynasty and you talk about momentum. Sometimes you have teams and players, they just have a resonance with certain competitions or certain sports. I'm talking about a sort of a late 90s Manchester United, or a peak of his game Tiger Woods or Roger Federer. Sometimes just your name, just your presence holds weight, and certainly at this moment in time it feels like that for Dulich College.
I understand what you mean. It's a bit like, to use a golf analogy, in the Ryder Cup, knowing that Seve Ballesteros is on the other side of the European team. You've got an American, you're thinking, oh, I could be in for a nasty day today. Roughly the same, that some teams are seeing that with Dulich College in the latter stages especially. All teams are vulnerable. You know, that we're not writing off Wilmslow whatsoever. This team is a very, very good team with good academy players from Sale Sharks in it, and they can cause an upset. But this team is unbeaten in this competition for 3 years, so it's going to take a good performance to unseat the kings of the Natwest Cup for the last 3 years.
It certainly is, but you know, we can use other sporting analogies. Who could forget Buster Douglas knocking out Mike Tyson all those years ago. He was the undisputed king of the heavyweight division back then. And an underdog came from nowhere to land that knockout blow. Could Wilmslow be Buster Douglas today and unseat Dulich College?
Reading in the press beforehand, a lot of the writers have put Dulich massive favourites for this. But as you mentioned, you know, sometimes in sport, the strangest things can happen.
Absolutely anything can happen, as we see Wilmslow there. That's the captain there, just pointing at his head, just saying, keep your heads the whole time. And they've got to think, it's such a thinking man's game. We saw how pragmatic it could be in Bromsgrove's victory earlier. It was a 70-minute game with perhaps only 30 seconds of genius from Bromsgrove, but 69.5 minutes of graft and pragmatic, intelligent play can just allow those moments of genius to flourish. They're no good without the hard work that surrounds them.
So then, Bromsgrove await the winners at Twickenham in 3 Wednesdays' time. Wilmslow versus Dulich for a place in the final. Wilmslow will get this match underway. Going from right to left in this first half, and very interestingly enough, we had an interesting stat come up from our director just before we started. The team that is going right to left in the second half tend to win, not just has been in the last 3 matches on this ground, but in Saracens' play generally. It's a very interesting stat that we found out earlier. But Wilmslow are the ones who are on the front foot. They are the ones who are leading off. Will Haslam going to his right-hand side, and a little bit of a juggle, and a high tackle there from Hugh Roberts, but dumps Reese Hubbard into touch.
Nice early show of intent there from Wilmslow. That's 1 tackle beaten. Bit of room on the outside, but a good scramble into touch there from Dulich. Just absorbing the last bits of sunshine there inside that 22.
Richard Jerome on line-out duty. Picked up by Luke Bliss. He played 12 months ago. And now the Dulich drive. We've seen this time and time again. Thompson. John Wall. Pierre Thompson, advantage being played. Wall kicks it downfield, and a little bit of a chase here for Reese Pinnock, who does well. Thompson, Wall, Sam Younger, up to the Wilmslow 22 they come. Pierre Thompson looks to his right. John Wall, Ed Berry, crossfield kick. Who wants it? Number 11, Alex Fishwick. He calls for the mark, but attacking intent from Dulich right from the off.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good mark called by Alex Fishwick as well. He was on the back foot, facing his own goal line. Took the catch well under pressure. Not the most convincing kick, but finds touch nonetheless. Going over to the other side of the field, Reese Pinnock on the chase there. He looks like he has got wheels. That left winger will be looking to find space as this match progresses. But easy yards made by Dulich there.
Richard Jerome. Referee not happy. Saying it wasn't straight. Scrum down. Wilmslow ball.
Interesting observation. Wilmslow have chosen not to contest at either of the Dulich line-outs so far. The first one, they didn't contest the drive either. I'm not sure if that was a mistake or a tactic. Perhaps they were expecting the quick ball off the top. But the referee not happy. So let's take a look at these scrums. To the naked eye, Dulich look like they have a lot bigger pack.
start. Or Haslam with the put in at the scrum. Good pressure from Pierre Thompson. And Dulich have turned the ball over. And now lead from the front foot. Luke Bliss. Tom Marchett. Thompson. John Wall. Good pass out to Hugh Roberts. Pierre Thompson. John Wall. Thompson up the blind side. Rhys Pinnock. Goes into touch. And it will be a WILMSLOW line-out just inside their own 22.
Yeah, Dulich there looking for the flat passes, really looking for the backs to hit that line at pace. Eventually someone will find a gap, but it's a high-risk strategy because the interception is always on. So far, WILMSLOW drifting well in defence.
Christian Taylor, the WILMSLOW captain, with the line-out, and a decent one it was too. Tackled by Ed Norris. WILMSLOW looking to run through the phases deep from inside their own 22. Fergus Taylor and a little darting run. Haslam. James Graham. This is Christian Taylor, the captain. Tackled by Ed Berry. And Rhys Pinnock has picked it up. And he's strong, the number 11. Thompson. Not the best pass to Tom Marchett, but Dulich still have it with Andrew Barron. Thompson. John Wall. Into the 22 they come. Thompson goes to his right and uses Charlie D. Surveying his options is the Dulich scrum half, Luke Bliss. Sent backwards by Alex Fishwick. Thompson. A little bit of juggling act from George Wichellow. And it may have been turned over, it looks like it has. And WILMSLOW will win the penalty.
Yeah, good defence there from WILMSLOW. Dulich going through the phases, trying to use the forwards to set the platform, but WILMSLOW stuck with them. Just before that though, WILMSLOW, I'm all for running rugby, Johnny, but they're just making life very difficult for themselves there by not trying to clear the lines. Dulich aren't the sort of team where you can constantly try and run from your own 22 against them. They will punish you, and you'll really struggle to get any territory, and territory is going to play a huge part in this semi-final.
But maybe, Dave, they looked and thought, well, hang on a minute, attack's maybe the best line of defence.
Yeah, I totally get that, but it's difficult to continually attack from your 22, so it'll be interesting to see if that pattern of play continues as the match goes on.
Christian Taylor, Sale Sharks, decent ball player as well for WILMSLOW. Picked up by Will Haslam, but the ball's gone out loose again, and it is a knock-on advantage here for Dulwich College, and they're going to come back for that knock-on advantage. And it will be a Dulwich put-in.
Yeah, just a little bit scrappy there. Got to think it's been a long day for these lads as well. They've been on site most of the day. They've seen 3 games of rugby already. The heart rates will be going up and down. Finally now it's their turn. Good position this for Dulich.
Thompson.
It's a good scrum from WILMSLOW though.
John Wall out wide. It was a dodgy pass, but the ball was knocked forward.
That is the exact flat pass that I was talking about. The backline are up, they're flat. What it does mean is you can move the ball quickly and you can have your backs exploding at pace, but Wilmslow were up quickly. It was 13 on 13. You can really come unstuck like that. It's a real high risk, high payoff game plan. At that time, Hugh Roberts knocked the ball forward.
9 minutes down. Just to remind you, 35 minutes a half. That's under 18's competition. Aslan with the put in. Sam Haley who collects. Aslan goes to his right. His left, beg your pardon. Kick downfield. Down the throat of Ralph Marchant. He puts it back into the hands of James Graham. And Marchant with the tackle on Graham and wins the penalty.
Yeah, holding on there, Graham putting himself under a little bit of pressure. Bit of kick tennis there, and Graham decides to take the ball into contact. Look at all the sunglasses in the crowd there. Glorious springtime evening here. We just see a replay of Graham. He's isolated, look, there's no one behind him. By the time the 7 gets there, it's too late. Dulich have got hands on it, it's not released. And Wilmslow under pressure again. Line out just outside the 22.
Richard the Rome. The line out. Now the Dulich drive, they're away, and they're motoring, heading towards the line. Wilmslow defence.
They've recovered well there.
Charlie D with the ball in hand. Charlie D, he's got his eye on the line. Try time.
Well, similar to Bromsgrove in the other semi-final, Dulich showing the discipline required from the set piece to really keep things ticking over in a semi-final. We said it was a dangerous position. They set the drive straight away. That's a couple of times it's happened now where Wilmslow have just not set themselves at all, and Dulich have just exploded from the drive. It's the second row there, Charlie D. One of the easiest tries he'll ever score. And it just so happens he's done it at Allianz Park in a cup semi-final. Great start for Dulich, great discipline.
John Watt had the extras. Uses the breeze beautifully. 7-0, Dulich lead. 11 minutes down. Already the Dulich fans are already doing the Poznan across the way.
Fantastic support for the Blue and Blacks.
Bit of a loose kick-off.
We'll have to check that because I had Charlie D as the try scorer, but Bliss has been given it by the stadium announcer. So next time we see the replay, we'll confirm that for you. Oh, that's a great
take from Fergus Taylor. And now Wilmslow are on the counter-attack. Picked up though by Rhys Pinnock. He's been everywhere in the first 12 minutes as the lad. Thompson surveying his options. Put under pressure by Sam Haley. War. Right boot of his down into midfield. Fergus Taylor was the man who collected. And they have an advantage. Aslan. Wilmslow, what can they do to respond? Atkinson. Fishwick. Up towards the Dulich 22. Fife. Graham. This is Luke James. The referee's called it back for that earlier penalty. And it will be Dulich sent back to their 22 as Wilmslow gained some territory
Yeah, we're just going to take another look at that try there. Once again, immaculate drive there from Dulich. It is the number 5, Charlie D, with the ball in his hands. So we were right, John. That's good news. And over he goes, much to the delight of his teammates. However, they now must defend their own 22 with a line out here for Wilmslow.
Christian Taylor. Callum Atkinson collects. Taylor. Loose pass to Luke James, who beats one man and another, and now gives Wilmslow the authority to attack. A little bit of a juggle and a thumping tackle by Andrew Barron. So much so, it was that good of a tackle, he knocked the ball on, and Dulich had the chance to clear.
Yeah, the ball's gone forward, and Andrew Barron thought all his Christmases had come at once there. It was great work from the inside centre, Luke James, making yards. Wilmslow really on the front foot here, but unfortunately, that's what happens when you get props in the back line. It was a missed pass, but he stuck his hand out to hit the number 1, Simon Metcalf, and then Andrew Barron, the number 3 for Dulich, just absolutely wipes the man out chest high. These big old units, absolutely love that. Bit of a blood bin there on your screens. And Alyssa Clifford will come on to replace the man who's just getting patched up. That's the number 17 for Dulich.
Blood substitution as we a little bit of a stoppage in play. Yes, Andrew Barron was the man who's blood substitution.
Well, he must have hit him face first with that tackle.
Must have hit him hard, wasn't he? 15 minutes down. Dulich 7-0 up. And they win the penalty.
Big scrum there from Wilmslow. Just what they needed following that handling error.
And their corner again, maybe.
And their crowd find their voice as well. This is just the response they needed following conceding the try, actually. But you feel as though they have to take something from this visit into the opponent's 22. Whether it's 3 points, whether it's 5, whether it's 7. They just have to get something on that scoreboard. This is the first opportunity they've really had to do so.
5-metre line out. Christian Taylor. Callum Atkinson. Andy Fife. About a metre out. Haslam. Tries to go himself. Held up. He's asking the judge to come over, in fact. Let's have a look at this. Great angle here.
Here he goes, he's rolled over.
Oh, well, I don't know. He may have got there, you know. In fact, it has been given, yes. Good spot from the touch judge. Wilmslow have got the try, they're back in the game.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, we did say they needed something. It was great work from the scrum half.
Will Haslam, we believe what we credited with the scorer here. And credit must go to the touch judge here. He was the one who spotted it.
Absolutely. Good that the referee can rely on his touch judges as well. In the right place at the right time. As for Maslin, found the gap. Realised the tackle wasn't complete. Let's have another look at that. Wilmslow just inching towards the try line. The ball actually broke loose. It was a lovely step off his right foot. Dulich straight away appealing to the referee. Not happy with something as the conversion goes over. Will Maslin's sniping around the fringes levels things up. Game on.
Game on indeed. 7 apiece.
In the build-up to that, you know, I was going to say, aside from the try, there's not been a lot in it. Dulich have probably had more of the possession, but confirmation there of the Masden try. There's not been a lot between the two teams, so they've had one opportunity each to score a try, and they've both capitalised on it.
So 7-7. Long looping pass. Out wide to Luke James. Ball knocked forward there by Thompson. And a penalty called back.
Yeah, deliberate knock on. Thompson read the play, saw what was happening. Again, Wilmslow getting themselves in a bit of trouble. They're reluctant to put boot to ball. It's admirable. You just hope from their perspective it doesn't get them in trouble. I mean, that's a bit of a suicide offload there. Pierre Thompson was absolutely lightning on that one, but it was deliberately knocked to ground. He's lucky there's been the rule change, because that was a compulsory yellow card a couple of seasons ago.
Yes, it was.
But the referee showing good discretion there, given the occasion, and Wilmslow are given the opportunity to clear their lines.
Christian Taylor with the line out. Picked up by Sam Haley. Masden. Fergus Taylor. Jake Stewart. High tackle there on Sam Haley. Wilmslow not afraid to test Dulich here. Thumping tackle on Callum Atkinson. Masden to Luke James. This is Christian Taylor, the captain. Ball lands in touch, much to the delight of the Dulich crowd.
Yeah, again Wilmslow trying to run the ball. Initially Dulich did well to stop the forward threat getting over the gain line, but Wilmslow just starting to half break a few tackles, make a few yards. Nothing to really scare Dulwich College at the moment, who are just kind of forcing them right to left, happy to absorb the pressure, and eventually it's the mistake that leads to the line out.
Richard Derone at the line out. Circumspect line out it is too, collected by Luke Bliss. Charlie D at the back of the drive. And here they come again. Thompson spots a gap. There's a little kick forward to say to Ed Norris, chase this. Pulling the shirt back. Stop Wilmslow in their tracks. But they have a couple of men over on the left-hand side, a little bit loose, and there's a chance there for Omar Malik. Couldn't collect, ball went backwards, says the referee, so we continue play. Masden. Not the best pass in the world, and the tackle on Sam Younger was the penalty. Advantage being played for Wilmslow, and time off as a couple of players down, and they need a little bit of assistance.
Yeah, a couple of Dulwich players lying on the wrong side there. Looks as though there might be a bit of afters too. Evenly poised game late in the day. You wonder whether or not tempers may boil over at some stages. Let's just take a little look there. Oh yeah, a little bit of stamping on the wrong side there. That's what happens for Luke Bliss. Laying on the wrong side, gets a little bit of Will Maslin's size 8s for his trouble.
Tarkin on the field for Andy Fife. Taylor with the line out. Doesn't collect this time. Instead it's picked up by John Waugh. With Bliss. WILMSLOW will have the put in.
Again, WILMSLOW getting away with one there. That was a bit of a communication breakdown at the line out there as there's a player down on the floor.
Another injury.
It's quite a physical game. Both teams just keen to try and exert themselves physically, particularly 1 to 8. Still 7-all after just under 25 minutes is probably about the right score. It's been a bit of a midfield battle. Dulich playing with that flat back line. WILMSLOW putting themselves under pressure by trying to run the ball out of their own 22. Although looking at the way they have kicked, I think that might be down to the fact that they don't really seem to have a player in the back line who's got a huge boot that can relieve the pressure. Particularly into that wind, which despite the fact we're not feeling it in the gantry, has definitely played a part in the matches we've seen on this pitch already today.
Roughly 10 minutes to go. A little bit of change to go with it as well. Well, Maslin with the put in. Maslin out wide to Taylor. Taylor to Wilson. Goes to ground. Picked up by number 8 Sam Haley. Under pressure by Sam Younger. Taylor. Maslin. Boot downfield. Omar Malik under it. And collects well. Chance to launch a counter-attack. He's running through midfield. Is the Dulich right winger. And he's still going strong. Still going. Holding the ball like a loaf of bread. And don't into touch. But good yards gained from Dulich.
Well, he's made 30 or 40 yards there, a lot of it across the field. The problem with the kick there is that it didn't turn him. He took a couple of backward steps, you can see there, and he can gather it quite comfortably under no pressure at all. There's not a great deal of thought gone into that kick. Then he beats one defender, 2 defenders. He's outside the number 6, he's past him. The winger can't really get hands on him, so that's 4 or 5 defenders he's taken out there, and they've stolen the line out.
Luke Bliss was the man who stole it. Dulich drive into the WILMSLOW 22 and they continue to go. Thompson. John Waugh. Waugh with the offload to Ed Benny, who's over! Second try for Dulich.
Yeah, it's
Ed Benny the scorer.
It's all about Waugh there. Great work from the forwards again, setting the platform. Waugh gets the ball in his hands. Half breaks the first tackle, manages to get his hands free, and that's a great support line from the inside centre. Here we go, look. It's not a great tackle from 10 or 17. James Graham really bought the dummy there, and Junaid Attar, the substitute. By the time he's reacted, John Waugh is already thinking about the offload. Ed Berry's there on his right shoulder, and he's over for Dulich's second try of the match.
John Waugh to add the extras, and does so. 7-point game, 14 points to 7, Dulich lead. Here's a replay of it again.
Let's have another look at it. Yeah, good ball, 9 to 10. Lovely little dummy, just shimmies away. Avoids Graham's tackle, avoids Attar's tackle, and it's just a simple offload there. Exactly where 10 wants 12 to be. And Berry runs in unopposed.
Omar Malik running through midfield. Thompson. The dart forward from John Waugh. footballing skills aren't the best. Reece Pinnock picks it up, but the referee calls it back for an earlier penalty.
Yeah, I think he's brought it back for the first knock on there. I think it's gone forward off both teams. So what with it looking like it was going to break for Reece Pinnock. Just take a lovely little dab through there into no man's land. That has got the potential to really sit up pretty for Berry, and he'd have probably been in for his second try. As it stands, he just looks to dab a toe on it. It's gone forward off a Wilmslow hand. Looks like the penalty's been given for offside in the midfield. So Dulich will have another opportunity to clear deep here and put themselves in a very similar position to the one they scored the try from just a couple of minutes ago.
Chance for some more pressure on Wilmslow as well. The ball heads into the stands. Dulich in between the 10-metre line and the 22. Taylor. To Derone, I beg your pardon, with the line out at this time around. Picked up by Tom Marchant, the Dulich captain. Good defence from Wilmslow. Thompson picks it up. Spots a little bit of a darting gap. Goes to ground. George Witchelow. Thompson. John Waugh. Tom Marchant, the captain. Ball's knocked forward. Wilmslow will have a chance to clear with a knock-on advantage. Jake Stewart. Going to ground. Still on Wilmslow hands. And that advantage over now. Run from Luke James. No help though, so it's slow ball. Maslin. Tom Gardner. Maslin again. Out wide this time to Sorrel Cohen. Knock on advantage to Dulich. Thompson. John Waugh. Little one forward for Reece Pinnock.
God, that's well recovered there by Wilson, the right winger.
Well, it will be a Dulich line out in a dangerous position.
Yeah, it was a lovely little dab through. Good phase play there from Dulich, just going through the motions, looking for the gap. In the end, it wasn't coming, so they dab it down the left wing. It was all but in the hands of Reece Pinnock, but Wilson, wowee, how important could that be? I mean, there's still a lot of danger, but that was a certain try had he not been there with that intervention.
Richard Derone, picked up by Luke Bliss. Another Dulich drive to come, maybe. Wilmslow saying, no, you're not. Thompson. Low ball to Hugh Roberts. Thompson. John Waugh. Ralph Marchant. And there's a chance there of Reece Pinnock, but John Waugh didn't read the play properly. And Wilmslow will have a line out 5 metres from their own try line.
No, bit of a get out of jail there for Wilmslow. It needed deft handling there that unfortunately for Dulich they weren't quite able to execute. However, even if Wilmslow do manage to secure possession from this line-out, they're just not giving themselves an outlet for the pressure at the moment. They just need someone in the team to really stand up and take responsibility for the kicking.
Taylor. Kick downfield, and a decent effort it is as well.
That's a much better kick.
From James Graham. Gets them out of trouble just for a little bit of time.
Really important for Wilms though now as the clock ticks towards 33 minutes. So we've got maybe
no more points.
Yeah, that's really important.
Which is Jerome. Referee not happy. So we'll have that one again. Jerome. Excellent take from Dulich. Now they continue to drive into the 22. Charlie D, it's the same play again, it's the same play as last time. Thompson Mee looking to pinch the ball off him, but D still has it in his hands as the drive continues. They push forward, still they push. Thompson Mee want it now. Instead, it's offloaded to Tom Marchant. 5 metres out. The drive continues. It continues. Luke Bliss. You can see the whitewash. You can see the line. This is slow. Slowly, it's there. Cool, calm, collected. Dulich lead by 12.
That pretty much sums it up. What was most impressive about that from the Dulich point of view was the patience. It seemed like that drive, that maul was moving for an eternity, side to side, inching forward. But they were always in control. Handed off from one second row to another. He stays bound with the left hand before spotting the whitewash. No defender anywhere near him. A slight criticism of Wilmslow, but you know, it's difficult in that situation. Where was the left winger? Why wasn't he covering that flag? But either way, that is great work from Dulich. Really hard graft. The second rowers now with a try apiece. That time it is Luke Bliss. This is a tough kick.
Wow.
But he's trained it.
Used the wind beautifully.
Just drawn one in there to use a golfing term. That is a lovely kick from War. He's 3 from 3.
Dulich lead by 21 points to 7. Play.
Well, that's a bitter pill to swallow for Wilmslow there. Spent a lot of time inside their own 22, but it's been really gutsy defence. It's only when they've been up against that set piece that they've really struggled. Dulich's execution has been exceptional.
Loose line out, still in Wilmslow hands. They do have an advantage as well. Maslin, Graham, Atta, Maslin goes left instead. Christian Taylor looking for the offload. The referee comes it back for a Wilmslow free kick, taken quickly by Christian Taylor. Taylor uses Atta to his right hand side, advantage being played as well. Need something from this here, Wilmslow, to stay in this game. High pass outside to Callum Atkinson. Alex Fishwick trying to burrow his way into the Dulich 22. Maslin, Graham, Luke James. Maslin. Quick ball here to Christian Taylor. Thompson has it, but I'm sure that was a knock-on. Indeed it was. And back they come for an early infringement. Knock on one way, knock on the other, and it will be a Dulich put-in. But it won't be, because that is the half-time whistle. Dulich lead 21 points to 7. David, your thoughts?
At the moment, the difference is Dulich's organisation. Their pack have been absolutely flawless. Wilmslow have thrown everything at Dulich, and the only criticism I can have is that they just don't have an outlet in defence. As I mentioned before, it's admirable that they want to run the ball out of defence every time, but all it takes is one small mistake and you're straight back under pressure, and that's what they've been doing too often in this half, is putting themselves under pressure. Dulich, by contrast, they've been sharp, they've been smart, they've played to their strengths, they've scored their tries through the forwards, and as a result they lead by 2 converted scores.
So Dulich lead by 21 points to 7, 4 tries in this first half. Let's have a look at all 4 of them. And it was Dulich who got underway. Again, patient play. Patience is the key.
But, well, with these sort of driving moves by the forwards, it always is. As long as you get the rhythm and as long as you get the motion, there's nothing Wilmslow can do there. I mean, you've got the ball carrier who's at the back of the maul. I mean, there's hands on there from the Wilmslow 5. He's told to get off and he has to. In the end, it's Charlie D, the number 5, who dabs it down. Wilmslow struck straight back. Will Maslin there, the ball came squirting out the side. That really suits the kind of disruptive nature of the scrum half's play. They're such slippery characters, you know. He manages to jump on the ball as it pounces out the outside, rolls over, as there's a bit of lax tackling there from Dulich, but that's pretty much the only lax defence there's been from the defending champions. This is that lovely move there for the second try. It was all about the outside half. John Wall got great flat ball from Pierre Thompson, sold the dummy. This is a really good angle actually, because this shows him just that little dummy there, just had the Wilmslow defence. It was James Graham and Junaid Attar. They just couldn't handle him, and it was a lovely offload off the right shoulder then to put Ed Berry in unopposed, and this is the 3rd try just before half-time. Luke Bliss, the other second row, getting in on the action at the back of the maul. There it goes, marching forward, he stays bound, he knows exactly where he is, he knows exactly where the try line is, and he dives over in the right corner. Just after that, of course, there was that exceptional conversion drawn into the posts by War, who's 3 from 3. His kicking game's been excellent.
And Dulich are the ones who lead at half-time as sun sets, has descended here on North London. Dulich lead 21 points to 7 at half-time. I'm guessing the team talks, David, will be basically Dulich, as you were, please, same again.
Yeah, they just play brilliant cup rugby. That's exactly what they're doing today. It's nothing too glamorous. It's workmanlike, but it's efficient. There are those words written on top of the main stand here: discipline, honesty, work rate and humility, and they're showing all of those in abundance at the moment, are Dulich. As for Wilmslow, it's all hard graft, but they're making it hard work for themselves, in my opinion. They're spending a lot of time trying to run the ball out of their own 22, which is great. They've got some great ball carriers, they've got pace, they've got power. I mean, in defence, they've been excellent, other than the things that they quite literally can't defend against. But yeah, they need that outlet. They need to change their tactics. They need to try and get some territory, because when they've attacked the Dulich 22, they've looked as though they can make things happen. They've looked as though they can punch their way through. I'm not sure there's a way around this Dulich defence, but there might be a way through. But it's very difficult to do that from 60, 70, 80 metres out. You need to be doing that from 10, 15, 20 metres out, relying on missed tackles. You know, if there's a missed tackle on the halfway line, then there's going to be someone else who can come in and make up for that. Wilmslow.
Just interesting to see, actually, the Dulich backs are already ready. The front row of Dulich are still in a little bit of a huddle. Wilmslow have had their marching orders now. They're back out on the field. But I'm guessing from Sam Howard and the Dulich coaching staff, they'll be saying, same again, please, boys. That'll do.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
It's interesting to see what Wilmslow can do in this second half. Chasing the game now, 14 points down.
Well, something needs to happen. If I was in a Dulich shirt now, I would be kicking this ball deep and making Wilmslow work really hard to make my way up the field.
There is a breeze from right to left as you look on your screens, and it's in the Dulich backs in this half. So it's an uphill battle for Wilms before we start, but the referee is not happy. We can do
Yeah, all
that one again.
All the Dulich players offside.
And it's going to be scrummed down to Wilmslow.
Yeah, it was Will Maslin. He wanted to go quickly there. Scrum halves are always under the impression that everyone is as small and as fit and as fast as them when they want to take these quick taps. Very often it's down to one of the sharp back rows.
But it's very
to keep
important
up
here
with
for
them.
Wilmslow that the first score has to be theirs.
Certainly does. Which has been a characteristic of all the second halves. None of the games, well, as all semi-finals should be, none of the games have been out of sight by the time the second half has come around. But if Dulich do get the first score, then you do worry that they could disappear out of sight, because Wilmslow have gone through a lot of work in the opening 35 minutes or so.
The referee just going to have a good chat with both the front rows.
See the shadows starting to appear now as the lights are becoming more prominent as the sun goes down.
Maslin. Taylor. Graham. Simon Metcalf. Full of running, full of beans. Ball went backwards according to the referee, so no knock-on advantage. Thompson. John Wall. The right outside of his foot. Over the top of Fergus Taylor. So decides to go himself. There's been a miscommunications from the Dulich backs. Graham. Been a little bit of an up and under. It may have paid off, they may have gained some yards from it. But not too far as Dulich win the penalty on the Wilmslow Town meter line.
Story of the match so far, you know, Wilmslow just trying to run it out. The fullback overruns his catch a little bit, but again, eventually he gathers it. The obvious thing to do then is, as you approach the edge of your 22, just boot one up in the air towards the halfway line, get a good kick on towards one of their wingers or the fullback, and pressure the chase. We've seen when there's been pressure on the chase, it's not always been a clean take. Then all of a sudden, it is that bun fight in the middle of the park that we ended up having over on the far side, but instead of it being on the halfway line, it was just outside the 22 because the up and under's been scuffed. Wilmslow not making life easy for themselves at all, and now from being in what could be a promising position, they're on the back foot, about to have to defend another one of these Dulich drives.
Jerome with the lineouts collected by Charlie D. And now the drive is coming again from Dulich. They've scored twice from this. Attack from Eitar. But the penalty has been conceded. Thompson taking it quickly. Too quick for the referee's liking.
Yeah, Wilmslow doing a little bit better that time. Dulich not quite so disciplined, and the tackle was able to be made, but hands over the top. So it'll be as you were from 5 metres out.
Dulich on the front foot. Starting the second half as they finish the first. Jerome. Referee giving his orders. Both sets of teams. Routed Jerome. Picked up by Charlie D. Here's the drive again. Wilmslow look to counter it straight away, and they win the penalty.
Yeah, Wilmslow there really, well, they knew exactly what was coming. Dulich, interestingly, leave their ball catcher at the line-out. They leave him high for a little bit longer, just because if there is an opposition infringement while he's in the air, that is a penalty straight away. But Wilmslow watched that, and as soon as he hit the deck, they really struck hard, counter-attacked that drive, and they've come away with the penalty.
Half hour to play. Christian Taylor of WILMSLOW. Taken short, picked up by Callum Atkinson. Luke James had to pick up a high pass. Atkinson inside to Taylor. Maslin, James Graham. Luke James goes to ground.
Good high line here from Dulich, really making it hard for WILMSLOW.
Callum Atkinson, tackled by Charlie D. Maslin. Atar. Maslin. Retains possession, but it's Dulich are the ones who really are pressurising WILMSLOW here, and they've turned the ball over. Thompson. Hugh Roberts. Roberts, one man to beat. 5 metres short. Trying to fish it out. Thompson. John Waugh. Waugh has crawled his way about a metre short of the line. It may have been turned over. It has been turned over, indeed. Now can WILMSLOW do something from their own try line? They may do. It's a good little inside on for the forward. It was a forward pass on Christian Taylor. Interesting to see that one again. That was marginal. Marginal call.
I thought it was as soon as he released it, but I wasn't sure the referee or the linesman had kept up with play. It was a great turnover. Just look at this for counter-attack in rugby. Big left-hand handoff. Good technique as well. Ball in two hands, then looking for the pass. It was the hooker.
Well, I'm not sure about that. But in fact, I think that that's a marginal call for me.
When you've got the ball in that position, it shouldn't be a marginal call. How can you possibly overrun that when it's only the man who's in front of you who you've got to keep your eye on? That's a big mistake. To be fair, it was a long way to the line for the hooker, bearing in mind he had Reece Pinnock.
Let's have a look at this again.
For company.
This was Sam Haley. Is this a forward pass?
Keep your eye on the line there.
Is this a forward pass?
Yes. I think it is.
Well, we can't really tell from our angle up here on the gantry from where our cameras are, so...
And more importantly, the referee thought it was.
Well, we go on his call.
Yes, we will.
It's ifs and buts at the end of the day.
But that's sort of crumbs of comfort there for WILMSLOW. That's the sort of thing they've been aiming for this entire game, you know, length of the field, counter attacks, and it was certainly on there.
Thompson with the putting at the scrum. Good tackle there by Sorrell Cohen. Andy Fife. Thompson. Penalty advantage to be played. And they're going to come back for that penalty.
There's a good chase there from Antonin Zwegu. Remember.
Well, we have another angle from the forward pass. Here we go.
So he's broken through.
This is a better angle. This is.
Throwing the dummy there. Oh, this is a perfect angle. And he's just shoveled it forward, hasn't he? A disappointing end to a promising run there.
The referee got it spot on. Even with the wind but at their backs, Dulich turning down a chance for 3 points. They really want to put WILMSLOW to the sword.
Well, at the moment, they're still 2 scores ahead. They should be keeping the scoreboard ticking over. However, these are the areas that they want to be playing the game in. Think how often they've been in this far corner so far in this second half.
Richard de Rome. Picked up by Luke Bliss. Wilmslow read the play. They know that Dulich will look to drive.
And so it begins.
And here they come again. Third time's a charm, they say. Thompson pickpockets D, and now here they come with a bit more run in Rugby. Anui. Ball knocked on, and it will be a Wilmslow put-in at scrum.
Well, after the knock-on, he had to recover well, because if that had fallen into the breadbasket of Wilson, it would have been a foot race to the line at the other end. Is that a tackle without the ball?
It could be argued. Well, the referee didn't think so, or the touch judge, who was about a yard away.
Again, we'll go with their decision.
Maslin with the put-in. Still plenty of time for Wilmslow to get back into this game. Cohen. Maslin. James Graham can only advance that about a yard in front of their own 22, and Dulich back on the front foot.
Yeah, Wilmslow really struggling to clear their lines at the moment. Dulich spending a lot of time in that Wilmslow red zone as they roll the dice. On comes Will Gregory for Wilmslow.
Will Gregory, the man coming on the field. A little bit of a tactical change for Wilmslow, we shall see. Still scoreless in this second half. Thompson, little darted run, tackled by Christian Taylor. Thompson. Wall with the drop goal attempt. We'll come back for a penalty anyway. So that was a freebie.
Well, he didn't catch hold of that. It was a really unorthodox flight. Almost flying through the air like a spin pass.
Thompson taken quickly. Good offload to Tom Marchant. Thompson. War. Thompson looking to somebody to offload it too. Being sent backwards by Will Gregory. Thompson. Dulich deep inside the 22. John Waugh. Ball knocked forward and a chance for a counter-attack with Taylor. Maslin. Fergus Taylor.
No, he's in trouble. Yeah, turned over.
Hugh Roberts. Zed Norris. Pierre Thompson. John Waugh spots a gap. Good offload to Rhys Pinnock. Pinnock for under the post. Dulich are halfway there to Twickenham.
Lightning once again. We did say right at the beginning, don't give Rhys Pinnock any space because he will punish you. That's tough on Wilmslow, you know, they've soaked up a lot of threat from Dulich. And it was Wilmslow, well, they were masters of their own downfall there, trying to run the ball out of trouble. It was turned over. Eventually it broke to War. That was a lovely offload out of the back door. And Rhys Pinnock was there on hand. Absolutely no chance of stopping him from there. He rounds the fullback, takes Dulich up to 26.
Make that 28. 28-7, 20 minutes to go. Wilmslow need 3 converted tries here just to tie the game up.
That's a big ask.
What's been the difference here, Dave?
Well, Dulich have done everything that you need to win a match. First of all, they've scored the points. I know that's the obvious one, but the way they've taken advantage of their points lead and played the territory game in the second half has been absolutely fantastic. Their crowd on the far side absolutely having a whale of a time. As for Wilmslow, you know, you can't criticise their effort. However, it's still that outlet thing. They've got no plan B.
Ed Norris collects for Dulich. Thompson, box kick. Good one it is too.
Now
down the throat of Fergus Taylor.
A chance to run a broken play for Wilmslow, which is what they need.
Been stolen by Richard Derome. Thompson. They've been ruthless here, Dulich, they really have. Anthony Nzugu scored 3 tries in the final 12 months ago. Thompson. Marchant. Advantage being played as well for Dulich. Thompson, a little kick forward, but they will come back for that penalty. They're offside, and Thompson takes it quickly and decides to go himself.
Oh, wow.
Start the car.
I was afraid this had happened. Wilmslow have given it absolutely everything. But all of those tackles, all of that pressure, all of that defence, it just takes its toll on you physically. It doesn't matter how well conditioned you are as a team, and I'm sure these boys train flat out. When you've got a team just coming at you the whole time, it's so difficult to keep them out. The penalty was awarded. Pierre Thompson, he's been lightning all day. He's read the play really well. He's had a couple of unlucky interception attempts, but that time, quick tap penalty. He's pretty much up to his top sprinting speed as soon as he's taken 3 or 4 steps, and there's no catching in there.
And another kick for John Wall. This has been a ruthless performance.
Oh, War has been absolutely flawless. He's 100% from the tee. He's also had those 2 beautiful offloads that have led to tries. That's a replay of the try before. Rhys Pinnock, just so quick. They've just got those players with that cutting edge.
So Wilmslow, what can they do?
Batten down the hatches and play for pride.
That's the only thing they can do. Well, they do get a knock-on advantage in centre. Just a couple of scores maybe, just to try and give themselves a little bit of confidence, but this was the tap and go from Thompson.
You have a look there, number 5 for Wilmslow, that's Jake Stewart. He's dropped the ball and he's turned around, and it's really difficult to be critical in a situation like that, but essentially he has just said to Pierre Thompson, go on, have a go from here. I know he's got to retreat 10 yards, but have a little bit of gamesmanship. Do what anyone would have done at the top level there. They know the penalty's going. Jog back your 10 yards and then throw the ball back. You know, I suppose there's a difference between gamesmanship and sportsmanship, but you've got to play smart. Dulich have done it well, Wilmslow haven't, and I think that's been the difference ultimately.
15 minutes to go. 15 minutes to go. Dulich, 1 foot, 4 toes into the final at Twickenham, going to look for a 4th consecutive title. Wilmslow, a little bit of a run, and David Shard there with the knock on. It just hasn't happened for them, has it?
No, good scrum from Wilmslow there though. They certainly haven't given up. Big physical pack there, getting on the front foot, providing the good quality ball, but when it's not going your way, it's not going your way, is it? They've got 15 minutes here. They need 4 converted scores. Big ask.
Big ask indeed. Dulich with the put-in of the scrum. Dulich making a couple of changes as well. George Abbott's coming on the field. Free kick to WILMSLOW. Taken quickly. Haley.
Big tackles.
Maslin. Good tackle there from Ed Norris. Christian Taylor. Continuing to drive forward, WILMSLOW. This is good stuff, Maslin.
First bit of territory they've had in the second half.
Taylor, 5 metres out. Andy Fife. Another drive, and just being held up.
They've got so many numbers left.
They'll have the put-in at the scrum. As you mentioned, Dave, that's so many numbers on the left-hand side. 4-5, I count. Good attacking intent here from WILMSLOW, showing that they haven't given up all hope.
Well, first things first, they need to get a try. Once they get a try, let's see. Again, lots of numbers left. 5-on-3 at the moment. If we ever get the ball in, that is.
Indeed. Maslin. WILMSLOW scrum on the Dulich 5-metre line. Who wants it? Wilson. And it's been turned over. Thompson. Reece Pinnock put into touch. 12 minutes to go.
Have a look at the replay there again. Dulich with a 4-score lead. They'll try and run it from everywhere now. Pinnock not quite able to get on the outside this time, so a bit of a sustained period of WILMSLOW pressure here. They'll be looking to finish with a flourish. I mean, they've been soundly beaten today. However, you certainly can't question their work rate at all. A team of absolute grafters. From a coach's perspective, it must be great to have a group of players like this. Perhaps just 1 or 2 players with a bit of X factor away from being a really, really top team.
Christian Taylor with the line out. Taken cleanly, and now WILMSLOW with a drive. But it will be a Dulich put in at the scrum. 10 minutes to go.
Well, he's actually awarded the penalty. Bit of obstruction in midfield. WILMSLOW players offside. And they have opted for the scrum. Dulich now, loads of field to run at. Don't be surprised if they go for a sweeping length of the field move here. Unleashing one of those outside backs with absolute wheels.
Well, the WILMSLOW fans are still singing.
Great scrum from WILMSLOW. Well recovered by Thompson too.
The referee is calling it back. And it will be another Dulich put-in.
Good forward pack, Wilmslow. Certainly in terms of the set piece at the scrum, they've been great. Not quite executed the open play mauls and technical side of the game as well as Dulich have. But in terms of a physical unit, they've worked really hard.
Dulich put in. Good scrum there from Wilmslow. They turned it around their way. Sam Haley. Maslin. Gregory. Maslin. Taylor. Stopped by his opposite number, Richard de Rome. Little kick forward for Will Maslin. Good offload. Chantieville for Wilmslow. Are they down? Held up.
Held up. Oh, we've got a player down there as well. Medical attention been called on. How about that for defence from Dulich? They've got a 4-score lead and they're still working hard on the line to hold Wilmslow up there. Great work again from the scrum half. Really caused them trouble. Offloads there to 8. Gets in, goes low, but that's a superb tackle on the line.
It was indeed. Good tackle
Sits in.
on Sam Haley.
Sits in, gets his body behind it, stops the ball from going down. That is great defensive work from the Dulich players. Well, big break in play here, Johnny.
Yes, indeed. We've got one of the Dulich players down at the moment. They've called for the stretcher.
Well, 4 games today, and we'll be doing the same tomorrow.
Well, indeed, yes. 4 games today, another 4 tomorrow in the under-15s competition in the Vars and the Cup. Same times as well, 11, 1, 3 and 5, I believe, were the kickoffs.
And if you've watched at home today and you think you might fancy coming down to Allianz Park, entry's free.
Yes, absolutely. Nice festival of rugby if you've got nothing to do on your Sunday afternoon. Weather for tomorrow, cloudy, a little bit of wind.
Ah, they said that today, it's been glorious.
It has been glorious here today, one of the warmest days of the year so far in 2015. But the rugby has been white hot out on the field.
Really impressive stuff. 2 teams have secured their appearance in the Vars final. Their first appearances at Wembley. So Wembley? Twickenham.
Twickenham.
I'm sure they'd love to play at Wembley too.
Twickenham, my learned friend.
And we are all but guaranteed our 2 cup final teams too. Barring a real miracle here from Wilmslow.
These are the tries in the second half so far, Dave.
Been really, really impressed with Dulich's number 10. He's had an exceptional game today. He's been flawless, to be honest. He's orchestrated play well. He's got great hands, great feet. Knows when to release his backs to Reece Pinnock there. You're never going to stop him. That was from a kind of looping run there on the absolute contrast to the first try that he assisted, where he sent Ed Berry crashing through. This is Pierre Thompson. This time it's him who throws the dummy to John Waugh, who was in the supporting line. Waugh pointing him under the sticks there because he wanted the easy kick to keep his 100% record up.
Both teams are just having a little bit of practice out on the field at the moment as we have a stoppage in play for the injury on the field currently.
Yeah, we've not seen who it is, but hopefully they'll be fit well and in good shape imminently.
What do you think Bromsgrove, who've been sitting in the stands for most of the match? I think they'd left about 10 minutes ago. What do you think they were thinking when watching Dulich?
Well, I think they'll be impressed. To be honest, everyone knows about Dulich anyway. They know exactly what to expect. A team that's going to expect to beat every other side that they play. However, if you look at some of the things that Dulich do well and some of the things that Bromsgrove do well, they're very, very similar. I think in the build-up to the Twickenham final, not the Wembley final, I think in the build-up to the Twickenham final, both of the teams will be working on strategies to counteract that maul from the set piece, because Bromsgrove got their tries from it in their semi-final, Dulich got their tries from it here, and that's going to be a real weapon. Of course, it's something that England employs so well at Twickenham, so why not use it as a way to pay homage, if you will, at HQ on the 25th.
Check online at rfu.com to see how you can get tickets for that. Just waiting momentarily to see how our medicals team are getting on the field. We're still not entirely sure which player it is that's down at the moment. It is a Dulich player.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued by Bromsgrove against Dulich, actually.
Well, they're not there yet. There's still 9 minutes of play left to go, just to remind you. And as you saw at the bottom of your screen, the finals day at Twickenham on the 25th of March. On a Wednesday this year, it was been moved to a Saturday the last couple of years. We're back on a Wednesday during the Easter holidays.
It's a good student sports day, is Wednesday.
It is indeed, yeah.
I'm a big advocate of Wednesday afternoon sports. But yeah, going back to Bromsgrove, I mean, there are similarities between the two teams. They've both got a kind of maverick 10. I mean maverick in the nicest possible way too, because they're consistent. Very often when you use the word maverick, you think of players who are inconsistent but kind of have that moment of genius in them. But again, it's all about the occasion in these finals. Just imagine most of these guys will be sixth formers, so they'll be 16, 17, 18. They'll have grown up, well, watching England playing at Twickenham, watching Six Nations, watching World Cups, watching their heroes, dreaming of stepping out onto that turf. Now for 30 or 40 of them next, well, in a couple of weeks' time, that dream is going to become a reality. Will the experience of those Twickenham finals play into Dulich's hands? I mean, you were there last year. They were absolutely imperious in the final. Hugely impressive.
Yeah, the medical staff still taking their time on the field here with the Dulich player. Well, still 8.5 minutes left of play left to go, Dave. Something to have a think about your man of the match, but we're not going to ask you for that yet. But who has impressed you so far in this Dulich team, especially?
Well, a few players in the Dulich team, a few players in the Wilmslow team too. I think Will Maslen, the scrum half for Wilmslow, has been absolutely non-stop. He's been a real dynamo, hasn't he? And he's had to work hard too. But he's behind a good, strong forward pack. I mean, Cowan has tackled well. Christian Taylor, the hooker for Wilmslow, he's absolutely all action. Typifies the sort of modern hooker. Gone are the days where they're just a sort of man in the front of the scrum, a bulky unit who stands there and hooks. He really adds weight in attack and defence. I mean, if it wasn't for a forward pass of Sam Haley, then maybe he could have gone 60 yards to score. He's a really impressive athlete. As for Dulich, they've got pace all over the back line. Pierre Thompson's been really impressive. John Wall, the outside half, he's worked so well. I mean, 7, 8, 9 and 10, they just link fantastically. Real hard workers, every single one, and they seem to have a great understanding. The front row are all around the park. Bliss and Dee, the second rowers, they orchestrate those drives so well. I mean, they grabbed a try apiece today, which is just desserts. Very often second rowers, it's quite an unfashionable position, but some of the greatest leaders who've ever played the game have been second rowers. I mean, obviously Martin Johnson in England is the obvious choice. I'm a huge fan of Alan Wynne-Jones for Wales. You know, big, strong, physical players, not just physically physical, if you mean, not just physically strong, but mentally strong
this
too.
This is the tail of the match, Dave, as we're still waiting for the player who's still receiving treatment out in the field. This has been the Dulich onslaught, as it were.
Absolutely. Well, these are the second rows we were just talking about. That's the first try there. That was Charlie D. This is when Wilmslow sort of had a sniff here. That was Will Maslin. That was a great example of his hard work there. And up until 25 minutes, goes, it's nearly dark here now, and that sunshine's almost a distant memory as Maslin dobs the ball down. Up until 25 minutes, it was a really even game. But when they didn't have that outlet, as we just see the try there for Ed Berry, assisted by that lovely John Moore offload, as Wilmslow didn't have that defensive outlet, we felt as though, you know, that could be the undoing of them in the end. You just go through so much hard work when you're not making any yards, and Dulich kind of just absorbed that. This is the second try over in the far corner. Again, that was me being unnecessarily critical of the fact that the corner flag wasn't being guarded. But, you know, if this man here, just on the left-hand side of your screen, if he stays right on the line there, then there's no option for the second rower to go over. But still, that would have ended up in a try eventually. That's John Moore again, taking the contact, freeing his hands, and releasing the lightning left winger, Rhys Pinnock. Look at that, 2 tacklers there, still manages to keep his arms free. And Rhys Pinnock does the rest. And once again, we see Pierre Thompson there. Yeah, real live wire. That's the thing, we talk about how well John Moore's played. It's very difficult for an outside half to have any sort of game unless he's getting good service from the 9. And he's had that in abundance today from Pierre Thompson.
Crowd still here, still going strong, and the Dulich team still keeping warm as well before we get the restart. One or two people have seen enough, no doubt, knowing that there's only going to be one result in this match. And just to remind you, the Natwest Schools Cup Finals Day is live from Twickenham on the 25th of March. Tickets are available. It's a fantastic day if you haven't been before. 4 great games of rugby, each one of which will be a cup final at a superb venue. Make a day of it. Come on down, come and join us in a couple of Wednesdays' time.
Well, I'm sure anyone who's watched at home today has seen an absolutely superb standard of rugby, both in the Vase and in the Cup. Some real talent on display. And we've got really the 2 biggest games in schools rugby coming up on the 25th. We've been here once before already for the Champions Trophy final too, which seems like a long time ago, Johnny, where the grammar school at Leeds were put to the sword by Millfield. Of course, those teams not entering this competition as they are 1-term rugby schools, and this premier competition in schools rugby stretches over 2 terms.
Play is about to resume as the Dulich player is being stretchered off the field, to a polite round of applause from everybody here at the Allianz Park. So play is to resume. 8.5 minutes left to go. It was a Wilmslow scrum before the delay. Picked up by Haley. This time, it should be a try here for Wilmslow. It is Luke James, the scorer.
Well, it had to be, really. Great attacking position for Wilmslow. None of the players, particularly for Dulich, are going to have their heads in the game. And Luke James crashes over. He's had a good game, gone through a lot of work, strong runner, strong tackler. And he gets a great memory of his day here today with a good finish. Popped off from the number 8, burst through 1 tackle, burst through 2, 3. Nearly takes a man over the line with him too. That is a great finish from the Wilmslow number 12. The conversion taken quickly.
So then, 21 points the deficit. There is 8 minutes left to play. Caught by Haslam.
Sensible play there from Dulich. Just kick it deep and make Wilmslow go the length.
Penalty to Dulich. Options. And they're going to go for the posts.
And why not? Just run the clock
to
down.
A chorus of boos from their crowd.
I think it's just risk-free rugby. Particularly after the injury. They don't want to take any more gambles. The game is won. Just run the clock down now. Try and make the most of the evening and celebrate, even though it's very difficult when you've got a player who's injured. We've not got any news on that injury, of course.
Slotted over. 13 points from John Waugh's boot this afternoon. An impressive game he's had as well. Dulich lead by 24 points, 38 points to 14. Cameron Henderson coming on the field. Going on for Hugh Roberts. 6 minutes left to play. Thompson, box kick. Who wants it? A little loose pass, but Fergus Taylor,
no.
oh dear. Rhys Pennock is in. Another try for Dulich.
Well, it was such a good
Second
take
try for
low
Pennock.
down. Such a good take low down. He'd done all the hard work, then just didn't really look where he was passing. Let's have a look at the replay now. Yeah, he picked it up off his bootstraps, didn't really see the oncoming Rhys Pennock. Again, like greased lightning, there's no stopping him there, particularly when he's already on the move. He finishes under the sticks.
For the 6th try of the game. 43 points to 14. John Waugh to add another 2 points to his tally for the day. Make that 45 points to 14.
Strange as it sounds, it doesn't feel like a thrashing. That's a bad mistake there. But it's late in the day, it's tired, the players' heads are all over the place because of the injury stoppage. We'll forgive him that one, but he'll be very, very disappointed with it.
5 more minutes. Ben Austin-Tuken goes to ground. Pierre Thompson. Kick out wide. Good take there from Wilson. Maslin. Gregory. Atta. Good little turn there from Rhys Hibbard. Maslin. Maslin wins the penalty. Little tap and go from Andy Fife. No knock on from the referee. Bit of a high tackle though. and a little bit of after between Fife and Thompson, in fact. Pinnock is off again, he's off and running, and he's in, he's away. Tap tackle, is there anyone to stop him? Oh, what a try that is if he's got there. Held up.
There's going to be a consultation. I didn't see him go out on the touchline. He's given the try. Reece Pinnock gets his hat-trick and brings Dulich up to 50. He got a little bit of luck with the kick through. Let's have a look at the replay there. Dulich turned the ball over. Great work from Thompson again. Gets the offload away. That's not a great kick from Pinnock, but he just stays in play there. I tell you what, the man chasing him back is the hooker for Wilmslow. We were saying what a great athlete he is. Kind of eases up off the gas there. Just gets the hand on him, tries to drag him out, but that's great wing play. Drops his legs, scores the try, gets a hat-trick. That is superb play from Reece Pinnock. However, Wall will not thank him for this, because to keep his 100% kicking record, he is going to absolutely drain one from the touchline. Let's take a look at this.
Perfect angle from our camera. How's this one?
Nope.
Just missed on the left-hand upside, so his perfect game is not to be for today. Dulich have hit a half-century.
Well, they've ground Wilmslow down. Wilmslow have given it absolutely everything. They've done themselves proud. Reece Pinnock there, that's a lovely bit of footwork to just flatten the Wilmslow defender. Great chase there from Christian Taylor, the captain. Real captain's performance from him. He has not given up the ghost when a lot of players' heads would have gone down, but couldn't quite do enough. Pinnock gets his hat-trick. Dulich up to 50.
Dulich have hit the half-century. Taylor. The line out, picked up by Atkinson. Maslin decides to go himself to number 18, Marcus Atkinson. Maslin out wide to Attar. Ball is out to Luke James. Tackle by George Abbott. And it's going to be a penalty to Wilmslow. Your man of the match, David.
So many people we could give this man of the match to. Let's talk about Wilmslow. Let's talk about Christian Taylor, superb captain's performance. Will Maslin, the scrum half, has been non-stop. For Dulich, they've worked hard as a unit. Both second rowers have been absolutely exceptional. Pierre Thompson has kept it ticking over. Reece Pinnock's got a hat-trick, but I think the only player I can really give the man of the match to is John Wall, the outside half. He has been absolutely superb. 2 great offloads for tries. He's used the back line well. His offloads have been superb. He's set up 2 tries, and I think he's been the difference between the 2 teams. My man of the match is Dulich's outside half, John Wall.
So time in the red, on our clock we go on the referee's whistle. Wilmslow looking for a consolation try. They may get one on the right-hand side. This is Luke James. James, a couple of metres short of the line. Taylor. Been held up by Thompson. And Dulich will have the put in.
Well, if ever 10 seconds summed up a rugby match, it's right there.
John Moore, man of the match. From David up here on the gantry, he's had an excellent game. 15 points have come from his boots. A couple of assists as well. He's earned his supper this evening. Dulwich pupils are back off to Twickenham in a couple of Wednesdays' time. There'll be the late game on, so they can have lessons in the morning. It's only a tube ride, Dulwich to Twickenham.
I'm sure the last thing on their mind will be lessons.
It'll be the late game as well.
Kind of ground to a halt this game, hasn't it? Following the injury, still waiting for news on that. Albeit we've had 3 tries since the injury, but I think the game was over as a spectacle by then and kind of just been winding down ever since.
Just a player, George Abbott is receiving some treatment for Dulich. Deep into injury time. Thompson with the put in. Comprehensive victory for the school from South London. And they win the free kick.
Well, you can tell.
He's going to just.
I was going to say, you can tell it's late in the day because Pierre Thompson didn't want to go quickly.
Puts it down into touch. Still a little bit of time for another play. Or maybe not. Dulich are in the final. The quest for a 4th consecutive cup final victory is on. They have comprehensively beaten Wilmslow High School by 50 points to 14. David, your thoughts?
Well, it's just Bromsgrove that stand in the way of Dulich and a 4th consecutive trophy here. They've been absolutely imperious today. Credit must go to Wilmslow. They grafted and they worked so hard, but without any recognised kicking options, they were always going to be up against it. As for Dulich, they executed everything that they did so well. The forward pack, 1 to 8, were absolutely magnificent. They had that little bit of magic outside them, and out of nowhere, they scored 50 points today. 50 points in what for 25 minutes, half an hour, was a very, very close game. That's worrying signs for Bromsgrove. However, they had an excellent professional performance in their semi-final as well. So let's look forward to Twickenham now. It's going to be a heck of a day.
What are your expectations in that final? Bromsgrove and Dulich?
No idea. Well, what Bromsgrove need to do is execute territory and possession well, because if you gift the ball to Dulich, they have got so much pace in the back line. They've got a 9 and 10 that link together with the back row, and they can really, really punish you. Dulich have shown today that even in a game that's 50-50, as I said, as everyone who saw it would stand for, 20-25 minutes, this was anyone's game. Wilmslow were grunting a little bit too much. They didn't really have the creative outlet. However, Dulich just put the hammer down and disappeared. I don't think that'll happen against Bromsgrove because they've got the ability to change the game, to use the forwards, to take the sting out of a talented offence. But anything could happen. Toss a coin, pick a winner. What do you think?
Well, you're the analyst. I'm the play-by-play man.
Okay.
You know, like I've seen Dulich the last 3 years, and I know how dangerous they can be in finals. And I would, on paper, I would put them favourites in that cup final. But this is just halfway through what has been a fantastic festival of rugby here on this Saturday here in the Allianz Park in North London. We have the 15s bars and cup semi-finals to come on Sunday.
Really, really intriguing final coming up, isn't it? Dulich have really, really impressed me there, very much so, but Bromsgrove did too. Wilmslow just had a shot. We can see the finalist photo being taken, but Wilmslow just taking a knee there. Really interesting I'll be really interested to talk to some players. Obviously, there'll be devastated that they've not gone to the final. However, I think the coaching staff, despite being disappointed with the score, will be quietly proud of the players and the way that they've worked hard throughout this match.
So Ed Tarleton is downstairs with the coach Sam Howard, and no doubt he will be thrilled.
Sam, back to back to back to back Natwest Cup Under-18 finalists. How do you do it?
Well, the boys work extremely hard. They're good players, and they take a lot of pride in the shirt, and with that it takes us a long way. The boys have been outstanding, absolutely outstanding this year. I think if you'd said we'd be at Twickenham again, there'd have probably a lot of people, in fact there's already been written that we wouldn't do it this year, and these boys like proving people wrong. So obviously we've got a mammoth task ahead of us against Bromsgrove, but the boys have been fantastic this year, not just obviously today, but the wins against Hampton, Trinity, John Fisher. We've played some really, really good sides this year in the Cup, and it was nice to see them put on a quite big score then.
Now, obviously, a lot of the players that we see here were there last year. Is that experience important? Because there's a lot of pressure on players to not lose. Now, Dulich have got this fantastic reputation in this competition.
I think we've said every year that the fact that we've got experience makes a massive difference. It shown last year, shown the previous year. The boys know what to expect. A lot of them have played at Twickenham already. It's not just playing there; it's the build up to it, the excitement, the hotel the night before, and everything like that. And having boys that have been there and done it is definitely invaluable.
Now, obviously, your approach to Twickenham is probably quite well versed by now. Will you be making any changes? Is there anything different that you do? You've seen the challenge that's in front of you in Bromsgrove. How do you prepare?
Again, we'll do what we always do. We'll try and look at the footage of Bromsgrove. They've obviously got a very good line out. Obviously I got to see the whole game beforehand, so they've got very good players. Their line out's excellent. They've got a very good fly half, so they're not too dissimilar to Hampton actually in the way they play. So yeah, we'll do our homework, but again, most of the things that we do will be focused on us rather than them. So yeah, it's a nice place to be in, going to Twickenham again. The boys are absolutely over the moon, as you can see over there, which is great.
Well, there's loads of smiles in the crowd, some fantastic support for you. Enjoy the evening, you thoroughly deserve it. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, cheers.
The thoughts of Sam Howard, a delighted Dulich school coach. They are through to the Under-18s Natwest Cup final. They will play Bromsgrove in 3 Wednesdays' time. They are through. They beat WILMSLOW High School by 50 points to 14. My thanks to Ed Tarleton, my pitchside reporter, and Dave Rogers, my co-commentator alongside me. It's Dulich v Bromsgrove in the Natwest Cup final in a couple of Wednesdays' time. Join us tomorrow from 10:50 when we have the Under-15s Vars and Cup for the whole team here. Thanks for joining us. Good night from the Allianz.